You were on my radar. Okay? You were on notice.
She's a spectacular woman. Quiet, but just shy. Mute. But, Judge, as far as her needs are concerned...
Hey, perfect. She's mute. Oh, my gosh. We got to get out of here.
If you didn't already have a problem with me, you're gonna. And you wanted to make sure by targeting, replaying my videos, you just became the #1 spot.
Damn, that's cold when people take it too hard and think YouTube is serious.
How do I end this fucking thing? Holy shit.
Oh,
How do I fucking do it? I don't have fucking Airstream on my phone.
Oh shit.
Like you say, move result. Please, late. You just became #1 target. Hope you enjoy your life from this point on, because I'm gonna do my damnedest to make it fucking miserable for you.
Son of a
And if
bitch.
there's a problem with Boo, you're gonna have a problem with me.
Damn.
We gotta go back to where the band they kept.
I don't have fucking Airstream on my phone.
Oh shit.
Like you say, remove result. Please, late. You just became #1 target. Hope you enjoy your life from this point on, because I'm gonna do my damnedest to make it fucking miserable for you.
Son of a
And if there's
bitch.
a problem with Boo, you're gonna have a problem with me.
The DFK Malibu saga.
And you
Oh
Hasn't done the
shit.
package check yet.
confirm that
Hey, that's what Malibu really looks like right now. I bet.
What you want on her camera?
I now pronounce you kid tag and bearded man. You may kiss the bearded man.
declares that you are now wedded man and wife.
Oh shit.
Mr. Bride.
No, not in front of all these people, Your Honor. Now!
Oh god.
Wait, help me!
If you haven't seen it, this is their discovery request for me. The nature of Rekieta's business, how it profits from defamation, specifically the commission of hate crimes and violation of obscenity laws or other illegal activity where Rekieta established a coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal coordinated scheme or Operation RICO. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Monty and David Schneider have finally cracked the fucking code. These brainiacs have figured it out. My entire business model is actually creating a massive criminal enterprise of people who profit from defamation, hate crimes, and violating obscenity laws. I'm sorry. What? I can't. Like, I don't even know. Someone put this in a document, for real. The nature of my business? You mean the one where I go online and talk about shit live? Like that business? Where all of the business is conducted right up front for the entire world to see in public? But no, actually though, what's really happening is I just used this platform, this YouTube platform, to get to the real money, which is profiting off of hate crimes and obscenity. I keep trying to give Schneider like a fair shake. But my man is retarded. He's flat out fucking dumb. Like what possible scheme would there be involving this? This doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you think that I defamed Montegraph in some way or harmed him, which some people do, that's fine. I guess I'll disagree with you, but I don't care. Even if you think that, the notion of running a criminal enterprise based on hate crimes and obscenity is just ludicrous. Like, what obscenity laws are you even talking about? So, obscenity laws tend to involve obscene material. Obscene material is, let's just get the Supreme Court definition of obscenity. A thing must be prurient in nature. I want to make sure we get this exactly. So, prurient means having or encouraging an excessive interest in sexual matters. I mean, I like sex. Talked about it some. But so it must be prurient in nature. A thing must be completely devoid of scientific, political, educational, or social value. Now, I just want to remind people that all of the pornography you've ever even heard of fails this part of the test because it's somehow relevant. Even the most thinly veiled storyline, the most thinly veiled pizza delivery guy getting a blowjob or whatever, that is all of social value according to the Supreme Court. So that all fails this test. So it would have to be that, and then a thing must violate the local community standards, which I'm still on YouTube, I'm on Rumble, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitch, so I don't know what community standard I would be violating for something to be obscene, much less like what obscene thing I would have to do. Like, you would have to have, obscenity tends to be something like an actual rape on camera or an actual murder involving sexual activity or child pornography generally. That's obscenity. So, but here's what they probably did. David Schneider, in his infinite wisdom, probably just went to some website on RICO and found like the requirements and just put it on paper. Like, he probably just copy and pasted this from somewhere. This is legitimate lunacy to think that I'm violating obscenity. Like, where would you get that in the first place? But okay, the other one is hate crimes. What the fuck even is a hate crime? Like, what hate crime am I committing? I hate everybody. I'm probably committing tons of crimes. But what the fuck is, like, Montegraph isn't a victim of a hate crime. Again, even if you think I defame Montegraph, that's not a hate crime. That's not even a crime. It's a civil claim. But this is what they want to discover. They're going to finally bring my criminal enterprise down. And thank God. I was getting tired of running this mafia. This is fucking insanity.
Change myself to suit other people because they don't like the way I do things.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you showed some receipts on proving that Mr. Cox is the sex link bandit. I'd like to see that IP or MAC address.
Well, kissing your ass ain't saving your ass, is it?
Yeah, definitely. If you send her money, all of a sudden you're one of her victims.
What you want to hear isn't doing anything, is it? It's just prolonging the inevitable.
So she can peddle you a bullshit story.
So all this time you terrorize people because you want it. This is just the prologue to this shit.
Yeah, and you and some of your crew there made the news.
This is just the preamble. I'm gonna tear this shit up.
That's gonna be great.
It's what I do. It's what I do.
Yeah. Make sure you put out your Dog and Pony Show PayPal link there and direct people to your Patreon. And show everybody that mail order credential you got there every once in a while. And actually, I think somebody's, not me, see, somebody brought it to my attention that they're, going to be looking into that credential base there that you got. And make sure your training might be up to date. You might need some up-to-date training because your books and your spell books from the 80s doesn't work very well today. Once again, came the news.
I ain't even taking a day. I'm just giving people the surface material.
Right. Yeah, surface material, it'd be fun to start, trying to prove that Mr. Cox is the sex link bandit. Right? For some reason, she hasn't wanted to talk about that recently either.
To our big political stories, and we'll start here in Texas, where the suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton is in a Houston courtroom this morning. This is not part of his upcoming impeachment trial. Our Natalie Haddad has been following this hearing and joins us live with more. Natalie.
Yeah, hi, Chris. 9 minutes. That's how long the suspended Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton spent before a Houston judge this morning. But his reason for being there, like you mentioned, has nothing to do with next month's impeachment trial. In fact, Paxton appeared for state felony charges he faces from 2015, accusing him of securities fraud. It was decided in that court today that this particular trial will stay on hold until after Paxton's impeachment trial. Now, lawyers on both sides agree the outcome of the impeachment trial will substantially affect these cases. If Paxton is removed from office, Paxton's team says he will be motivated to settle. And these security fraud charges have been given Paxton for 8 years now. He is accused of trying to get people to invest in a McKinney-based tech company without telling investors that he was being paid to promote its stock. Now, this case has not moved in several years, and these prosecutors in this case wanted more money to handle it. So the case was moved from Collin County, then to Fort Worth, then on to Houston. Paxton protested in June. The Texas Attorney North West said the case is staying in Houston. So this was a Harris County judge called everyone to court to finally get it moving. Paxton faces his impeachment trial in Austin starting September 5th. Senators will decide whether to throw him out of office on allegations of corruption. Again, his trial for security fraud will take place after. In Dallas.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. As Paxton went to court, new questions surfaced about whether a fundraising email sent by his website may violate the gag order for his impeachment trial. That email talks about a, quote, illegal impeachment scheme and, quote, corrupt politicians. A separate fundraising page on his website asked people to help him win against the, quote, kangaroo court. In a statement, Paxton's lawyer, Tony Busby, told WFAA his client and campaign committee are, quote, in full compliance with all orders from the Senate. We reached out to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is presiding over this impeachment trial. We asked what happens if the suspended Attorney General violates the gag order. So far, we have not heard back. Again, the Senate impeachment trial is set to start in just over a month on September 5th.
A shocking announcement by the Portland FBI office today.
Federal investigators say they have a man in custody that they believe is responsible for kidnapping and locking up a woman. Tonight, we have team coverage of this developing story, from the latest on the investigation to reaction from the city where the suspect lives and a closer look at the suspect's history.
This case all started when investigators say 29-year-old Negasi Zuberi kidnapped a woman in Seattle back in July. Then they say he drove her to a home in Klamath Falls where he locked her in a makeshift cinder block cell in the garage before she was able to escape.
She realized that she needed to get out of that residence because her life was in danger, and she took the substantial steps to force her way out of that cell, and then she ran out into public, flagged down the first vehicle she could find, and then she was taken to safety.
The home where the woman was held was located on North El Dorado Avenue in Klamath Falls. Fox 12's Adrian Thomas is the only Portland reporter to travel there tonight. He joins us live with neighborhood reaction to Zuberi's arrest. Adrian?
Well, Pete, according to an unsealed FBI criminal complaint, this house behind us is where Negasi Zuberi allegedly held a woman captive in his garage in a makeshift cell after allegedly kidnapping her in Seattle. According to that complaint, this all happened in the early hours here on July 15th. One neighbor we spoke with says he and others nearby had no idea something so sinister was going on in this garage. Disturbing photos just released by the FBI show what appears to be a makeshift cinder-block cell in the garage of this unassuming house in Klamath Falls. In the FBI's criminal complaint, it states law enforcement obtained a search warrant for the house on July 16th. Lee Ashford, who lives just a block away, says at the time, he and other neighbors didn't know what was happening.
We didn't know if it was FBI or state police or what, but they were here pretty much all day. And it just, obviously something was going on. There was, we speculated along with everybody else we talked to, but didn't really know anything.
Ashford says he believes Zuberi had been living there for a short time and says there was zero indication there were any issues.
But stuff happens everywhere. Behind closed doors, who knows what's going on.
And back out here live, civil court documents in Klamath County that we've obtained show that Zuberi was renting this house from a couple that actually lives right down the street from here. We've tried to contact that couple multiple times, including knocking on their door and just to see if they would give us a comment on this situation, and we haven't been able to reach them. Live in Klamath Falls, Adrian Thomas, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, Adrian, thank you. Meanwhile, Fox 12's Connor McCarthy has been covering this story all day and was at the FBI press conference this morning.
He joins us live in Northeast Portland to tell us more about the suspect and the potential for more victims. Connor?
Well, Pete and Riel, the FBI says they believe this case will have a national impact. But right now, Zuberi is being held in federal custody down in Reno, Nevada, after he was arrested in the middle of last month. Now, FBI investigators do believe that there are potentially more victims in possibly 10 different states, and they're hoping with this case coming to light, more women will come forward.
It's a case that sounds like something straight out of a horror movie.
The disturbing evidence uncovered to date points to an individual's ongoing and escalating pattern of violence targeting women in multiple states throughout the country.
The Portland FBI office believes this man, 29-year-old Negasi Zuberi, is responsible for kidnapping a woman in Seattle on July 15th by posing as a police officer, then driving nearly 500 miles to his home in Klamath Falls, Oregon, repeatedly sexually assaulting her along the way. Agents say the woman escaped Zuberi the same day, but it's what investigators found in his garage that was shocking.
When police responded to a 911 call in Klamath Falls, Oregon on July 15th, they discovered a makeshift cinder block cell with a metal door and a singular light bulb above for light.
Investigators believe the woman was locked up inside this makeshift cell for hours. They say she escaped by banging on the door of the cell until it eventually broke open, then running into the street where she was able to flag down a driver to call 911.
According to the complaint, the woman fought for her life, beating the doors and the walls of this cell with bloodied hands.
As investigators were looking for evidence in Zuberi's home, they tell us they found a notepad in his car with notes of his plan. We're told he called the alleged kidnapping Operation Takeover, where he would look for a woman who, quote, doesn't have a bunch of people in their life. Then another page shows a drawing of where he wanted to dig 100 feet down and create a space made out of waterproof concrete and foam insulation. With the evidence investigators found, they believe there are more victims in 10 different states on both coasts of the country.
And her will to survive triggered a law enforcement response that may have actually saved many other women from a similar nightmare.
Zuberi was found in a Reno, Nevada shopping mall parking lot with his wife and child the same day the woman escaped. There was a brief standoff, but he was eventually taken into custody. He's now waiting for extradition back to Oregon.
I want to thank the brave women who fought for their lives to get us where we are here today. Now it is our turn to take their burden and fight for them, any other victims out there, and seek justice.
Well, Pete and Nora, the FBI did say that they have identified at least 4 other victims, but they did not say which states they're from. Now, Zuberi does face 2 federal charges, including interstate kidnapping and crossing state lines with an individual with the intent to commit a criminal sexual act. Now, if he is convicted of these 2 counts, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. Live in Northeast Portland, Connor McCarthy, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, Connor, thank you. A suspect has been arrested, but the work is far from over in this case. As we mentioned, investigators believe there may be other victims.
Now, today, Fox 12 Now's Greg Nibbler spoke with a local law school professor about this case.
What would be some of the reasons, and just to ask the basic questions, what would be some of the reasons that we didn't get more information about any other potential victims or anything else that they believe he may have done?
You know, we sort of generally think that we're looking toward a trial down the road. And so if you have a trial, one of the things that the prosecution will be obligated to do is to enter into discovery and turn over information to the defense. And so until then, though, the FBI might want to be holding back some of their key details, because the more you reveal now, the earlier head start the defense can have on getting its case ready. Also, you might be worried about influencing or tainting the investigation into other areas. As you mentioned, there are anticipated to be other victims. You want the information to come forward, not because people are sort of responding to what the FBI has already said, then they might just be parroting the information. If you instead just simply say there may be other victims, people come forward, you get a sense of whether they have accurate information or not based on what they're telling the FBI.
Now, our news team did some digging today into Negassi Zuberi's background and his ties to the Vancouver area.
Fox 12's Stephanie Domrot joins us now with a look at what we found.
Yeah, good evening, Pete and Nora. Well, we did find that there were 2 cases filed in Clark County Superior Court involving Negassi Zuberi. One involves a restraining order. The other was an eviction complaint. Our team went through dozens of pages of court documents that show alleged kidnapping suspect Negassi Zuberi lived in a Vancouver neighborhood from at least November of last year through March of this year. According to the eviction complaint filed in November, Zuberi lived in a home on Northeast 116th Court. The complaint also alleges that Zuberi was responsible for several violations, according to the property's manager, including changing the locks of the unit without permission and keeping and selling dogs on the property. According to court records, the situation was then settled out of court. The other case filed involved a restraining order from a neighbor. The court documents were filed in March of this year and accused Zuberi of harassment and threats of violence towards a neighbor, including a text message that allegedly said, quote, "I'm going to F you up," along with references to police calls that Zuberi was, quote, "about to do something bad." The restraining order also alleges that police records state someone had been, quote, "punched in the face" at the residence. The documents also showed the neighbor requested the protection order to be in place for more than a year to, quote, "keep myself, my wife, and my children safe." According to court records, Negassi filed a restraining order in response to that neighbor. Both were dismissed by a judge. We sent a crew out to the neighborhood this afternoon to hear from people who may remember Zuberi. They tell us there were often many people in the home, up late hours, with lots of noise.
We moved in about 6 months ago. There was just always a bunch of dogs barking over there. We never saw any movement, any people moving around. Just a bunch of dogs barking and trash piled up. And yeah, there was law enforcement coming in and out quite frequently.
That neighbor went on to say that while he never thinks he met Zuberi, he was aware that he moved out about a month or 2 ago. And since then, he says things have been quiet at the home. And we will have more on this developing story throughout the night here on Fox 12 and on KPTV.com. Reporting in studio tonight, Stephanie Domrot, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, Steph, very interesting. Thank you. And here's a look at where the case stands tonight. Zuberi is currently in jail outside of Reno, Nevada. He's awaiting extradition back to Oregon to face kidnapping and other charges in the case. We're working to find out when that will happen. Investigators are now hoping any other potential victims come forward in the 10 states where they know he lived. Those are Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, Utah, Florida, New York, New Jersey, Alabama, and Nevada.
If you believe you have been a victim or have any information concerning this case, the FBI asks that you visit the website they have set up. You can find that link to this story on kptv.com. You can call 1-800-CALL-FBI or contact the FBI Portland Field Office at 503-224-4181. It's right there on your screen. You can also submit a tip online. Go to tips.fbi.gov.
It's legal for someone to hunt for me, or even to pay someone to hunt. Now, get those words. Just like his buddy, DeFango, who had a 1 Bitcoin bounty for my capture. So, Just Me, and he goes by old man, is Jesse Davis from South Bend.
So, Terry, just to bring you up to speed, if you just popped in, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go back and look at some of the old videos where I debunked Thomas. And these were all on my old channel that they nuked because it had all the evidence of their stalking behavior and their attacks, you know. So I'm just throwing all these old debunking videos in here. So they're back on record once again.
In Indiana, who's an associate of Esteban and DeFango. So this punk, and that's what he is, doesn't understand the law. He's had the police go to his house a number of times. He's not a private investigator, and he shows up on my channel and does the old TikTok, Thomas, right? And then stop acting like you're a mobster. No, mobsters don't make YouTube videos, you stupid idiot. The problem that he had is that he had a wife.
Listen to his voice.
Previous mental problems.
He's so triggered in this video.
Looking for guys. You know, he wasn't paying attention, or maybe because he's so obsessed with, you know, with other things. So the first thing he did was to try to stalk a woman named Lisa. When that didn't work, he stalked another woman. All right, this crazy idiot.
Right.
And he started stalking me after he was stalking Genki. So this guy has stalked 4 people. And for me to call people out who are stalking me, that's not wrong. Remember, folks, he's showing up on my channel. Do you see any comments I make on his YouTube channel? I don't. Right? That's his domain. Why is he coming here? Because Jesse Davis of South Bend, Indiana, is a stalker.
What's really so amazing to sit back and watch these videos from Thomas and listen to the lies and the delusional things that he spreads about everybody is just crazy. Then you take a look at the mindless minions that come in and try to back up the lies that he says. Thomas has yet to prove that I have ever stalked anyone. Definitely, he has never proven that I stalked any women whatsoever. It's amazing he continually states, you know, Jesse Davis from South Bend, Indiana. I don't know if that's his lame attempt at doxing, but number one, I'm not from South Bend, Indiana.
Exactly.
So get your facts straight, do a little bit of research. Second of all, he claims that he doesn't come to my page and comment. He has done so in the past. I've shared those things. He continues to call me a criminal when I've in fact shown that I have 0 criminal history. So I don't know where Thomas comes up with all these crazy ideas in his head. He continually talks about my wife, who has not said a word or made a comment about him in probably almost 2 years now. And Thomas, my wife, was definitely not looking for men on the internet. You showed 0 proof of that other than a couple lame little screenshots of a couple conversations that she had that had 0 relevance whatsoever. The only reason that I'm even here is because of the harm that you and some of your associates caused to my wife and my family. And I've made it very clear to you that I will not be going anywhere until the day that you are caught, put in handcuffs, and taken into a court of law where you will in fact stand trial for all the crimes and criminal activity you've been involved in. And once you go down, Thomas, that's when I will be gone, and not until then. Come on, Thomas, someone's knocking at your door. Go ahead and answer it. Stop being a coward and hiding from your service of legal documents. Let's face the music and get all the facts out so that this can come to an end. I think people are really getting tired of all the crazy videos that you put out. Now you're fear-mongering over the coronavirus. I mean, it's not like people don't understand it's a serious thing and that they need to beware, but your fear-mongering is just ridiculous. Come on, answer the door, Thomas. Come on out, accept your service of your legal documents, and show up in court and bring all this so-called evidence and try to defend yourself. I can tell you right now, if you appear in a court of law, you will be going down, Thomas, and it will be the end of your online presence. So yes, Thomas, this one's for you. Tick-tock, Thomas.
Angela, yeah, these are some of the old debunking videos with the evidence of their stalking and, shit. That's been going on for all these years. These are old debunking videos that were on my old page that they, took down. So I was bored tonight, couldn't fall asleep, so I decided to fire up the stream and play some of these old videos just showing, the stalking and the shit that's been going on, and show the scripts that Thomas put out there for so long now, Yeah, back in 2018-19, I had all these gigabytes and shit. It was crazy. Now it's well over a terabyte. Oh, look at all those court document PDFs, Thomas. Holy shit. Yeah, all those public record court documents about you, Thomas, and your illegal activity that you've carried on for decades. Yeah, imagine that. But I'm not an investigator, Thomas. I've got all the information on you that anybody needs. All his sock accounts and videos. That's right, Thomas. I've done a lot of investigating on you, buddy. Oh yeah, I've got shit tons. That's why I've begged him to send those court documents to me. I would love to face off with that fat pig in a court of law. Any day. Any day. I would love to face off with him in a court of law. But Thomas is never filing any court papers.
Hey, yo, I'll hang out till you're done with the video.
What's that?
I'll hang out till you're done with the video.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one's only got probably another minute.
Now, since the music's quiet, a little quiet anyway,
Yeah.
you know, when I see all of these tweets here, I'm seeing like a controlled deflective rampage.
Oh, yeah. No question.
It's amazing. Now, first of all, I wanted to tell you, Jesse, that that was a pretty good video you put together, the stream you put together for the rebuttal on the hoax wars incident, I would call it. And the way you put together all the clips for the pred catchers, the way they tried to infiltrate the pred catchers.
Yeah.
That's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah, Denise, man. So I'm guessing she was initially sent in to infiltrate that group, and she failed miserably.
Well, you know what's interesting is they failed kind of like the same thing with the truckers when Denise said that she was gonna start war with the truckers. What happened to that?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They need to recruit better trolls than what they have. I mean, I've even said that recently to this UK to the Win losing email account there. I'm like, look, dude, if this is the best you guys got, y'all need to get some better trolls because it's just not working out well for them, you know.
I noticed that years ago. Yeah, they've been recruiting from bottom of the barrel, and if they could just step it up a notch. But you know, Jesse, I think that what really bruised their ego the most, and I am trying to be a little bit funny here, but I think Dave Acton really bruised their ego really bad.
Oh, yeah, no question. They had it out for Dave Acton, and then they tried to buddy up to him. And to this day, Thomas still tries to buddy up to him. I don't know, it was probably a couple of months or maybe a little longer ago that I saw Thomas again trying to sweet talk Dave, you know. Oh, I don't have anything against you, Dave. And
Yeah, no, I noticed that. And you know what it is, though? I think what it is, and I don't usually, gay bash or anything like that, but I think they tried to recruit Dave into their femboy cult, and he wasn't buying it. And then all of a sudden he goes on InfoWars, and he starts talking about survival equipment. Oh, baby fish, right? Talking about the survival equipment on InfoWars, dude. Man, and they just sprung, right? Then he didn't buy it, and then he wrote his books. Now, did you ever write or read his books, Jesse?
No, I didn't.
You know, and I think that might explain a lot to you, and that's what I've done in the past. Like when people try to troll me that I've either worked with or whatever with Dave, and I haven't, right? And I just tell them when they try to troll me like that, I go, "Have you read his books?" And they flip out because they haven't read the books. But you need to read Dave Acton's books, and I'm telling you, it'll open up a whole nother spectrum of what's going on here because of the Port Charleston and the way Nietzsche's kind of turned out. Like that was pretty weird and interesting, right?
Right.
But
right.
yeah, with Dave being kind of on top of the Port of Charleston and busting them out real quick on that, holy crap! That, I mean, I can't believe they're still in operation mode. But I can see how they're trying to recruit bench warmers and so forth, especially from the pred catchers. Pretty interesting.
Well, yeah.
The whole story, you know.
I mean, they had a pretty good sized troll army at one point in time, and it basically dwindled down to about 6 or 7 of them. And you know, it's been that same 6 or 7 now for at least a year or better. And so yeah, now they're trying to recruit some new people, and you know, it's funny to sit back and watch it. To be honest, it really is.
I agree. I highly agree. Now I'm wondering if their troll numbers go up, if their Muffin Bucks crypto climbs in points, like becomes worth more.
I don't know. That crypto has been terrible, man. I mean, terrible.
Well, what's it worth? I mean, as much as, you know, the 0.999999% is silver or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
0.00009991.
Yeah. I haven't figured out who the new troll is yet, but I'm sure that will come in time. You know, it's just a matter of time.
Well, you know, when I was watching, I think yesterday your stream from the response of Hoax Wars, and it was interesting the way they had to send in the bench warmers. Like they were what are they doing? Are they trying to strike for, you know, a better, you know, position in the Freemason cult or what? I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Gain rank, and that's what they got to do to strike in. It's like if you were to try to bust into a frat, you got to do a hoax or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, this new guy, I'll actually look video. We got a new troll.
Right on.
Yeah, this is the new troll, and the content, the videos, and the comments over the last like 7 or 8 days. This person started producing shit over the last 7 or 8 days, and it's hilarious.
Well, it's the profit share, that Muffin crypto. It is, and they did the same thing in the pred catchers, where some clip channels popped up to keep the drama going instead of pred catching happening, people fighting, and they're making money off of it somehow. So yeah, the clip channels, I've seen how they popped up in the past, how they're going to pop up now, and it's all that profit sharing.
There's got to be some profit sharing going on somewhere. I mean, I just can't see people being willing to spend as much time as these people do trying to troll people for free. It just ain't happening. So,
well, that's why it looks like to me, Jesse. It does look like contract work. That's what I've seen in some of the court case record, as far as, you know, the shadow box goes, and some of the other witness testimony. You know, the kung fu with the Muffin Man talking about he's a kung fu expert, right? Black Ops kung fu expert. Dude, the guy looks like a round blueberry muffin. Okay, and I just don't know how he's going to be able to roll through some of these things sometimes, and actually be married at the same time and being a professional troll and playing the music. But, you know, I think what they're doing is they're using AI to spit out a song real quick, right? Takes them 30 seconds to spit out a song. They become rock heroes in the Hall of Fame. right? And then they go back to trolling, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I mean, yeah, Thomas actually told me at one time he was 6'3" or something like that. He was a Golden Gloves champion and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, dude, I would just fucking knock you out. One punch. It'd be over with in an instant, you know? And,
Now, who is he gonna go and like meet up with at Mount Shasta, and how is he gonna get there? Like using the carpool lane on his electric chair, like with the turbo mode or something, to fly up there real quick and beat some ass, or what? Who is he gonna meet up at Mount Shasta?
So he invited several of us to Mount Shasta. He told me I could show up there, and I believe Marcus Conte, and I don't remember who all else, but there were numerous people that he invited to Mount Shasta. But he was actually filmed out getting some exercise prior to going to Mount Shasta. He was trying to work up his cardio, and we did catch video of that. So you know, there is that. Now, I don't know, honestly, I believe his romp through Walmart came after this because he had that big fall and he got a boo-boo, you know, so. But he was out there trying to exercise prior to going to Mount Shasta. But I don't think he ever made it.
Well, we'll see one of those transformative TikTok videos next where, you know, he starts at 300 and goes down to 200.
Well, I will say his most recent photograph that he shared of his ugly mug, apparently the gray hair bothered him. You know, we all know he's vain and he's ego-driven. And he apparently has found out how to use Grecian formula because he got rid of all his gray. And it was pretty hilarious. When I saw the photo, I'm like, are you really ashamed of getting old? I mean, you know, that's part of life, you know?
Well, I'm wondering if that some of that gray hair was maybe caused by his baby, you know, brainwashing CD failing. I mean, that might cause a few gray hairs. Pumping it out there, getting well funded, and it flops. You know, that might, you know, put some age on you.
Yeah, definitely. Now the trolls are starting to work their way in.
Oh yeah, no, I can definitely help bring them out, and that's what I've been doing is helping smoke them out for the last few years, and that's why people thought I was working with Dave Acton and part of the DHS and all this other stupid stuff, and I'm not. I gotta say it all the time. I don't have any contracts. I'm here for our own, you know, my own volition, for our own prosperity, you know, reasons to document. And man, all these documents and tweets going around, dude. It's keeping me busy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot, man. It amazes me, these people, you know, like Thomas and them, who, you know, oh man, we were Cicada. Cicada was about privacy and protecting people's. They're the first ones to put out emails and DMs and dox people and all this shit. I'm like, man, you people could give two shits less about privacy. And it's funny as hell to sit back and watch the shit that they do. So.
I guess in the chat room, somebody's got a problem that I used a bait word or a keyword or something. Oh man, sorry I didn't censor myself for you guys. Come on up and tell me what hurt your feet, guys. Come on. Click the join link and tell me what upset the chat room all of a sudden.
So one of their trolls recently decided they were going to try to call me out. So I threw together this little ditty. You guys really are mindless minions. Do you think I would bring it up if I couldn't prove what he said?
Bring it, Jesse.
Yeah.
Bring it, Jesse.
Yeah.
Bring it, Jesse.
Yeah.
Bring it, Jesse.
Yeah.
Bring it, Jesse.
I certainly wasn't going to say that the guy said, bring it. He literally said, you know, I wonder if Jesse will come up on my panel, or will Jesse let me on his panel? And Thomas made some kind of comment about not coming on my panel. Thomas not coming on my panel. And that's when Hoaxy said, bring it, Jesse, bring it. And it's like, dude, you know, you said it. And then I gave you an invitation and did an 8-hour-long stream that you knew was going on. And all the trolls were in here, and they were all in here watching, but nobody wanted to come up on the panel. Which just tells me that, you know, they're a bunch of cowards and chicken shits.
Well, you know, that bring it actually comes from the pred catchers little community. They like to use that. So they're just plagiarizing off of them. Maybe that's why they infiltrated the pred catchers. They just needed to feel cool around those guys, get some of their lingo down, right? So they can use different code in Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, the whole pred catcher thing, are there people out there that, you know, aren't actually in it for the right reasons? Hell yeah, same as anything else. But
right.
There's a lot of those pred catcher groups that do some phenomenal fucking work, and they've put a lot of predators away. And I actually back the 3 that are local here to me 1,000%. I've gave them monetary donations, which I got called out for by Denise Madcow. And it's like, you know, they're doing something great that our, you know, police departments don't have the time and the resources to do.
Right.
And, so hey, I'm 100% behind any of them that are out there doing the right thing, the right way, and for the right reasons, you know.
And clean catches, that's what they say. And you know, Mr. Jones, I've visited quite a few of the communities here on the YT platform, and I know you're doing your product placement right now. But the thing is I haven't visited the true crime side at all. I haven't really hung out with those guys. So that you're everything, always, everybody, nobody, forever lingo. Okay, doesn't work on me. All right.
Yeah.
Anywhere I pop up, I got my own. Anywhere I pop up, I got my own super fans that'll pop up. Looks like I think Mary became one of my new super fans lately. She had to bust out some interesting lines on my comment section, I think yesterday. Infiltrates. How do I infiltrate panels? Wow. Oh yeah. Do you feel infiltrated by me, Jesse?
No, I you know, I hear that. I hear that a lot. You know, when people come up on panels, and I tell everybody, hey, I get it. You know, everybody doesn't like everybody. There's, you know, people that are out here that definitely have, I guess, what you want to call enemies, and I've got my share of them too. But you know, I mean, I also offer my platform for people to come up and talk if they want to. So, you know, it's
yeah, Terry,
it is what it is, guys.
You should get up here now, Terry. Now that you admitted that, come on up and ask me a couple questions. Oh my gosh, he thinks I'm some fat guy with my belly hanging over my belt.
I haven't seen any of those things recently.
Oh, you mean the hot tub videos that are out there floating around?
Yeah, I haven't been on a while, so I haven't seen some of the streams recently, and
right on.
But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, I think Thomas and Mindy and all of the other ones kind of ruined Terry at the beginning of all this, when they, you know, sucked her in, took advantage of her, and used her basically. And so she's got her guard up so bad right now that you know, a lot of things trigger her severely, and I think people are purposely doing some things to trigger her. So she's like in this constant protection mode.
Yeah. Same with she needs to turn on her AC and chill out a little bit.
Well, I mean, you know, There
Go
were
ahead.
threats made that they were gonna, send somebody to her house, and they were mentioning the name where she goes to school, and they know where she works, and yada yada. So I mean, I get she's nervous about them, and I told her, I've told her more than once, these people, most of them are all just a bunch of talk.
No, and I get that. And here's the thing is like, Terry, when you do get kind of backed in a corner like that, I think the last thing you want to do is be trying to lash out on just anyone. Like, and that's what Terry did to me. She actually came into my comments section, I think yesterday or the day before, and lashed out on me for I don't know what reason. You see what I'm saying? So when you are a victim, the last thing you want to do is be either called out or shown that you're lashing out on others, because it'll ruin your case. If that's what you're talking about, you're going to start cases against people. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind if people lash out. I mean, like, that's why Mr. Jones does it. That's why we got somebody like Langley Larper in the chat that's saying the victim LARP cult you run here bans and censors everyone. See, and they're caught up in that language, Jesse. Everyone, always, everything, forever and never, and they're caught up into that. And I've had to point that out, which is also some cultish type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Mr. Jones saying, I go to everywhere. I'm everywhere on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know exactly who all 7 billion people on this platform are, Mr. Jones. Okay.
So Langley Larper, yes, you got booted the other night because you were being a total jackass. And as far as bring it, it had nothing to do with bring myself to another platform. He specifically said, would Jesse come on my panel, or would Jesse let me on his panel? And I made it very clear that there was an open invitation for him, for Thomas Show Me the Burgers, and all the other mindless minions to come up on the panel if that's what they wanted to do. And I said the only stipulation was, bring your frickin' receipts. Bring the receipts about the shit Thomas was spewing, the defaming lies, and bring the receipts about the shit that Hoaxy himself was claiming, was true, that Thomas was saying. Because Hoaxy wasn't innocent in just interviewing. That was a scripted fucking deal, just like the Titties Frost so-called interview. It was all scripted, and all they were doing was pushing Thomas's lies.
Yeah, and let me jump in there, because it did seem like a lot of controlled, once again, that controlled deflective rampage. I call it the CDR from what happened in the Pred Catchers community. It was like, a little, effect. Something serious went down in the Pred Catchers community. They get busted out. And then all of a sudden it's deflect, hurry, get your cult leader on a stream and start up the Hoax Wars channel, and you see what I'm saying? Oh, and by the way, Terry, I'm not worried about my credibility. I've already won my awards and stuff like that. I'm in retirement mode. I'm just having fun. Just an FYI.
So Langley, I'm not frightened of any of these morons. And you're saying frightened from uncensored truth. No, they can come up here and bring the receipts, and we can hash it all out right here. I mean, this measly little channel that they constantly say nobody watches and so on. So he shouldn't have any problem coming up on this panel. I don't care to give him more traffic by going on his panel. So, if he wants to hash it out, he can bring his little coward ass along with his, fat buddy Tommy Boy and the rest of the mindless minions, and they can all come up on here, and we'll have a nice little closed panel of us, and I'll bring my receipts and they can bring theirs, and we'll see who the hell is telling the truth about anything. I mean, that's just the way it is, and they're too cowardice for that. We know all about that shit. We know all about it.
For some reason, this sock account in your chat is saying that I'm fat. No, this guy is fat right here, okay? That in my avatar, that guy's fat, okay? That guy's fat, right? I'm not fat, all right? Just to let you know, not a fat guy. I don't know why this fat. All of a sudden, the fat obsession is kicking in.
Oh, these people are wonderful. You gotta love it. Your receipts are third-person rumors. No. My receipts are actual emails from Thomas Schoenberger and Lisa Clapier. My receipts are the documents from the medical facility. My receipts are all shit that I gathered. They're not third party from anybody, by the way.
Well, I just like how the little troll crew has to try to control the narrative from the chat room like a bunch of little spineless puss bags. Right? All of a sudden, they need to control the narrative. You're striking a nerve, Jesse. Run trolls to the chat. Hurry. No, not put somebody on the panel with some receipts and credibility to smack back at you. It's try to control it from the chat. Hurry. Send in some socks.
Yeah. Look, your panel's biased in a joke. You have no stomach to keep people on. No. You see, because Hoax was invited on along with Thomas and the Mindless Minions. I didn't invite Hoax's handlers, or as they called them, his what did they say? His agent. He's some big time, YouTube guy. He's got an agent, and some moron came up on the panel. No, I didn't invite them. I said Hoax is welcome up here, and all the other little mindless minion morons are welcome. Not the little, trolls and their sock accounts and their handlers or agents, whatever they want to call themselves.
I call them warm-ups.
Yeah, they can bring their happy asses.
Warm-up act. It's like a warm-up act.
Yeah, they could. And no, I never said he was a DJ. Somebody else mentioned something about a DJ in some chats, I believe, or tweets. And somebody else mentioned that his name might be Mitch.
Well, when you played that clip the other day of FCC and I think it was Jeff busting out the Mitch character for being Hoax Wars, and I actually was watching the panel, I think before that, where Denise came on NV Caps and trying to spin that narrative, and then the Mitch came on that one. I had no idea at that time. But I was watching that panel. I was just like, what the heck is Denise doing up in there in the middle for some reason? Right? But it's to jump ahead. It's to jump ahead of other people that were going to come in and bust out certain characters. And they had to try to protect it by sending in Denise to try to I think it was just mainly just to fling mud everywhere and make it slippery, so no one would believe anybody. So anyway, it's some stupid shit.
So Langley, you just came in to play your normal troll bullshit, apparently. Beth didn't lie about anything. We had plenty of receipts when Beth was on the show that actually proved everything that she was saying was true. So, and I don't know that Aiken lied about anything either. That if you're talking about when Aiken was talking about his documentary, are there things that maybe they get wrong? Yeah, it could be. But, I guess we'll see when all that shit comes out. But, yeah, as far as Beth goes, no. Nobody's proven anything she said was a lie. She brought tons of receipts. Tons of receipts. And that was just a smidgen of them, by the way.
Let me jump up in there. P&W Burger, the Mitch character that was busted out, and Jesse played the clip. He didn't deny that he was Hoax Wars. The FCC character, and I think his name was Jeff, were on the panel with, and I think that might have been an NV Cap stream, where they say, you're Hoax Wars, right? He didn't deny it.
Right.
So I don't know what you're trying to say about the and I don't know exactly. I just kind of caught on to this, the other day about the Mitch character, but it's interesting that they're all in there, right? Remember when Lepo would say that?
Right.
They're all in there.
Yeah. I believe is this the stream you were talking about?
Well, that's what I mean. They want an atmosphere in which only degenerates will feel comfortable. Yeah.
Projection.
Yeah.
I think it's the next one. But yeah.
Hey Ryan, hey Denise.
See, he doesn't deny it.
Hello?
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hear me okay?
I hear somebody, but I can't see who.
Mitch. I'm Mitch, Denise. Hi.
Oh, hi. I don't. My
So
my
he
screen might
says
be
he's
frozen
Mitch.
because I can't see that anybody came up.
It's whenever he has a chat highlighted, a message highlighted, it removes the names, but once he dismisses that, it'll show the
It's
names.
all deflection away.
Can we talk about Locksmith's panel when you were on there, Ryan? Did they kick you off?
Oh yeah, they totally they muted me, they kicked me off, and it was kind of like they asked me to come up, and then they kind of learned quickly that was kind of a mistake.
Mhm.
And yeah, it is.
Well, props to you for going 1 on 8. That took some balls.
I think it was 9. I don't know.
Well, that's actually
my
why.
IQ was like 70, so it wasn't that hard.
True. So true. But that's actually why I wanted to call and talk to you, because I was listening to what they said afterwards. So it's even crazier to know that they kicked you off and then started talking this shit about you. And
Yeah, so it was him who claimed he was Mitch. Not anybody on my panel, actually. But
Yeah, and then later on, so that was the progression. So that was the first panel, and then I don't know if it was the same panel or another one, but you played another clip of when FCC and Jeff called him out. Your hoax wars, right? And he didn't say anything.
yeah.
Bridget in your chat gave us a confirm that's hoax. It did sound like kind of the same, the same voice. Here you go. You know what?
Right.
Why don't you just quit triggering in the chat and panel up?
Yeah.
I don't think you guys can take it when you've got a different perspective of what's going on with your Muffin crypto. And that's what you're doing. We know it's all about your damn Muffin crypto, but if somebody looks at it besides the way you're trying to project it, see, it's about that failed baby CD, brainwashing CD. They thought they had a slam dunk, and it failed. Treachy, sorry to say this here, but that shit failed with trying to do beta tests and more frequency broadcasts and trying to do experiments with that. Okay, it all failed because they didn't have the right theory to begin with in their alchemy. And how can you expect to sell CDs when you can't cite your sources on what the damn alchemy is? Anyway, Jesus,
Yeah.
here we.
Yeah. I said, the sad part is, man, with all the shit that went on, it just ruined the whole thought or the word awakening or, shit like that, alchemy, because they just turned that shit into trash, They turned that shit into trash.
Well, and what I found out, Jesse, and I don't know if we've been able to talk about this or I told you about this at all in past streams when I come on, but it seems as though that the alchemy is called a monaural frequency that's generated just like the AI music. Real quick, it's put through it. The music is put through an app, and it creates a monaural frequency. Okay. And what they couldn't figure out is the binaural to actually create an effect. When a monaural hits you, a monaural frequency, it doesn't do shit. But that's what they were basing their alchemy off of, and they weren't going to cite, we just ran everything through an app, and making AI-generated music. It's all right. Your child's going to become a chess champion, but by the time he's 5. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's work like that. It's all a sham. And that's why I think even that baby CD was a sham to try to get people to invest in it, maybe even to money launder, right? Great investment.
Yeah.
They're going to make millions of dollars off the CD, everybody, right? And I can just see him pitching it with Hoaxy. Anyway, geez.
Well, they've been pushing the baby music shit recently again. Marcia Stockton, Mind Inspired, Thomas, all of them. Within the last 30 days, I did a stream and I shared some shit I found on Twitter from them, where they were all pushing that baby music again. Apparently, Thomas made another song geared toward babies. I'm like, holy shit, man! Everybody steer clear of that. But you know, I'll be honest, with all the blowback that's been coming lately from all of the trolls and all this shit. The last stream that we did, I mean, the views went freaking crazy compared to normal. I mean, average views on the streams probably 300 to 400, I think. The last one is like up above 900 because we're definitely over target. There's no question, and I think they're all actually singing this song and dancing to this song right here, right now.
Oh, here we go.
It kind of looks like Denise.
Yeah, maybe that was like the recruiting seminar. That's where the Denise was recruited out of.
Yeah, they're all shitting their pants right now.
Oh man, keep running your bench warmers through the chat room, everybody.
That's right. That's right. They're all scared shitless. It's a drag show. Are you homophobic? Yeah, enjoy that, guys. Hey, maybe Thomas should get into drag. Look, they're actually making money. Maybe Thomas should get into drag.
Yeah, if they all of a sudden need to do a fundraiser or something to boost their points in the Muffin crypto, maybe I could see it happening.
That's right. That's right.
Let me. Here's a thought that I just had. You know how now there's like a prompt before you can go into certain videos that are saying that this is an explicit video. Click to continue. Have you been seeing? Well, I'm wondering if you can get the same thing as far as like, this guy thinks he's a cult leader, click to continue. This guy's a registered sex offender, click to continue. Since they're going to have their sex offenders that I, in my opinion, that they're weaponizing, but yet they'll put a bullet in any pedo's head, but they like to weaponize the sickos instead of actually go after them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they seem to protect them and weaponize them, actually.
Yeah.
And then they point fingers at other people, making projection that, oh, this person's a pedo, this person. People who are far from being pedos, and then claim that a bullet to the head, is what's needed, which, in my opinion, that's just targeting people. I mean, period,
Yeah, and that's what I'm agreeing. It seems as though that they are rubbing shoulders with sickos that have to either work with them in the background to be able to weaponize them, to send them in, to be like, oh, look, you're in the same chat room as a pedo. You must be a P supporter. And it's a setup. It's sick. Disgusting.
Well, that's like Thomas. Thomas kept trying. They kept bringing up this name, Dustin Reddy, Ghost 3301, and it was funny because it was like they kept trying to tie this guy to me and my streams and shit like that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I don't even know who the hell this guy is.
Yep.
And come to find out, yeah, I understand that he, you know, supposedly was serving time in jail. Thomas and them all said that. And I'm kind of like, wait a minute. Thomas was actually, you know, involved with this Dustin Reddy character back in the day. And I ran across some shit from that. So I actually posted that on Twitter as well. I was like, well, holy shit, you know. Thomas, you're the one who knows this guy, not me. So,
but I mean, okay, so let me just walk through this. He's part of Shadowbox that's attacking people. Now he's the victim.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, meeting lawyers. It's a sham.
Yeah. Yep. I agree 100%. 100%.
Oh yeah, and he's supposed to. There's a everyone word again. Every scares everyone normal. That's what he's like made to be out to look scary. But then he gets on a panel and all of a sudden he's like, I didn't do anything to lift the veil, and I didn't do anything to James Munder, and they got their own weird thoughts. Bullshit. Okay,
Right.
You tried alchemy in a baby brainwashing CD to think you're making geniuses. Holy shit. What fucking planet is this guy on?
I was looking for that clip that I played.
Oh man, that when Pavana made that Cox, all the Cox with Denise. Oh my god, that was hilarious when that came out, dude.
Yes, Pavana's very talented with that shit. Much more talented than I am, that's for sure. She actually came up with a good one the other day with Thomas.
I'm alive.
I was waiting for that one actually to pop up one day. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously, I've been waiting. Good job, Pavana.
Yeah, Jabba the Hutt. Jabba the Hutt.
I think you could do a whole series based on that.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Maybe you need a new assistant on your jobs for a leech line cleaner, and he goes down in there, squirms down in there, clears out the leech lines.
Yeah.
Cox, Detective Cox in YouTube, Sewertown, Cox, terrorist, Cox, career, Cox, available, Cox, active duty, military, Cox, generals, Cox, big Cox, artificial Cox, intelligence, Cox, more Cox, different Cox, chaos, asshole, magic, Cox. I'm mentally ill, obsess over Cox.
Now let me just ask you this, man. Oh God,
Yes,
cutting up.
Cox. Detective Cox. I was speaking about Cox freaking out and attacking Cox because I spoke about Cox in YouTube, blackmail that involved Cox in Sewertown, Cox to get a grip on Cox, Cox doxed, Cox doxed, terrorist Cox career, Cox available, Cox in the Lepo's Lizard Lounge channel, the Lizard Lipo channel, Cox videos. Active duty military Cox generals, Cox deteriorate actually. The Cox artificial Cox intelligence, Cox to watch, Cox. I'm mentally ill, more Cox, different Cox, chaos, asshole, magic Cox, running in circles, obsessed
on me, lady.
over Cox.
She's obsessed over Cox.
I can't believe she tried to throw the chaos magic shit on me. Just like she said, cop stalker, terrorist. But, you know, the thing is, I got to ask you, when were those videos actually made? Are those 2022 videos or are those 2023 videos?
The two Denise ones we just looked at?
Yep.
Those were actually 2022.
Okay, see, I was going to maybe suggest, maybe we'll put them back in for the 2023 Video Awards ceremony that we're going to do.
Yeah, those were actually made late 2022, actually, but.
Yeah, that scene, I don't think they was actually made the 2022 Video Awards that I try to do once a year. I think we're going to have to put them in. I hope she doesn't mind, though, to keep it a little more, family friendly if I edit out the dick and just put, maybe, you know what, maybe instead of the dick and balls, we'll just put Jabba the Hutt there. For the edited, censored version.
Yeah. Pavana can probably do some work with that.
Oh yeah, for the more family friendly version, that'd be awesome. Yep. But I mean, I'm an advocate for free flow of thought. You know what I'm saying? That's what these guys are trying to stifle because they're scouring for creativity because they just didn't have any from to begin with. I think so. They had to make it up and wait for the AI to develop so it could do it for them. And then now they've got bona fide Muffin crypto. Now they're cool. They're a cool crew. Good God. Right. What am I?
I first.
And Thomas is not. No, I actually, in my opinion. Yeah, just give me a second. And actually, in my opinion, with that financial wealthy thing, whatever, in my opinion, I think their grift is so elaborate that they got to make Thomas look like a poor guy, even though the serve, him getting served where he was at looked like, the Motel 6 and the video with Gabe Hoffman's, getting served case. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It looked a little more upscale, but I think they tried to sell it as like, yeah, he's just held up at a Motel 6. Please donate. It's horrible down here. At least need to get to the Howard Johnson somehow. Right? It's a good elaborate grift. And, it's interesting because the other day I figured out that it's bigger. The network is bigger than I thought. So when you say like 6 or 7 people there, no, they have been working hard to recruit these bench warmers, I'm telling you, and they're getting them out there, but they force them out too quick without getting all the way through the course work and reading the whole handbook. I'm telling you, man, it's a weak operation. People see through it, sorry to say.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I don't understand what their whole point is with, worrying about someone else's worth anyway. But in a clip I played earlier, and it might have been before you came in, Thomas basically let the cat out of the bag. He said, well, he filed a police report, and several of his friends were filing police reports against me for supposedly stalking. And he said, once enough people have filed these reports and all that, Jesse's ripe for a lawsuit. And he owns 5 homes, he said. So, I mean, that's the whole point. It's their grift.
Right.
and I've said it many times, they're trying to bait people into putting out some defamation that they think will stand up in a court of law so that they can file a suit. They keep talking about this big RICO suit that, Thomas has been throwing around for 6 years now? I filed a RICO suit against my damn city, and I named, I believe it was 9 or 10 defendants, starting with the mayor and on down to, city workers, heads of departments. And man, it didn't take me no 6 years to put my shit together and get it filed and start the process and get people served. It didn't take no 6 years. So all I can figure is they're still looking for some kind of evidence that they can try to latch onto. The problem is most of the people who are coming on and talking about these idiots are bringing receipts with them, and what they're saying is factual and true. Like Modern Nomad saying, hey, she won a lawsuit against Thomas for fraud. She proved that he committed fraud against her. And, when it's true, it won't hold up in a court of law as defamation or slander. So, they just don't have anything yet, and they're still searching. But good luck to them. That's all I can say. That's why I bring the receipts. Good luck to them.
Well, and until court cases do get kind of worked out or finalized, like him and Gabe's case, you know what I'm saying? It didn't really slow him down much at all. That whole case between him and Mr. Hoffman, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So until you get finalization on like a case and it changes something as far as precedents, you know what you got to do? Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to open up my camera. I'm not bombing you or anything, okay? But you got to, it's all about triggering them with the books. Okay? That's a Dave Swaggart original. No, not signed. Okay? Dave Acton original book right there about emergency management. Oh man, look at all that in there. Oh, Dave Swaggart right there. Oh, right? Now in this book over here, oh, look at that, Jesse. Oh, wait a minute. Dang it. I gotta move my camera here.
So this troll in the chat saying, if Thomas isn't allowed to talk about Beth, that she shouldn't be talking about him. Well, see, the problem is Thomas is not supposed to talk about her, nor is he supposed to have his mindless minion gang talk about her, but he does it on a daily basis. As a matter of fact, he mentioned her in the Titties Frost stream the other night, that stream that we captured all of it. So yeah, we do have him again, as recent as a couple days ago, still stalking and talking about Beth and defaming her. So yeah, you guys can keep trying to protect Tommy Boy and claim that he's not on Twitter and he's not on the internet, but it's been proven Thomas is all over the social media networks, still stalking and defaming people, including Beth.
This is the triggering, right? This is the how the trigger fest goes with the LARPs right there, okay? And then it goes over to Mr. Goodman and then down to the Coast Guard. Right? And that's where Denise gets triggered. Oh my gosh, the Coast Guard, everybody's got private emails, right? And Nietzsche's, right? And even, could you imagine being the freaking mayor and getting all these calls from the internet, right? Of the Port of Nietzsche's, right? Yeah. And the mayor's got to go back out on TV. He's got to go back out on TV, go, listen, everybody calling in from the internet, it was an accident. Right, but you still got Denise peddling it years later. It was Dave, it was Cox, it was sugar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's some crazy shit to have to go that far on the loop, on the LARP, right there, guys, on the LARP.
Oh, so looky here. Damn it, I found
we're starting to get somewhere.
Here you go.
Dustin757 says,
Dustin,
I'm not a dear friend of the staff, Thomas. I've known him for about 6 months. Ask him yourself. I decided to help
him expose the disinformation about Rekieta after he reached out to me after I called him out. DeFango was another, but I did not reach out to him, nor did he to me. I even called him and Lestat out along with you about 6 months ago. Go watch it and read through the comments. Now about this supposed email between Ian and myself. No, there wasn't an email between you and him. There was a communication. And so there was an email that Ian sent to me. And as far as Ghost 3301, I'm well aware that you've had that since, I think, 2009. And you say, also, you have always shown your proof in the past. Well, here's the thing. I think what works for me is to always have a poker chip in the background and always have an ace that they don't know about. So I've got proof, and I'm just waiting for them to completely blow it, and that's where there's going to be some serious legal action. So look, Dustin, here's what I'm saying to you, okay? And I'm sorry if I came off harsh. I do apologize.
Yeah, he's sorry, Dustin, if he came off harsh. He apologizes, you know.
Arturo is a scumbag, and so is Manuel Chavez. These are scumbags. These are people who were only involved in the later stages. Manuel Chavez and Arturo both only worked on a March 14th puzzle. They didn't have any creative input into any of this stuff prior. Now, as far as Ian, yeah, he certainly did. Ian gave the puzzle that great German minimalist feeling. He's a coder in ways I could never be. I mean, my God, creating Debian. You want to talk about the ultimate Linux platform. I encrypt music. I'm a historian and a musician. I don't pretend to be anything else. So
Yeah.
the bottom line is, yeah, you were around early, and when you did reach out to him, why do you think that I know the time period? It was September 2013. It was very early, very early. It was, maybe when Martin Weimeyer's wiki was, 2-3 months old at that point, right? And that was right when everybody was getting kicked out because Warner couldn't create cakes. He said he would, and he didn't, and people were yapping. So, yes, I do recognize that you and Ian were in touch. And so I've taken that video that I made, and I just got rid of it. So that's that. Please reach out to me. And
Yeah, Dustin, you chomo, please reach out to Thomas.
we can have a discussion. As far as proof, we can discuss that. Maybe I'll show you a couple things that'll blow your mind. The most important thing, though, is I'm armed to the teeth legally at this point, and
Right.
I'm looking to take down Manuel Chavez and his associates. And I'm just being really blunt right now, and not just civilly, but criminally. So what they've tried to do is outrageous
Thomas.
and despicable.
Thomas, what DeFango tried to do is outrageous and despicable, but yet you're buddying up there with a frickin' chomo, right? A pedophile that you try to project on other people that they are associated with him and they know him and all that shit. That's some funny shit right there, guys. That is some funny shit right there.
Wow, that's some interesting footage there. Now, something parallel to that is, and I'm not trying to say that Tacos, Colts, and Cats is anything near this Dustin guy, right? But for some reason, he reached out to her and needed a favor, and then gave her a shout out in a video too, which is, she's actually part of I'd have to just say a team that was going to, they did put out they tweeted the FBI on my behalf that there was an extremist in a hot tub. There was an extremist in a hot tub in Arizona, and then they said that they were going to write every email every sheriff's department in Arizona on me. And, you know, it's kind of the same way where all of a sudden, you know, you figure out, I don't know if they're aligned or together, but he gives her a shout out. So it's like, you know, she did a favor for him, but it could also be a double twist to where he's throwing her up under the bus, throwing her to the wolves in a sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Thomas actually tried to play it off that, you know, him and Hoax aren't good buddies, and this interview was, you know, just an interview, and, you know, Hoax asking those hard-hitting questions and yada yada. But, you know, there's proof that ties Thomas to all these people. I mean, every single one of them, you know.
So I've got a interesting thought. On May 14th, 2019, Hoax Wars and I were blamed for Cappy's death. That came out from DeFango and later that day from Arturo Tefieski. So what had happened is I was hanging out on Hoax Wars channels, and Hoax doesn't pull any punches. He was basically saying we got a problem in America, that we've got a supposed ally, Israel, and they're doing all sorts of honeypots and extortions and bribes and all that. And it's pretty interesting that Cappy dies a mysterious death, alleged suicide, and then suddenly Hoax and I are being blamed. So it's pretty interesting stuff. I suspect that we were both pre-selected because I have no problem calling Netanyahu a criminal. I don't think that AIPAC should get away with not being listed as a foreign agent. And I've spoken out about that. And hey, I have a lot of Jewish friends, you know. They feel the same way I do. I'm not happy with the Iran situation. I think that Lindsey Graham, who's an Israeli firster, gave our president very bad advice. So I'm trying to thread the needle on this one right now and doing some research. And, you know, I'd like to see what Hoffman has ever said about Hoax Wars. It just seems all very suspicious. And I believe that Isaac Cappy was murdered. I believe that Gabe Hoffman ordered it. And that's my belief. And you know what? I wouldn't have come to that belief if Hoffman wouldn't have attacked me, because I didn't know who he was on May 27th, 2019. I had no idea. I'd never heard of An Open Secret. And so right now he's running around telling everybody I'm anti-Semitic. No, you know what? I put America first. And I don't think any nation is above reproach. So this one's for you, Hoaxy.
This one's for you, Hoaxy.
You know, what if it was just one of their crew sock accounts that attacked Gabe, so they could just say, hey, you know, Thomas attacked Gabe.
Right. And it probably was, in all honesty. It most likely was. But yeah, so these trolls in here, you know, wanna try to trigger Beth and call Beth out. Thomas was the one.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Go ahead.
Who attacked the shit out of Beth constantly, and called her the mother of Q and all kinds of shit, trying to paint her as somebody she wasn't for years. And she took his ass to court just for that reason, for the stalking and the freaking fraud and all that shit. And she won on every single count. He was found guilty. And he still just continues the same shit. I mean, so all you trolls in here that are trying to call people out, you're not doing any good, man, because
one more short one.
We have all the receipts.
What you guys
remember?
don't know is that Beth Blackburn Bogarts is also worth millions. She told me $7 million. I don't know if that's a lie, but she seemed to be made of money.
Yeah, so Tommy Boy was after her for her money. It's obvious, right? Right? You hear him again. I got 5 houses. Beth's made of money. Yeah. It's always about them trying to get money. And he frauded her. It's a fact.
So
she was financially supporting, and probably still is financially supporting Arturo. Here's the proof. October 9th, 2018. Can you help me out with reminding Fox with some help on PayPal? She told me she would send, but she forgot, and I feel ashamed to remind her. I could really use the help right now. So
Fox has never, ever denied that she donated some money to some people. But for Thomas to make it out like she's still supporting people is ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question,
guys.
please.
The bottom line.
Go ahead.
Awesome. It kind of on the subject there, Lestat. I've had the question because I just don't know who he is. I looked at his website once. Heard what's going on. Do you think he's controlled op with Tommy, or is he fighting the good fight? Where do you think his stance is?
I'll be honest. I truly believe that Lestat, wants to go up against Thomas and call Thomas on his dirty deeds. I don't think he's in with Thomas anymore, to be honest. I truly don't. But I mean, there's been some things that were put out there that were wrong. Some things that seemed a little like disinformation, which kind of took some credibility away from Lestat. And Lestat was actually going to come up on the panel in my last stream, but it got so heavy into the hoax wars and shit that he couldn't wait around no more. So I did offer an opportunity for Lestat to reach out, and I would do another stream so that he could come up. He said he had some receipts that he wanted to release on the subject. So hopefully that will happen. And, if he's up here, then anybody that's got any questions will be free to ask questions as well. But
I've got a question, and maybe you can just kind of help me work through this, and maybe just a quick explanation is all I'm looking for. I built a Twitter to when I do streams, I just got like a secret Twitter where I back up to. Okay. And I don't think I told anybody about it. I coded it to where I shouldn't really be easily found. But what's weird is I had Tacos was the first one to find it, and she actually subbed up to it. I don't know. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Twitter. I really don't go there. But interesting enough, I built the Twitter the day of Elon Musk taking over Twitter, just kind of as a joke. But then all of a sudden I realized I could back up some of my work there. You know what I'm saying? Some of my stream. But anyways, Tacos subbed up, and then she blocked me. And I'm like, what the hell? Right? and I didn't even I think I went to her Twitter once, and maybe that's how she did find me, is I liked one of her videos, and I bet you that's how I was found. I got sloppy. But anyways, but then right after that, about a week, Lestat subbies up to my Twitter. So that's only 2 people on my Twitter. So why? That's what I'm asking. Why? I know I'm not important. I know I've been, they can strike the shit out of me at any time and shut me down. You know what I'm saying? But I've built enough backups that you're not going to shut me down, and that's why I think they stopped striking me. You know what I'm saying? Like they were striking my first channel the shit out of it, because I was getting on some videos, Jesse, I didn't know if you knew this, but on some videos I was getting 15 to 21,000 hits on some videos.
Wow.
And I think that struck a nerve, and I mean, I just felt targeted from there. You know what I'm saying? But I did do some things as far as working the algorithms to see if I could put myself in there with some stunts or a prank or something like that. And and actually some real scientific shit. It's some real stuff. And that's what got the most hits. But I think it was just it put me on the radar, and especially with the frequency music that I've been studying since 2007. I don't know if I told you that, but I've been studying, the bilateral side of the frequency music since 2007. And and I think I think they're pissed. This is just me speculating. They're pissed that they can't figure out the accurate way to do the frequency besides some fraud bullshit with the with the alchemy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, I think that's why they got pissed off at me, and like every little corner or turn, I would either have some stupid strike or something to try to shut me down. And finally, I said, "Fuck it." I went out with a bang on a video that I knew would probably get me struck about the CB19er, right? Some real hard hitting truth, right, with the CB19er, and boom, done, channel gone. Like, all right, cool, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, this is one of Thomas's. What we're listening to is one of Thomas's stalking videos about that.
Point is, she was also helping to underwrite Shadowbox. She was the co-creator, and she tries to distance herself from that. But it's pretty clear. So a lot of games being played by her. So I can show you that too. She hates it. She can't stand this, but it's truth. And she's the one who claims that she's, all about truth. Let's show some truth. Here it is, August 23rd.
So he takes these tweets
Not yet,
and
it's
shit,
starting.
and he
What do
tries
you
to
guys
twist
get
the
rocking on
narratives.
clients? We don't have the LLC yet. It's to help these people who were targeted with smear campaigns based off of Trevor. Now, she and Trevor were big time linked. Trevor Fitzgibbon, this is the guy accused of rape. And here it is, once again, August 21st. We started a business, but don't say anything. Nice, Pete Boggs, Shadowbox. And here she is laughing. So that's, that was...
So Thomas here is trying to, make it look like Beth started this business when in fact, I saw the receipts from Beth that she didn't realize that they were, putting her down as one of the people, on this business when they did their LLC or whatever the hell they did. And I believe there was even some fraudulent signatures put down, possibly DeFango and Beth both. But Thomas trying to make it out like, she was behind all of this shit, the whole Shadowbox thing. And it was actually Thomas.
There's Beth Knight. So that's that. And here's Llama. You can look at Jimmy's Llama. Basically, Jimmy's Llama is focusing on Beth. And I'm going to tell you guys another secret. Oh, look, artwork from Lestat. February 12th, 2018. Shadowbox. Wow. So there's a bunch of bullshit going on, guys.
Yeah, Thomas, a bunch of bullshit that you created and started. Lestat never denied doing artwork for Shadowbox.
A bunch of bullshit is going on, but in that interview with Mr. Hoaxy, he doesn't bring up anything about his own court case record.
Right.
That all these other people are really bad. They're really bad.
Right.
But well, what about some of your court case record that's out there, dude? Especially in Kung Fu, man. Like, what's your best move?
What's really funny is I have dug very deep into Schoenberger's court proceedings, and it's like all the cases that are out there are cases that are filed against Thomas for fraud and not embezzlement, where you basically coerce and force someone to pay you, and just thievery. I mean, plain outright thievery. And I've not seen any actual cases that Thomas has filed against anyone that has wronged him or duped him like he claims, and no cases that he has won, as a matter of fact. It's unbelievable. And,
well,
and
see,
there's
let me just jump in there real quick, because the way I kind of look at it is they need people to file against them. That way they become the defendants, but they think that they're going to win on the counterclaim. And I think that's what it is. but
Right.
they still lose. So what the
Right.
hell? I mean, these guys, I mean, please, I mean, if it is some type of government operation and these guys are our chew toys for entertainment, it's getting lame. I mean, we need better chew toys.
Right. Exactly.
If you want to go ahead and buy it, you can buy it. But you want to talk to me? You want to say, Tom, come up with the evidence, and I'll show you. Okay? And there are other people that are going to weigh in on these videos.
This evidence
that have been
is
witnesses
shit.
too. So, and by the way, you know what? Here's another thing. These are phone calls from her.
Yeah.
She's called me.
Look, notice there's 2 phone calls that are incoming that he shows, but there's at least 2 outgoing calls that Thomas made, and he's going to claim that she constantly is calling him. I mean, 2 phone calls don't necessarily constitute that, Thomas.
Well, what's interesting is, real quick, what's interesting is some of the laws that are going on here with the cyberbullying and shit like that and the stalking. The thing is, the laws are different from state to state. And I was just looking at Georgia the other day because of a case, and that's repeatedly trying to get a hold of somebody, you know, either a family member or it's repeatedly. Arizona, it's not even the frequency, like it has to be 100 times. All it has to be is annoying in Arizona. Isn't that some crazy shit? Now, Jesse, I wanted to thank you for letting me have some time on your panel and get my voice out. You're getting into some really cool stuff that I haven't seen yet, so I'm going to jump down so I can kind of absorb what you're going through here. But I appreciate you letting me on and have my voice here, man. You have a good day and great job on this stuff.
Yeah, no problem. If you get a chance, look up the recent changes to the Utah stalking laws where Thomas is at. They made some changes in the last 2 years, and I mean, they have some pretty strict stalking laws, actually. So,
Well, see, it's also what they're trying to develop real quick is the some of the swatting laws. So Ohio just went through with the swatting law, and Washington State. So I don't know. I'll look at Utah, but the thing is, they're trying to get people to call in to try to call in a SWAT from out of the state, so they can challenge jurisdiction and also fund that new law. They have to get convictions. So of course the gaslighting, in my opinion, is out there to get people all worked up. So you might call in, and then they can say, "Oh yeah, he was trying to swat me. He's full of shit," and it's some weird stuff. So. To fund those laws is what I see more so over than just real personalized attacks. It's along with the grift somehow. But yeah, I'll look into Utah because that's some pretty serious stuff, and that's what they're trying to keep on the edge with all the court case precedent and so forth. That's just what I found.
Yeah. I've been watching those swatting law issues that are coming out, and I mean, these guys, obviously, they've threatened to swat numerous people, and I believe they have swatted some people. I truly believe that. Although SWATs never showed up at my house, they've made numerous false police reports, numerous false reports to Adult Protective Services, claiming I was holding my wife captive and abusing her, and also false calls to Child Protective Services. So hopefully some of these laws will cover some of that shit, and where they can actually go after these people for false reporting, because right now they basically do nothing about false reporting, and it's sad because they're using critical resources that could be out there actually looking into something that's really happening, and they're wasting those resourds. And
I was just in a kind of a parallel case today with cop calling, so forth. Kind of even associated, let's say, in a leg over. Somebody calling the cops, and I'm hashtagging waste of resources in the chat room. Waste of resources. Now, one more quick question for you before I get out of here, Jesse. With the Stoltman stuff that's popped up,
and what happened with your wife. Just a quick comment on maybe the spiritual aspect of what you might think is going on here. Are they trying to make Thomas look bigger and badder? Even, is this guy in as far as making deals with the devil and so forth, right? But they're the high and mighty Christians. What do you think about the spiritual aspect going on here, as far as maybe the validity of what's going on with Stoltman?
Oh, I truly believe that it's along the same parallels of what happened to Pavana and a couple other people that have been, told their stories. And, the funny part is they came at me viciously when I first popped up on Nathan's stream. And I said, Nathan, look, I hope you're getting the help you need. I wish you well and hope you can, get regrounded. And boy, they immediately, tried to, Jesse's trying to suck Nathan in and this and that. And they were attacking him literally a couple weeks prior to his, I don't know what else to call it, his breakdown. And so, it was Thomas and his minions, the same group. And as a matter of fact, All Seeing You had put out a premiere that was like an hour and 40 minutes long. That was old, and it was a premiere of her and DeFango doing nothing but bashing Nathan, like during that same couple week time period before Nathan had his breakdown and got arrested and went to this facility. So no, I truly believe that they're trying to utilize that. And the whole Judas prophecy thing that was floating around, Thomas has called numerous people. He definitely injected the Judas prophecy into Cicada, and
I think
even
the 322, the 322 code that Pavana was like 322. What's that? I looked it up. Yep.
Yeah, and he actually did a video trying to talk about the date when the Judas prophecy was put into the puzzle to try to prove that it didn't have anything to do with Isaac being called a Judas and yada yada. And I'm like, dude, you've called numerous people a Judas, and you keep telling them they betrayed you. You've literally had your people tell people to kill themselves, to off themselves. I mean, come on, let's be real about this shit. And like I said, the emails, the DMs, the proof's all been put out there, which is why they nuked my first channel. Which is kind of why I just decided, since I couldn't sleep, I'd fire a stream up and put some of this shit back up there. So again, it's out there public and it's on the record, So
I'm wondering if he's actually trying to make music for the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. That's what got him in Utah.
Yeah, Utah is definitely the Mormon capital. There's no question about that,
Well, hopefully he does find Jesus, because he's going to need some Jesus.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly.
All right, well, been a pleasure, Jesse. Thanks a lot. And I'm going to jump down in the chat and check out the rest of this video. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, the repeated calls, huh? Woo! Man, the frequency of these calls. Whoa. Damn. All right, too hot for me. I'm back. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, so by the way, I did boot one of the trolls because he used the B word about the women in the chat. And, we're not going to allow that kind of name calling and shit. So, yeah, I gave him the boot, whoever the hell he was. But let's finish up this little quick video here where Thomas is trying to twist the facts,
She's called me the last 15 times. I don't talk to her anymore. I told her go away. I just told her, go away.
Right, Thomas.
So, once again, Hoax Wars, you do realize the screenshot exposes Revolution Fox is the instigator. She was the instigator again, folks. Wealthy woman doing that?
Wait.
Bullshit.
What was that? Was that Hoax Wars he pulled up?
Once again, Hoax Wars.
Hoax Wars. Hoax Wars. So, yeah, him and Hoaxy
you do
are
realize,
good buddies.
The screenshot exposes
No wonder
Revolution
Hoaxy
Fox
was willing
is the
to,
instigator. She
have
was
that
the instigator
scripted
again, folks.
interview, right?
Wealthy woman doing that? What bullshit.
A wealthy woman Yeah, why are you worried about her wealth, Thomas? Why are you worried about her wealth? Because you thought you could get more money out of her. And guess what? She kicked your ass in court, Thomas. She kicked your ass.
The cicada video that has the Judas prophecy did not
Bullshit.
come out in 2018. It came out on Pi Day 2019. And in one of the stanzas is a line, the final year, a year of shame and regret and betrayal. And it indicates that it's referencing a person who will betray, and there will be regret. This person will try to shame people. And if you take a look at the falcon, that's a reference to Horus, who had a battle with Set. And Horus is the one that has the eye, right? The all-seeing eye. So that's that. The reason why Manuel Chavez wants you to believe that the video comes from 2018 is that would neatly capture Isaac Cappy's death and point to him as Judas. But it's not true. The video came out on March 14th, 2019.
Right,
It was not
Thomas.
referencing Isaac Cappy.
Right, Thomas. You referenced a lot of people with the Judas prophecy, buddy. A whole lot of them. And then your stupid ass actually produced a video of what you called your landlady, but it's another woman who you duped into thinking you were having an affair with while you were mooching off her for a place to live for quite some time. And then you triggered her into a rant and you played the video and tried to claim again, as you do with everybody, that they're crazy. But yeah, you triggered her. And, you were again taking advantage of this person. She made it very clear that you weren't paying your rent and so forth. But you triggered her and you shared this video in hopes that it would help you. But in fact, it makes you look sick.
Let's continue, shall we? Take a look at Revolution Fox. She says, Linda threatened my son to the point where he won't even talk about it. It's
that's a fact. That's a fact.
very true. Linda Barrett, who was my landlady, who...
But see, Thomas won't tell people that he was most likely behind the scenes pushing Linda to attack, because we know that's what he does when he has these women, in his pocket, and he makes them believe that they're in a relationship and this is love. He has these women attack people for him, but he won't say that. He'll just blame it on Linda.
went over the edge, a bipolar person who DeFango triggered even more. She had some sort of romantic feelings for me, which were not reciprocated at all.
Right. She had romantic feelings for him that weren't reciprocated. No, Thomas, I'm sure you, as I put it, tried to woo her or did woo her and sucked her in thinking that you guys were in some affair, some love affair.
So, at any rate, she started to go violently stalk Revolutionary Fox. She even went as far as paying a detective service, one of these online things called Been Verified, to find out Revolution Fox's 18-year-old son and Revolution Fox's parents.
Oh, Thomas, you mean the same Been Verified that you use to look people up and stalk? So yeah, I'm sure you coerced her into that as well. I mean, remember you sent me the background check that you had ran on Bobby Sarawald, and we know that you use these paid sites yourself. So I'm sure you were behind the scenes pushing this woman, knowing she was vulnerable.
Called them up, told them that she was going to have her kids taken away. Okay, so pretty crazy shit. She also went on Twitter and made a death threat. And here's Sherry, that reptilian freaky stalker who's Defengo's landlord. And she says, a cyber stalking, gang stalking, grifting, drifter, menace to society ought to be put somewhere so he can't hurt people. I think, are you describing Defengo?
No, Thomas, she's describing you.
That would be probably pretty close to the truth, Sherry, because you can't tell the truth, can you? So what we should do is, I'm alleging that Linda was a violent landlady that...
and then, you know, the guy's foolish enough to click through his shit so that you can see all this bullshit that he has collected on his computer that he's then going to use against people.
She was a vegetarian. She was former Seventh-day Adventist. And this lady got violent on me. I did take out a temporary restraining order in Paso Robles that was granted by the judge. But hear for yourself, okay?
Thomas, anybody can get a temporary restraining order, but then when the person you're getting the restraining order against comes in and provides proof that it's you, that's the stalker, usually those restraining orders get lifted and get put against you. Did that in fact happen?
Once again, there's evidence.
Because I eat hamburgers? Yeah.
This is his evidence that, you know, his landlady went ballistic on him. Yeah, because he triggered her. And in the video, he is making comments to her to trigger her even worse.
You know what? What I put in my lungs or my belly is my business. All right? You know what? You got violent on me in front of one of your friends. You're going through a bipolar episode. You were diagnosed with bipolar in 2011 before you ever met me. You're going through another thing.
Right, Thomas. Everybody's bipolar and crazy, right? Except you. Right?
You understand? Okay? I don't have to put up with this, okay? Right? This is landlord abuse, Linda.
Landlord abuse?
This is landlord abuse.
It gets even worse.
Drug addict.
Drug addict.
You don't go through it?
You hear that? Drug addict, she said.
Because I use nicotine.
I don't take drugs. Fucking friend.
That's Manny, my fat fucking friend.
Who?
Fucking filthy addict, fucking playboy, entertainment boy that can't fucking live on $3,500 a month.
Who? Manny? Manny's my friend, Linda.
Yeah, of course he's your friend. Go live with him. Let's see what it's like to live with
You know what?
Schoenberg.
You need to just relax, okay?
No, you need to just leave.
All right, so what had happened to her is she went absolutely crazy after Defengo visited her. Now, she had found a Valentine's card that Beth had written.
But the problem with that shit is Thomas then claims that Defengo went back there and stole all his shit and everything else. So I mean, let's you know, be real. I mean, was Defengo your friend, or did Defengo go back and steal all your shit, or you know, what's the true story behind all that shit, you know?
All waiting with bated breath to see what Defendo and the Pedo Vampire do next. They really are kind of like a bad hypnotic circuit.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take the doggy out.
You know what? That's all we need to hear from that weirdo in search of the Spear of Destiny. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I've been busy, so we've been on autopilot over here. I just got off a phone call for like an hour, so I don't even know what's going on. What's happening? All I do know is there's some crazy things going on, and I think you're all on notice.
On my radar. You were on my radar. Okay? You were on notice.
Right. Okay. What's up again, everybody? I wanted to, I think, play this Rekieta. Let's see where we're at. We got the Rekieta update, Rekieta case, Rekieta monograph case update. I wish Monograph would put out updates on his end, but, I mean, he's muzzled up. He's the one that, I guess, paid for a lawyer or is on contingency or something. Oh, my gosh. So that was pretty cool, joining up with Jesse there. I wanted to get that last phone call in there. Holy crap. Or it wasn't a phone call. I think he was maybe recording or live or, I don't know, and chick in the background trips out. But apparently she's tripping out because he screwed up her $10 million deal with Google. But, anyways, yeah, let's get into this. Let's get into something a little more cool. Check this out. This is some beat building in the background type thing. So some of the beats are made on a professional MPC workstation. Grab a little sample from a record.
Okay. You are on notice. You know what, bitch? Come after me. You're gonna regret that decision. I guarantee you that. You are on my radar, bitch. You are on my radar, bitch. You are on my radar, Don't fuck with me, bitch. Stop. Stop while you are minuscule on my radar. You all have a great night. My battery's dying. I gotta go. If you didn't already have a problem with me, you're gonna. And
you wanted to make sure by targeting, replaying my videos, we're gonna find out, right? Here we go. We're gonna find out, right? Here we go. Let's go, bitch. You got a problem with me? Well, if you don't, you're gonna. Because I put it out there. If anybody has a problem with Malibu, if you didn't already have a problem with me, you're gonna. And you wanted to make sure by targeting, replaying my videos, you just became the #1 spot.
Guys, welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. My thing is crooked. Anyway, how's it going tonight? I hope you are all doing well. I wish you well, of course, out in the wonderful world of YouTube and Rumble. Big shout out to the Rumble community there every night. Sometimes I feel that the Rumble chat feels rejected, but know that I don't reject you. And I do read as much of all of the chats as I can. Keeping up with 3 chats can be a little bit trying during the first hour, but you know, especially once that first hour ends, then I only have 2 chats and it's a lot easier to go ahead and follow. All right, guys, here's the deal. Here is the deal. There's a big update in my case. There is a big update in the Montegraph versus Rekieta lawsuit, the clash of the titans, the autistic screeching retard slap fight of the century. There's an update in it, and we're gonna go through it. We're gonna talk about it. No, locals, I don't forget you. You're my favorite, chat, and you know it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about everything, and I do need to address something, I guess. There is a perception out there that I hate Kurt or mad at Kurt because of a comment or something that he made about a perceived hypocrisy in my approach to anti-slap. Because as Kurt correctly surmised in his walkthrough of my case here, I am opposed to quite a few parts of anti-slap on some basic principles. And we'll get into that, but I'm gonna wait because I have invited Kurt on the show. I don't know if he's coming or not. He hadn't. Let me see if he responded.
Okay.
I sent him a late invite.
You are on to notice.
I was not home in time to get things ready when I wanted to. But let me send him. I'll send him the link if he wants to join. If he's able to, he can join, and I'll save it until.
If you didn't already have a problem with me, you're gonna. And you wanted to make sure by targeting, replaying my videos, you just became the #1 spot.
Not into friendship with me at all. I prefer to talk it out with people when I can. So I was made aware of this perception that I'm like angry with Kurt. Couldn't be further from the truth. Kurt's my homie, and I'm all good. And people can criticize everything I do. I'm not one of these people where like God demands some sort of sycophantic affirmation to like go along. Like that's weird to me. And plenty of my friends have criticized me throughout my life on any number of things. I think that's what a good friend is, generally speaking. But I want to address that. So I'll either address that with Kurt on stream, because I think it's a useful discussion in general about kind of the nature of anti-slap, the nature of pretrial litigation, how it works, and what like actual parts I have problems with, and where I would counter the notion that my stance here of using the anti-slap of Colorado is a quote unquote hypocrisy on a couple different grounds. But that being said, I think it's an interesting discussion that could be had. And Kurt's a very like intellectual guy, and I always trust his input and opinions. So if he decides to come on, we can talk through that. We can slap it out, or we can drink together. I don't care how we approach it. It's fine. But yeah, here's the crazy thing. At the end of the day, people may still see it as a hypocrisy, and that's fine. Like, the nature of having an opinion is that someone will disagree with it. Otherwise, you don't have opinion, you have a recitation. And so I'm 100% okay with that if people see it as a hypocrisy when I give my explanation of it and why I don't think it's one. If they still think it is, cool. I mean, what do you want me to do? Like come to your house, change your mind with a gun? Because I will, you motherfucker. I will. You say one bad thing about me? Oh my God. You know, I'm gonna... Anyway, it doesn't bother me that much. It never really has. But yeah. But since obviously Kurt's my friend, and he mentioned that he would love to talk to me about it, you know, if we can make that happen tonight, we will, especially because it's in theme with the major update. I don't know. It's an important update in the case. So in Minnesota, you have to file a discovery plan as you go into the discovery phase of the lawsuit. Because discovery can't just be everything that the other person possesses I want to go through. That would be ludicrous. That would be insane. But you have to kind of give the court and the other parties notice of what information you're going to try and drag out. Because if they ask for information in, you know, some area that doesn't have any kind of tangible link to what they're looking for, that wouldn't be an acceptable thing to ask, and you'd be able to raise an objection like, hey, wait a minute, now you're not going to get to depose this person. They don't have any information about what you're looking for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so with that, though, you kind of see a more clear view of where each side's theory of the case lies. And I heard about this a while back from the lawyers, because there was a preliminary sort of exchange, right? You got to meet and confer and kind of talk about this stuff. And I've been just dying to share it. Just dying to share it. But now it's been filed with the court. It's public, and I can share it with you guys. I'm so happy to do so, because you get to see just what kind of fucking dimwit nimrods we're dealing with. I used to think Monty was crazy, but now I'm convinced that Monty is crazy, but he also hired an absolute dunce of an attorney who has no fucking idea what he's dealing with in this case. And that kind of seemed like that going into it, but my God, it is chef's kiss, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's a chef's kiss. But I don't know, maybe other people won't find it as funny. as I do. But with that said, I don't know how long that's going to take, talking about my case. So I don't have specific other topics listed for the show. And I have some other stuff we can talk about for sure, but it kind of depends on how long this goes. So we'll talk about that. At midnight Central Time, ticket sales go public for my live show in Nashville on September 16th. So we'll bring up the page. I'll share the link, and that'll be going. Anybody who wants to come meet me in Nashville, have fun, grab a drink, take in a comedy, like a live stream in person with some comedy and jokes, maybe some news. I don't know, it's kind of hard to do the news live. It's kind of weird. But some jokes. We tried to skirt the edge of getting thrown out of the venue with the jokes. Back in Vegas, I mean, it dropped a spicy Boston bombing joke. So we kind of ride that line. It's a fun, kind of rowdy show. But everybody's there is having a good time, getting drinks, meeting me and other people who come. Vegas had a lot of people there. Ty Beard was there, lead attorney, Dick Masterson, Camelot, Danny on Direct was there. Ron Coleman was there. Kurt was there. A bunch of other people I'm forgetting, I'm sure. But there's a lot of people there who you can meet kind of in this sphere of people I know as well. So far confirmed, I believe, are Camelot and Cecil. And I'm pretty sure Dick Masterson is confirmed as well. And I'll be updating all those names as I get hard confirmations from them. I believe Bronco will be there. He mentioned it, but I don't want to put him on the spot and say he will because that was a long time ago. But yeah, it's a fun time, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Where in the world is Bronco? Last I checked, he was riding a motorcycle through Germany or something. I don't know. The man's life is different than mine. I don't ride motorcycles anywhere. Not that I'm opposed to it. I just don't have one. Never have. And I mean, maybe this is a bitch move, but I got young kids, and motorcycles shorten life expectancy a little bit. Motorcycles given to dumbasses who like to go really fast in things shorten my life expectancy a lot of bit. So I try to stay away from stuff that I know will kill me. But yeah. So anyway, I've never done it, but I wouldn't mind riding a motorcycle. It's never been an opportunity for me. But yeah, I think that's where he is. And Bronco doesn't come on the night show because it's too late for him, generally speaking. So that's why he hasn't been around much. He did pop in on one of the trial streams. And if I ever have a daytime stream where talking to him is a possibility, I will 100% do it. I think that guy's hilarious. Okay. With that, let's hit a couple of the chats that have come in, and then we'll get into this. Case. I guess this case, which is a never-ending stream of a mix of frustration at how the system doesn't work, which we've known, like we've covered a bunch of cases, but how the system doesn't work, how the system punishes defendants without a chance at recovering anything from plaintiffs who are vindictive, how it never punishes vindictive plaintiffs when cases are absolutely retarded on their face, and how, at the same time, these things go on forever, and they provide an endless stream of content, commentary, and opportunity to learn. And that's what we're going to do. Please check Discord. Okay, 1 second. 1 second, DJ D, you bastard. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Voice is really rough tonight. Yeah, it's I got a couple things going. It's really fucking hot today. I mean, not really in terms of like normal things, it's not hot. Like, it was only 85, but it's been mid 70s here. It's been extremely comfy. And, hold on. I gotta do something real quick. My apologies. And it's humid outside, but it's shockingly dry in here. So, anyway, it's shockingly dry here in the room. And I'm also a trillion degrees. Someone asked if I'm sick. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't feel sick. But my throat's a little dry, so if my voice is raspy tonight, then so be it. No, correction. I don't think 85 is hot, okay? But when you go from 75 degrees, drop down to 60 at night, and then shoot up to 85, air conditioners and shit are weird about how they handle like bigger shifts in temperatures. So while it's not hot per se, the larger jump in temperature, I don't know if I have one of those stupid fucking Nest thermostats. And even though I said it and I'm like, you do it this way, you fucking whore. I put you in. I put you there on that wall. You will do what I say. And I turn off all of the automatic features or whatever. It still like thinks it's smart and tries to like gauge how fast it wants to cool the house. I'm like, just turn the AC on full blast. I have a heat allergy. You fucking loser. Like, just do it. Just turn on the fucking air. But, you know, whatever. Doesn't really do something. No, 85 is not hot. It's still very, very pleasant. In terms of all of you fuckers stuck in like 95 to 115 heat down in the south, prayers and tears for you. But yeah, it's just hotter than it's been. We've had a phenomenal summer. Like you're talking about how it's the hottest summer ever. I'm like, Minnesota's been fucking great. But yeah, so I don't know if that's contributing to the raspiness or if it was particularly dry in the house today. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows anything? Oh, maybe it's from the weed I smoked last night still. That's a possibility. If you don't know, Minnesota legalized marijuana on the 1st of August. Fully legal recreational marijuana. You can have like up to 2 pounds of it or whatever. It's a pretty bold move, but in solidarity and in honor of that, I did smoke a bowl on my locals, and I don't like smoking weed generally, but it was a fun time. So maybe that's it. I don't know. But all right, here we go. Yeah, it's where the fuck is this? Okay, I gotta pull this document up so we can talk about it. While we do, let's hit these super chats. Tyler Reeves, thank you for joining. Or wait, no, thank you for announcing your membership. Longtime member, 32 months. Thank you for that. We've got One Winged Angel says, hey, are you going to be at Anime Matsuri? Yes, I will. This is Kingdom Chan. I'll be working there and staying at the convention. Also, I'm doing photography. Can I do a professional photo shoot and use it for future coming from Utah? Miss you, dude. Sure. Possibly. I mean, it depends on how professional and how naked I have to be. I don't mind. Finding the time around the convention is sometimes a little difficult, but yeah, if we can do something, let's put it together. Hit me up on email and make sure you mention the photo thing. I'd love to help out if possible. Okay. Eric778 says, there was some guy going over your lawsuit information today and used an awful deepfake voice of you to say some really stupid stuff, saying it was an actual quote. Who was that? That sounds hilarious. God. The deepfake stuff is going to be the death of defamation and a lot of accusations, because what are we going to trust? How will we do this thing? Like, how will we discern what was said and what was not said with the ability to have deepfakes that completely, like, they're not great now, but they'll eventually be fantastic. MLS Law Show says the expert young men got me all riled up in Discord talking Trump. I can't sleep now. MLS Law Show, I'm going to say this, and I think you're going to regret that comment, but did you say you were in your Discord talking to young men? I'm just kidding. That's JUNGMIN. Oh my God. Very weird. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There's also a huge locals tip from Lagardicus says, Nick, a huge thank you for helping take my mind off my woes over the job search that has dragged on since January. As of this morning, I accepted a job offer, which is insanely good for me. A toast, please, to Sally, 78, whose compassion and kindness helped more than it should have had to, and to the rest of the beautiful degens in the locals community that helped keep me relatively sane. Yes, even you, Cookie. Okay, well, we'll do this toast real quick. Video is called Nick Rekieta and the 1,000-Year Lawsuit. This lawsuit hasn't even gone on that long yet. Like, this is nothing. Should we still wait to join your locals? No, Kim, if we do a promo offer for new locals people, I'm going to make sure that existing locals people get something comparable or the same offer. So if you need to renew, go ahead and do it, and do it with confidence that I'll make sure whatever we offer will be able to be offered to other people. Okay. A toast to Lagardicus on the new job, but of course, most importantly, to the people he relied on to get him through the extremely long job search, namely Sally, and of course, the rest of the degenerates of locals. A cheers to them, a cheers to the community. And dude, very happy to hear that you've got that job. Men need to work. All right. RP Games, let me get this straight. Something I believe consulted with my legal team is now conspiracy. Yes. We talked about Trump a lot yesterday, but we can talk more about that later. This is the main point of the show, but if people have, questions about Trump and stuff, we can definitely do that later. Let's hit this. So here is my lawsuit. This is the most recent filed document. It was filed on the 1st. I think we're still on the 2nd. But it was filed on the 1st. So this happened yesterday, but I didn't see it until today. Here we go. So this is the party's proposed discovery plan, Steve Quest versus Nicholas Rekieta. So how this works is the parties get together, exchange ideas about the discovery plan, then one of them drafts up the discovery plan. They, make sure everybody agrees, and then they file it. So here we go. Come now, the parties, by and through their respective counsel of record, with a proposed discovery plan pursuant to the Minnesota Rules of Civil Procedure 26.06. The parties represent that they conferred in anticipation of the court's August 1st scheduling conference as required by Rule 26.06b, addressing all requirements thereof. The proposed plan is as follows. Moncor002 says, Kurt's all right. Thumbs up. Is Kurt around? He hasn't responded to me. He's not responded to me. One second. Okay, hold on. That thing I was trying to take care of, trying to deal with this real quick. Fucking hell. I hate how everything works. Just a second. Trying to help a friend with something that's pretty important. And not having the best time at it. God damn it. Give me just a second, guys. Sorry about this. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Fucking hell. When shit comes up, you got to deal with it. Go for Big Guy 911 says, "Hey, Rackets, I know you are big busy, but are we ever getting our locals gift?" Yes. All right, here we go. Sorry, it's all taken care of now. Disclosures under Rule 26.01. The parties will make initial disclosures on or before August 15th, 2023. So there's a list of initial sort of required standard disclosures that have to be made to the other party under the rules. I don't know what they exactly are off the top of my head. We can look it up if we want, but there's no specific need to. No other changes to timing, form, or requirements for disclosures are necessary. As to the subjections, completion, conduct, and/or limitations of discovery, the parties agree that the deadline for discovery shall be August 1st, 2024. That's right. 1 fucking year. 1 fucking year of discovery. Cheers. Cheers to that. A year to discover what? What do they want to discover? That's the fun part. Let's find out what they want to discover. Shall be August 1st, and discovery should not be conducted in phases or limited. Plaintiff believes the subject of discovery should be defamation of Quest, including per se by Rekieta. Now, let's just go ahead and talk about this from a practical standpoint. You brought the defamation claim. You brought it. You alleged specific incidents that I defamed you that caused you harm. That's what you did, Monty, Schneider. I mean, I know you don't remember because you didn't actually really do it in your first one. You had to amend it, but you made the specific claims. What the fuck discovery do you need on this issue? Are you suggesting that there are more things that I've said about Montegraph than what you put in the complaint? That doesn't make sense, because you're claiming that these statements from the complaint caused you direct damage that you can prove. So what other defamation would you be looking for? You say you can prove the damages linked to my defamatory statements, but you want to discover if there's more? That don't make no sense, but okay. All right. Rekieta's refusal to retract upon discovery of defamation. Let's just go ahead and do this right now. First of all, there's no discovery of defamation. Nothing I said is defamatory in any way. All of it is protected First Amendment opinion. It's opinion based on a decade of writings and criticisms of Montegraph. I didn't go searching this guy out. He came to me. Outside of his random appearances in this lawsuit, I don't talk about Montegraph. I don't care about Montegraph. What he does on his own time, fine, go ahead. You fucking weirdo, but go ahead. But there was no discovery of defamation because I didn't defame him. But that being said, you've never asked me for a retraction. In all of this, you never asked me to retract anything. So, I don't have an email from David Schneider. I don't believe my lawyers have received a request for retraction. Pretty sure you never asked. So I guess, but what's the discovery around this again? Remember, this is what they want to discover. This is what they want to subpoena evidence from people for. By the way, what's up to Good Logic and his viewers? Thank you so much for joining the channel. Hope you enjoyed Joe's show tonight, and welcome to mine, where I get to commiserate with you on my own lawsuit and the idiocy around it. But what do you need to discover about the refusal to retract? It's so fucking weird. Like, what do you need from that? It's kind of like they're just making up nonsense to try and fill out whatever. But, and again, presumably, Montegraph would be in possession of any of this thing. So, if Montegraph or his lawyer had sent me a request for retraction, they would have that evidence, right? And if I had either responded to them about the request with, I won't retract, or I will retract, or this is my counter, they would have evidence of that. And if they didn't send anything, or I didn't respond at all, then there is no evidence of it. But there wouldn't be like some other evidence of my refusal to retract. So I don't know, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just a weird thing to put in your discovery request. Next, emotional distress suffered by Quest that either caused by Rekieta's negligence or done intentionally. Why do you need discovery to discover your own emotional distress? He should have this information. He's the one claiming it. I'm not aware of any emotional distress from Montegraph. In fact, I would suggest that Montegraph has zero emotional distress and that there's probably evidence that he doesn't. And there's probably tons of videos of him spurging out online about how he can't be intimidated or threatened or something. Because that's his stupid fucking character that he plays. But what do they need to discover here? This is a simple request to Montegraph's medical providers to point to any evidence of emotional distress and the ensuing damages, you know, the costs of care or whatever. What do you need to discover from me here? I don't know why this would be the subject of discovery. I mean, I'm sure we're interested in it. We want that proof of emotional damage that he's definitely suffering, and the definite care provider that he's definitely hired to definitely deal with all of the stress of Rekieta Law's mean words. Talk with Sally says, So I can't believe I haven't gotten my gift yet. Only reason I signed up was to feel special. Oh, wait, it was because you got kicked off YouTube. And I wanted to be able to see your show. Thanks, always be you, at Talk with Sally. Hey, thank you, Sally. Thank you so much. Okay. So again, these are fucking weird requests on their face. So then, damages suffered by Quest from defamation and emotional distress caused by Rekieta's negligence or done intentionally. Yet again, you would have all of that information. I can't know how Montegraph lies about his damage. I can't know the fictitious story of the fictional damages that Montegraph has. But Schneider should know because he's the one who signed the document bringing suit alleging damages. And he's the one who signed declarations in support of that. And Montegraph should know because he's the one claiming to have them. What have I done to you? What have I done to you to deserve this disrespect? Like, you are bringing this. This is your claim. And you're trying to discover it from me and others. But the only other people who would know this would be people you know. You would have this access. All right. Finally, we're going to get to the only real discovery request that exists. It's my favorite one. Here we go. I have to prepare. I'll enlarge this for you. The nature of Rekieta's business, how it profits from defamation, specifically the commission of hate crimes and violation of obscenity laws or other illegal activity where Rekieta established a coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal coordinated scheme or operation. RICO. The Criminal Enterprise Law. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Monty and David Schneider have finally cracked the fucking code. These brainiacs have figured it out. My entire business model is actually creating a massive criminal enterprise of people who profit from defamation, hate crimes, and violating obscenity laws. I'm sorry. What? I can't, like, I don't even know. Someone put this in a document, for real. The nature of my business? You mean the one where I go online and talk about shit live, like that business? Where all of the business is conducted right up front for the entire world to see in public? But no, actually though, what's really happening is I just used this platform, this YouTube platform, to get to the real money, which is profiting off of hate crimes and obscenity. I keep trying to give Schneider, like, a fair shake. But my man is retarded. He's flat out fucking dumb. Like, what possible scheme would there be involving this? This doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you think that I defamed Montegraph in some way or harmed him, which some people do, that's fine, I guess. I'll disagree with you, but I don't care. Even if you think that, The notion of running a criminal enterprise based on hate crimes and obscenity is just ludicrous. Like, what obscenity laws are you even talking about? So, obscenity laws tend to involve obscene material. Obscene material is let's just get the Supreme Court definition of obscenity. All right. Supreme Court obscenity definition. A thing must be prurient in nature. I want to make sure we get this exactly. So, prurient means having or encouraging an excessive interest in sexual matters. I mean, I like sex, talked about it some, but so it must be prurient in nature. A thing must be completely devoid of scientific, political, educational, or social value. Now, I just want to remind people that all of the pornography you've ever even heard of fails this part of the test because it's somehow relevant. Even the most thinly veiled storyline, the most thinly veiled pizza delivery guy getting a blowjob or whatever, that is all of social value according to the Supreme Court. So that all fails this test. So it would have to be that, and then a thing must violate the local community standards, which I'm still on YouTube, I'm on Rumble, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitch. So I don't know what community standard I would be violating for something to be obscene, much less like what obscene thing I would have to do. Like you would have to have, obscenity tends to be something like an actual rape on camera or an actual murder involving sexual activity or child pornography generally. That's obscenity. So, but here's what they probably did. David Schneider, in his infinite wisdom, probably just went to some website on RICO and found like the requirements and just put it on paper. Like he probably just copy and pasted this from somewhere. But this is legitimate lunacy to think that I'm violating obscenity. Like, where would you get that in the first place? But okay, the other one is hate crimes. What the fuck even is a hate crime? Like, what hate crime am I committing? I hate everybody. I'm probably committing tons of crimes. But what the fuck is it? Like, Montegraph isn't a victim of a hate crime. Again, even if you think I defame Montegraph, that's not a hate crime. That's not even a crime. It's a civil claim. But this is what they want to discover. They're going to finally bring my criminal enterprise down. And thank God, I was getting tired of running this mafia. But, hey, what's up, Lead? How you doing, brother? Lead, look at this shit. If you haven't seen it, this is their discovery request for me. The nature of Rekieta's business, how it profits from defamation, specifically the commission of hate crimes and violation of obscenity laws or other illegal activity where Rekieta established a coercive, fraudulent, extortionary, or otherwise illegal coordinated scheme or operation, RICO. There you go, Lead. I've been running a mob. Can you go ask the blacks for me, like, if I've committed hate crimes against them and what I can do about it? Because this is white people stuff going on over here. I don't know. Oh my God. This is fucking insanity. Hold on, I gotta see. I think there's something I might need to block out or something coming up. Okay, not yet. All right. Okay, so that was E. Here's the RICO shit. And then the final thing, the extent to which Rekieta conspired or contracted with others or encouraged others to cause Quest to suffer emotional distress. What do these people think goes on in the world? Imagine living in a world where you think that someone who never talks about you, never mentions you in years, is like hiring people or encouraging people. I want you to go out and defame Steve Quest for me. What? Like for me? Gonna ask someone to go do it in the... What the hell are they talking about? So I guess what they're expecting is to find some sort of communication that I have with someone regarding this. Like, homie, I don't know you or care about you. You came to my channel and talked shit. Some made fun of you. Get over it. There's not a grand conspiracy. You're a fucking retard. You always have been. There's 10 years of cataloged mockery of you, my man. 10 years of people calling you a pedophile. Roy Warren Marshall. 10 years of this shit. I don't know. Okay, defendants believe the subjects of discovery should be Quest's online history, Quest's prior claims of defamation, which he's lost, Quest's mental health and emotional distress claims. Yeah, definitely want to know what mental health issues existed before this case and what new manifestations have come about because of it. Because here's the thing, if you have a complicated mental health history because you're fucking insane and you allege something I did caused you damage, it has to be not something that you already had because you're fucking insane.
Got to jump in there real quick with that. It seems like, just to let you know, it seems like these guys are kind of, in my opinion, the way it looks to me, they're, and I'm not even saying Monograph, I'm just saying in general, there's a lot of scumbags out there that looks like they're trying to protect dirty cops, okay? They're deflecting on everyone else, how horrible everyone else is because they're hiding something. Because, I mean, look at the F word case we've been going over. Okay, in my opinion, my belief, and from what it looks like to me, it's all connected. They're just sitting there waiting to, maybe waiting for Monograph to win a case to strike against a bunch of people. That way they got the precedent. He loses, just like, the rodent in Fort Collins, Colorado. Kind of a good parallel there, huh? Monty being from Colorado. We got the RSO in Fort Collins, Colorado. That, it's the way they had to strike with him, use him to strike. He loses the case against 303 and things simmered down a little bit, but I think they were amped up. If that rodent would have won that case in Fort Collins against Mr. 303, the whole porn bombing, oil slicking convention, it's like a convention of states that PDF was trying to pull together to take out the porn bombers, right? Well, the case against 303 didn't work, and it stifled some of their furtherance of trying to cancel, like, let's say, activists or cop watchers, in my opinion. The reason why I needed to bust in here was because this just came out a minute ago. We've got an officer that was, looks like arrested for child exploitation. Let's see what's going on. Oh, crap, I lost my...
TV police officer now suspended without pay. On the other side of the law, Kyle Davis is charged with child exploitation and attempted voyeurism. You see him in cuffs right there. WCPO 9 News reporter Sean Delancey's in Vivi tonight, where the case is the talk of the town.
Wednesday's VV Town meeting was remarkably short and to the point. Only one real item on the agenda. What to do with Officer Kyle Davis after officers from another department cuffed him last week and took him to jail.
Surveillance video from the Switzerland County Sheriff's Department shows the unusual moment Madison police officers stop VV police officer Kyle Davis, place him into cuffs while still in uniform, and take him into custody without incident. The arrest on child exploitation and voyeurism charges led to this
Welcome everybody to the special meeting.
very brief meeting where all three VV Town Council members
I make a motion that we put Kyle Davis on administrative leave without pay until the resolution of this criminal charge is complete.
voted unanimously to suspend him.
All in favor? Aye.
The council members didn't take comment from the public in attendance and refused to take questions from press.
With that, we're not going to say anything else tonight, so nothing else we can say.
While they didn't talk, the development and case against Davis has been the talk of the small town. Court records say Davis tried to record a 15-year-old girl use the bathroom in his home in 2020 by concealing a phone in clothes. Court documents also say Davis had images of prepubescent girls in different forms of undress on the phone they seized and reviewed.
He's sick. I mean, if he's guilty, they got the evidence.
Been investigated.
Get him out of here.
Linda McKenzie wants to make sure that the legal system works well, whether they return a guilty verdict or not.
I hope they get it right.
Absolutely.
But from the sound of things, he really needs to be thoroughly investigated.
And Debbie Lay hopes the arrest of an officer doesn't reflect upon the other officers and deputies in the region that she admires.
We just have a lot of cops in this county that's good cops, and it's sad for them.
Davis's next court hearing is a pre-trial conference scheduled for September 11th. In VV, I'm
There is no law against sniffing panties. There's no law against it.
What new manifestations have come about because of it? Because here's the thing, if you have a complicated mental health history because you're fucking insane, is to find some sort of communication that I have with someone regarding this. Like, homie, I don't know you or care about you. You came to my channel and talked shit. Some made fun of you. Get over.
So could you please just calm down and just watch the show and shut your mouth for now? Thank you.
You were on my radar. Okay? You were on to notice.
For it. There's not a grand conspiracy. You're a fucking retard. You always have been. There's 10 years of cataloged mockery of you, my man. 10 years of people calling you a pedophile. Roy Warren Marshall. 10 years of this shit. I don't know. Okay, defendants believe the subjects of discovery should be Quest's online history, Quest's prior claims of defamation, which he's lost, Quest's mental health and emotional distress claims. Yeah, definitely want to know what mental health issues existed before this case and what new manifestations have come about because of it. Because here's the thing, if you have a complicated mental health history because you're fucking insane and you allege something I did caused you damage, it has to be not something that you already had because you're fucking insane. Quest states of residency and citizenship, mainly because he lied about it, still lies about it, and his attorney lied about it. Prior defamatory statements about Quest by others. Quest's Umbrella Man persona and related filmography, including the public's reception thereof. Oh, I mean, that's not great. Quest's prior statements about and interactions with defendants. Oh, that's not gonna look good for you either, is it, Quest? If I remember, you've said a lot of nasty stuff about me, including that whole "I want to kill you" at a gas station thing that you did. Remember that back in December, a couple years back, when you said that I'd be pumping gas one day because you knew I know where you are. I know where you live. Oh yeah, I got it. I know where you are, Nikki. And I just come up behind you. You won't even be able to reach for that gun. 'Cause I'm quick. I'm quick. Remember that? Remember that, Steve? When you said that you were gonna come to my gas station and murder me before the police could get there? Remember that? I do. I remember that. That'll be fun to put in Discovery, won't it? When you go ahead and do that. I know you're taking those videos down and you're like trying to cover up and obscure evidence from Discovery and from the court. But if that video, you know, if it doesn't show up in the court file from Discovery and we happen to have a copy of it, I mean, maybe, just maybe, you could get in trouble for that shit. I don't know, though. I'm barely a lawyer. So, I know you've been taking shit down. You've been trying to use privacy claims to take other people's shit down. But just in case, you know, I think it'll be fun to include all the death threats that you make about people online all the time. Like, that'll be great. And particularly me, you fucking weirdo. All right. Quest's sexual history, including the public perception thereof. Ooh, I don't know if you want that one either, Quest. Quest public figure status, any and all allegations made by Quest in his complaint, and any and all damages claimed by Quest. So yeah, he's gonna allege a lot. And of course, he'll have to prove it. As to electronically stored information, ESI should be produced in native format. Any TIFF images should be produced in flat file format. Non-native production should be attended with a notice that is not in native format. This is just agreeing to how anything that's recovered electronically will be shared, because it's got to be provided in a way that you can like sift through it. Because you know how like online records are. If you've ever downloaded like your Facebook chat history or whatever, you get like a multi-thousand page document because the way chats just add up. Okay. So blah, blah, blah. Paper documents shall be scanned and produced in electronic format unless to do so in a timely manner is impossible because of technology limitations. As to claims of privilege, parties do not anticipate any issues surrounding privilege. Parties do not request any changes in limitations on discovery except that they stipulate that depositions may be conducted by remote means. Oh, I guess. Other orders. Parties do not anticipate the need of a protective order. Yet. Go for big guy says, let's be honest, Rackets. You've not noticed the law and common sense don't matter anymore. You honestly think a judge here in Minnesota is going to give you a fair shake? I doubt it. Our judges and citizens make DC look good. We'll see. I naively am keeping the faith. Deadline to amend pleadings and parties, February 1st, 2024. So we got a long fucking time to amend pleadings and parties. I got to check the next page. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, there's nothing here I have to censor out. Deadline for dispositive motions and contests as to expert qualifications, September 30th, 2024, 60 days after the close of discovery. ADR should be done by mediation. This is alternative dispute resolution. Should be done by mediation. The mediation should take place by October 30th, 2024, 90 days after close of discovery. I mean, I guess. The parties should be trial ready by February 1st, 2025. I guess trial will take 3 to 5 days. So, David Schneider Madsen, Respectfully submitted. Sigrun Aeterna says, a little off topic, kind of going back to last week's stuff, but quick question. If consent ends at death, wouldn't that mean organ donations could technically be illegal? I mean, I guess, right? There's a lot of problems with the whole consent ends at thing, but who knows? Jim Cox, welcome to Lawyer Status. And Lefty Lull says, I think you'll be fine, Nick. You don't live in the metro area. You probably have decent judges. Even if a local attorney is a moron, good luck, bro. Well, I mean, on one hand, I think the judge got the order completely wrong on our motion. I mean, obviously, I think that because I don't think that there's any fact at issue that requires discovery at all. Based on what they have claimed in their complaint. I mean, this discovery plan is fucking lunacy. It's insane. None of the things that they're asking for are alleged in the complaint, right? This criminal enterprise of hate stuff. Like, what? Why are we going into RICO questions based on defamation of Steve Quest? Is there some network of defamed people that are all like hurt by my scheme, or is it just one giant conspiracy against Steve Quest as his perception of the entire world is, right? The guy is a conspiracy theorist. He believes that he is self-important beyond reasonability. Or appears to. I mean, he claims, some of his claims are just fucking outrageous. Claims to have helped the FBI crack all these cases and do this stuff or whatever. The man's off his fucking meds. So likewise, he believes that he is also the target of everything all the time. Which I guess is why they believe I have a criminal enterprise. Dude, I don't need other people's help to just make fun of you. You're imminently mockable. This is no shock. Like, you don't need a network. You just need eyes and a mouth. There's other stuff that's submitted in addition to this, but is not public. So I'm not going to share it. But they've given me an idea of who they think I have like some criminal enterprise network with. And it's so fucking stupid as to be laughable. Like, I can't tell you because I'm not going to say anything that's not public about the case. But it just goes to show they have no idea. They're throwing darts across an ocean hoping to hit a penny. And it's obvious. But at some point, we have to recognize the frivolous nature of this shit. And I would hope the judge does that at some point. But currently, the judge is like, nah, you got to go through discovery. And now we see the discovery plan. It's like, for what? For the purposes of our motion, you accept all facts alleged as true. And that's the crazy part. The only thing in the motion that was not discovered is damages by the party bringing the claim. Why haven't they shown damages? Now, in the stuff that's not public, I can summarize a section because they have to talk about damages a little bit in their initial disclosures. And as to the damages, all of the impact and suffering that Montegraph has gone through, either emotionally or financially, they say they're not tabulated or calculated. Now, we don't know. We haven't actually figured it out. Well, why haven't you figured it out? How do you not know how much harm you've suffered? How can, like, you can't even ballpark it? You can't say this much has happened by now and the rest are ongoing. You can't do that. It's because it's a lie. It's an obvious lie. And it's always been a lie. But, c'est la vie. I don't know. I would love to see their theory. Because, again, they've indicated in initial disclosures the witnesses, the potential co-conspirators. It's so funny. Like, it's amazing. Because it's not actually who you might think, and that's the weird part. But okay. All right. This is the world. This is what we live in right now. But look, when the world has got you down, where the fuck is my... There. When the world has got you down, you need something to help you go ahead and chill out and relax. There is an option. There is something that you can do. Feel better, to get healthier, take your mind off of the nonsense of every day. And that is grab yourself a healthy, hearty glass of Field of Greens. That's right, Brickhouse Nutrition, fieldofgreens.com, promo code NOSE. Very simple way to get some fruits and vegetables into your diet. You take 16 ounces of water. Well, that's what I do. I do 16 ounces of water. You go ahead and you add up this, you add in this green powder, and then you drink it. I try to be fully honest with any product that you can mix it with all liquor if you want. You'll probably die. Fruit, 1 serving of vegetables. So go use promo code NOSE, save yourself a little money. All right, here we need to go. Or here we need to do this. We need to read the super chats that are on YouTube, and then and any other 20 plus chats that have come in. We're gonna get off of YouTube. We're gonna go over to Rumble. I'm gonna talk a little bit more about my case. Then we can do something else for a little bit, have a good time, and then we'll wrap up and I'll do a local show. So here we go over on YouTube. Super chats. Janiel Vargas says, "What are the odds Queston Schneider could win this?" I don't know. You can't ever pick odds because once you get in front of a jury, you can't predict the outcome. I can tell you what the odds should be. It should be 0. There is no defamation of Montegraph. I don't believe anything I've said was false. I don't have any reason to doubt the truth of anything I've said. Montegraph's a public figure by his own admission. So you've got to have actual malice. I don't have any. I don't have any actual malice against Montegraph. I don't even have common law malice against Montegraph. He seems to have some against me. Again, that whole like threaten to kill me thing and other people, but that's because he's a paranoid fucking lunatic. With that being said, someone show me where I have reason to doubt anything. Man's been called a pedophile for years. Makes creepy fucking videos. I don't know, his own statements kind of prove out everything I said, but yeah, but you never know. Once you get in front of a jury, you don't know anything. Juries are not predictable. You can only sculpt the case. And what case they're gonna get is gonna be so frustrating because at the end of the day, this is 2 dumbasses on the internet yelling at each other. They don't know either of us, so who's the good guy, who's the bad guy? I mean, I know I can show them who the crazy motherfucking weirdo is and the basis of everything I said, but I'm an asshole, so who knows? Luminaire, my Twitter account was suspended because I told a politician she should be tarred and feathered for being a political hack. Can't criticize the politics Chris Chan, what's your thoughts about Trump's lawyer's statements about the indictment and the Supreme Court? I haven't seen them. Yeah, I'm not sure which of Trump's lawyers and his statements. I haven't seen the statements. I'd be very curious to read them. But I think, I mean, it is a Supreme Court question, as we talked about yesterday, because ultimately Trump possibly has presidential immunity on almost everything that he's alleged to have done. So we'll have to see. Duncan Idaho says, Kurt is stubborn and gets hangry sometimes, but I think he's a solid dude and I enjoy his content. Yeah, I like Kurt a lot. Even though he didn't respond to me and he didn't show up. Butcher CS says, get rid of the nest. They're piles of crap. You want a T-stat that can bypass staging and variable speed modulation, assuming your system is equipped with that. Get an Ecobee. They have a test mode. Almond John 2, don't forget to watch Meat Canyon Wabbit season re-upload. One Winged Angel, what's your email or where can I find it? Do you read Messenger? I message you there a lot. Yeah, I read Messenger. Oh, if we message on there, yeah, just message me there. Jester690 says, drinking some 12-year Powers John Lane. Cheers. Almond John says, before you go to Matsuri. Oh, so I can know who Meat Canyon is, I guess. Tim Benz, I read that one. Almond John 2, YouTube being gayer, so I had to send multiple chats. Kim Ben says, gotcha. Thank you. Moncor, 29 months member, says Kurt's all right. Kim Ben says, my handle on locals is Serenity Love, just FYI. Okay, that makes sense. How you doing? BR17, what changes would you make to the system to discourage bad faith litigants like Monty? That's a really tough question, and it probably belongs in the next segment where we talk about anti-slaps in general, this case in specific, and stuff like that. So I'll try and address that there. Nick Naylor says, the locals gift was amazing. Nick, thank you so much. I love it. You're welcome. Heather Iris, hi, are you going to cover the Alexi Treviso case? What the fuck is that? Alexi Treviso. What? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is a teen mom accused of killing her newborn son. Holy shit. Is this a chick that, like, delivered the baby and, like, put it in a garbage can in the hospital or something weird? Like, while she said she was going to the bathroom? Ugh. I don't know. I've only heard tangentially about it. I'll have to look into it. Maybe I can cover it. Sounds fucking terrible, though. Really depressing. Talking Trash and Truth says, is this where we sign up for Extortion 101? I passed Advanced Villainy. Yes. Jim Cox, welcome to Lawyer Status. Eve Fell says, Rob Snyder as Rob Snyder, starring as Snyder in Rekieta's Law defamation. Kyan Rennell says, Monty's plan is to bleed you dry and then settle for money. Monty's not getting a penny out of me. Settlement at this point? Not a fucking chance. Oh, and first of all, for people who are like, oh, why didn't Nick just apologize and settle for Montegraph? Some things have never been on the table. Montegraph has never sent a settlement offer to me. I'm certainly not going to send one to him for a bullshit lawsuit. Other than walk away, you fucking idiot. But he's never asked me to settle or retract or anything. Asia Frazier says, person on the street with a sign, not gonna lie, need weed, please. I find this funny, but is it legal to ask for drug money in a state where weed is illegal? Sure. That's a free speech thing. Now, I guess the cops could maybe stop him and say, we have a reason to search you for weed, but his sign says he needs it, not that he has it. So I don't know that they get there. But yeah, you can ask for anything. But you might be drawing attention to yourself that you don't want. The Majestic American Woodcock says, was Medicare named as a co-conspirator because you're a member of the Sweaty Sausage Squad? Oh, I can't disclose.
It's a problem, okay?
Backed up. Stop. Feedback loop that is created is what used to be called black magic. There's nothing magic about it. It's a biological fact. Is coming out. It's a kind of spiritual experience, very deep in the human psyche. The feedback loop. It's a psychic feedback loop. Feedback loops that get expanded, stoking it, twisting and I lost my train of thought a little bit there, but a little bit of a feedback loop. I'm back. Human biology and menopause. Denise Matteau, over and out.
Okay? You are on notice. You are on notice. You are on notice. You are on notice.
Another gesture from the novelty store. Oh, what a bore. Oh, what a gag. It's tragic, really. It's not even silly. A total waste of energy. Sunny side. So many cards from the 5 and 10, and here they come again. Could be the same one as last time. An expression of insanity to divert all attention from anything like reality. I wanna know, can you cry like you wanna? Can you cry like you wanna? Can you cry like you wanna? Sunny side. You set the table with silver linings. They're polished and shining, but they can't cut through vegetables, and they can't cut through animals, and they'll never cut through minerals. So the food lays there rotting. I wanna know, can you cry like you wanna? 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 you cry like you wanna. Sunny side.
Okay. You are on to notice. Peace out, everybody. How do I end this fucking thing? Holy shit. How do I fucking do it? Oh my god. I don't have fucking InStream on my phone. Copyright use saved, remove, result. Is late. You just became #1 target. Hope you enjoy your life from this point on, because I'm gonna do my damnedest to make it fucking miserable for you. Anybody else has a problem with Boo? You're gonna have a problem with me. You all have a great night. My battery's dying. I gotta go.
Running narrative, pushing LARPs. He went and called out everybody. What are you talking about? I've been doing that since, I don't know, 2-3 years.
Ain't you a snooty bitch? Now he is a LARPer and he hangs out with LARPers. I'm not a LARPer. But they're out there. And hopefully conversations with them help people see what makes a LARPer.
This is not a LARP show.
Tried to handle me? Tried. Past tense. How do you know that?
And it's because it's about Frank Bacon, Dark Wizard.
What do these guys try offering a business content to guys like you? Dude, alright, fuck it. I was offered financial independence. I was offered like a ridiculous amount of money several times, even from the person that you're talking about.
I spent the last couple of years of my life trying to show people how they can get rid of that monthly paycheck and actually still live a decent life.
You can do
well,
it,
not
guys.
just with Steam. I've made a lot of people a lot of money on this for a number of years. I'm actually pretty good at it. But I don't like to go out there and advertise that for everyone.
Bitcoin I could make from the accounts, the BitChute accounts, and yeah, do it for the same Cappy. I know.
Well, actually,
I'm here asking. What was your initial question? Who did you name? Who did you name in your initial question? Boom. There you go. There you go.
But somebody in your chat, and I don't normally read the chat, so I apologize, asked me 2 direct questions. And I wanted to address those. Because,
okay, go ahead.
One was about a creepy threat to Aleppo. But I did a joke with a comedian. There's a guy who has a joke.
lately, his posts have been wishing not good things, mental illness, physical illness, death even. Thumbs down. And I
For that question, I would do a pistol whip and a tasing for that gentleman.
Amazing.
And in that order. And then prior to that, did Frank ask Vegan Mikey to pose as Isaac Cappy posthumously? Did you see that question?
I saw that, but I wasn't quite sure what that was all about. I'm in the dark here.
It's because a while back I had gotten an account for Isaac Cappy, knowing that he was in danger of throwing himself off a bridge, and had a private phone call with him. But in this day and age, as Mindy knows, there's no such thing as a private phone call, and things get, tossed around, and the rumor mill gets picked up. It's a great way to promote sci-fi. But since this is for a direct answer to skills here, I asked Vegan Mikey, are you gonna take this account and use it posthumously for Isaac? I don't care what you do with it. I mean, you can act like him, whatever you want, but here's the account. Gave it to him. He's illiterate, like a lot of people in the chat that don't use Steam.
Oh, yeah. No, Steam it, definitely. I got the login info for several Steam accounts, which makes me skeptical. And it made me skeptical when he was doing it.
We're illiterate in my book. And Vegan Mikey was illiterate, and I took it back. I also gave the account to Phoenix Enigma.
Low skill obvious player, we're clearly having some kind of communication error here. What did Corey say to Nathan was true a few days ago?
Yeah,
Can you clarify that, please?
Please do.
Frank Bacon has been approaching people like you and Vegan Mikey with Isaac Cappy's login information to Steam it to pretend to post as Isaac Cappy. Okay.
And I said I believed it was Steam it. I can't recall. I had the conversation on the patio of a bar in Mesa. I hadn't been drinking yet. I'd just gotten there. I'd been having a conversation, and we stepped out. And I can't remember. I believe it was Steam it. I can't remember for an absolute solid guarantee the platform. I don't think I wrote it down. I didn't have my book with me. I was having a conversation. But yeah, that happened. What's your point? What's your point on that?
Ain't you a snooty bitch?
Like, is that my fault? Does that speak to my credibility?
Okay. No. I'm gonna go back here. All right. To say about it.
Now, and Bacon was introduced to me by Thomas.
Right. Okay.
That happened? I guess we can. Do we read into that? I mean, what are you saying?
Challenging for
Are
leadership.
you saying that I'm guilty of something?
No. I didn't see these a couple other comments because I was going through 4 other chats right now, and so the whole thing about Isaac being
Person
alive.
who wanted me to go on and pretend to be Isaac Cappy in social media and start putting out stuff like Cappy was still alive.
Really?
Yeah.
He asked you to do that?
He was asking about what you said to Nathan about what Frank Bacon wanted you to do with Isaac's count, pretending that he was alive.
Yeah, he wanted me to post stuff. He wanted me to post stuff like I was Isaac.
Right.
And I said, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I'm not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I don't like puzzles. I don't do those games. I don't trick people.
Is that any more clear to all you now? Am I on the right page here?
I don't engage in psyops. I don't have false accounts. I don't play that fucking shit. I don't do it. And I don't do it when people offer it to me. I don't do it because I know people are trying to affect my credibility, and I don't do it because it's wrong. I don't play these games.
He's also illiterate, and I took it back. So if somebody who's close enough to Isaac, like say his mother, who I pretty much, I'm in Albuquerque, so nobody's going to get between me and that. So I hope that answered the question in the chat.
Hey, Mr. Bacon, Mr. Frank Bacon. Good evening, sir. If you're watching, man.
Let's continue, shall we? I'll leave you this one for taste. Me? TS. And gang is the instigator.
And I don't.
This is a man I trust threatening, doxing, socks, internet harassment, and cyber stalking, financing.
Right on whatever I did it to.
What, you think I'm stupid like you are?
Challenging for leadership of the clan?
No, sir. Let's.
Proud of it, but I did it to, and I made sure that I was 100% right on whatever I did it to.
What, you think I'm stupid like you are? Wee!
Let's continue, shall we? I'll leave you this one for taste. Me.
Aaron
TS,
D. Cox is someone who needs
TS,
very close scrutiny.
and gang is the instigator. This is a man I trust. Threatening, doxing, stalks, internet harassment and cyber stalking, financing, gang stalking. This guy is a wizard. Initiate LARP. More of this stuff coming up, folks. We're gonna keep rolling it out.
You challenging for leadership of the clan?
No, sir.
Communists hate God, church, and freedom. Why should half, and probably more, become subjects of these Marxists? The division is real, and it's why talk of more drastic realities cannot be dismissed. Just today, for example, Rasmussen published this poll. U.S. voters now regard each other as a bigger enemy than Russia or North Korea, and just as dangerous as China. 24% of likely U.S. voters think Biden voters are America's biggest enemy, and nearly as many, 22%, regard Trump voters as their biggest enemy.
You challenging for leadership of the clan?
Cool. Cool, cool. I'm gonna play a little bit of this video and see if you can hear the video. If you can hear the video, give me a 9 in the chat. Did we hear that annoying music? What's up, Alex? What up, everybody?
Leadership of the clan?
All right. So let me give you a little bit of an explanation on what you're about to listen to.
Challenging the leadership of the clan?
Freedom. Please go subscribe to his channel. Went to the Mesa Police Department in an attempt to pick up public records. Well, that sucks that you can't hear the video. Try it again. See if you can play it. Can you hear that? Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Don't fuck with me, bitch. Stop.
So you're gonna have to bear with me until
Minuscule on my radar.
know what I'm saying?
On my radar. On my radar. Y'all have a great night. My battery's dying. I gotta go. But something you don't want to fucking do. something you don't want to fucking do. You all have a great night. My battery's dying. I gotta go.
There you go. Should be able to hear it now. Okay. So, Jim Freedom went and tried to pick up records that I had requested, and they told him that he's not allowed to get them because he wasn't the one that requested them, even though he has the identifying number that was generated with that records request. So there's no possible way he could even know about it unless he had that number and I told him about it, which would give him permission to pick it up. So he put in his own records request and came up with 700 emails. Realistically, there's about 250, 300 emails because they provided 3 or 4 copies of every email and charged him for it. That's going to turn into another video. But in those emails, the police in the Mesa Police Department been talking about me being a gang member, and I'm pretty sure that's why you guys have been seeing the crazy reactions that you get out of the police when I show up and record them, because they're all being told that I'm a gang member. So I called the Department of Corrections and asked about this. Specifically, I asked a supervisor from when I was in there about why he didn't do what I asked him to do, because I knew I had STG points. I knew I had STG points. For those of you that don't know, STG points are security threat group points, meaning that the prison thought that I was some kind of threat and put me in a category without any proof or evidence. There is nothing, and I'm going to get the public records from DOC to show everybody this so we can show you that the police in the real world have been using this idea against me in real time to convict me and punish me for filming the police, because they really do think that I'm affiliated with some fucking gang, which is dumb as shit. So I'm gonna play this video. If you can't hear it, oh well. Hello. Hello?
This is Detective returning call for James.
Hey, Detective, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Last time I spoke to you, you were a sergeant in SSU.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's been a while, man. Do I sound familiar to you?
You do not. I apologize.
Well, I want to keep it pretty simple. I've got some pretty basic questions for you. So in about 2017, you were SSU at Central Unit. You were the supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry. I do not recognize your voice. I apologize. Who am I speaking?
Well, my name is Chris. So I kind of called you under the guise of a different name. I didn't know if my name would be recognized. You do know me. We've personally met. I was actually a guest at Central Unit in 2017. Do you remember me calling you to my door one day, making a big stink about STG points that you put on Christopher Ruff? Does the last name Ruff sound familiar?
Vaguely.
So I was there in 2007. I got out in September of 2017, but before that, I was in Central Unit at the Walls. I was in CB5, CB5 or CB7, I'm not sure. And I was in the walking program, you know, where we got to go to chow and all that good stuff. And I called you to my door because of an UA that came up, and you pulled me out, you put me in a cage, and I made a big stink about having STG points, and I asked you to take those off of my record before I got out because I didn't want it following me around. Remember that?
I made a big deal about it. Do you remember that though?
I've had lots of discussions with lots of people, different people, Chris, about STG points.
I can imagine you're a detective now, so you've obviously, accomplished some things over the last couple of years, and congratulations. You were one of the few officers there that I thought was level-headed and a good person in general. That's why I'm calling you directly instead of making a stink about this, because those STG points have followed me, man. I just did a records request for a bunch of emails through a local police department here in Arizona, and all my DOC stuff started getting brought up in these emails that these police officers are talking to each other about. And your name didn't get mentioned, but I do remember having a conversation with you. I made a big stink about these STG points because so that's what I'm calling about. I mean, you can, if you have a computer in front of you, you can look up my DOC number right now and see exactly who you're talking to. It'll show you my picture.
Yeah.
It's
what's your number, Chris?
267-609.
Wait, what was the number again?
267-609.
Okay.
Christopher Ruff.
Yeah, I see you.
So you remember me?
Yeah, if this is you, I vaguely remember you, yes.
So I'm having an issue because of all of that, man. I mean, there was a reason I asked you to take those points away and make it clear that I'm not associated with anybody. I mean, you're a detective now, so you would know out of everybody if I've sent letters in over the last, 6 years or 5 years since I've been out, and I haven't. I don't maintain contact with anybody, and my name has never come up in any of your investigations over the last few years since I got out. But here it is 2023, and I have local municipalities and police departments, saying in emails that I'm an undocumented AB member. That's a big problem. How well do you follow the internet, man? How well do you follow the internet?
What do you mean the internet?
Do you watch YouTube?
The internet's a big place, Chris.
I know, but do you watch YouTube?
There's a lot on YouTube as well.
Okay, well, I have a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel where I got out of prison, I started a business, and I started doing activism work. I noticed that there was a problem with local police out on the streets, and I started recording them and putting them on YouTube. And over the course of the last 3 years, I've garnered about, almost 500,000 followers over all my media platforms, but mainly on YouTube, I go by DirectD. So you can bring up my YouTube channel and see my YouTube channel, see what I've been doing over the last couple years, and it's not gang related, but they're using what I asked you to take off of my record against me. I mean, I need help fixing this, huh?
I can tell you this much, Chris. I will tell you, I do not remember specifically having this conversation with you, but I know I've had this conversation with a lot of people at Century and elsewhere. As SSU, and even in my role now as a detective, I do not have the ability, and I did not have the ability at the time to take any points off anyone.
Well, who does? Because it's a problem, man. You guys labeled me as some associate with, a very serious gang that I'm not associated with. And it's affecting my personal life now,
I understand your concern.
I mean, you have a computer in front of you. What do you guys have me labeled as? Can you look it up and tell me? I mean, why am I being discussed in emails years after I got out of prison? I don't get it.
I can't give any information out over the phone, Chris. You know that. It wouldn't be fair to you if somebody else called up saying, I'm Chris Russell.
But I can request those records, though. That's the thing. They're public records. So, I mean, you can tell me. You can absolutely can. The law allows you to do so, or you
can request those records. There's a request process that needs to be followed.
Okay, I'm going.
But I'm not going to give out inmate information over the phone.
I understand.
That wouldn't be fair to you if somebody else called up trying to ask for your information.
Right. You tell them the same thing. Put in a records request. I got you.
You do know how to do the public records request, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure because, like I said, you can get all those records, or the majority of records. Some things are always going to be
Only
not public
witnesses
access.
and whoever ratted on
But-
it is not going to be public.
Okay, so you do know the process then, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, I'm
Okay,
very
I
familiar
just
with
want to
Title
make sure you
39.
have it so that you can get the records you want. All right.
I appreciate
I hope you understand, man.
I get it.
I'm not going to give out information over the phone because that's not fair to you. Because somebody that's not you could call up and then we're giving out information. That's not fair to you.
No, I know. You're right. You're right. It's best to just go through the processes and the chain. I get it.
All right, Chris. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, man. You have a good day.
All right.
That's that, folks. No, there's no need for phone calls or none of that stuff to the Department of Corrections. I mean, the people that were responsible for labeling me as this bullshit aren't even the ones that can remove anything, as you just heard him. So, I mean, you heard him. I told him I haven't been in contact with anybody. I ain't sent no letters. My name ain't come up. I'm not affiliated with nothing to do with prison whatsoever. No gangs, nothing. And I haven't been since I got out of prison. Crazy, right? I'm going to read some of you guys' chats and then I'm going to cut this. Fuck you, Aaron. Just made a verbal records request. I did, but you know, the laws in Arizona aren't as stringent as other places. You can't just make a verbal records request to any employee and expect it to get fulfilled. You got to write it down, fill out paperwork, blah, blah, blah. Big shout out from London, from Joe. Nice. But that's what's going on, folks. The Mesa Police Department has initiated a slander propaganda campaign behind the scenes. So when I show up to these police scenes and you notice the cops start acting funny before I've ever even said anything, and then they start telling me where to stand and creating issues, it all boils down to this bullshit belief that I'm affiliated somehow with prison gangs. I haven't been in prison since 2017. I don't think so. I did talk to some law firms today, and all the same story. It's all a big joke. It's all a big joke. But I did find out some interesting information. So Benjamin Taylor, who's a big lawyer in Arizona, civil rights lawyer, is now the sitting president of the bar in Arizona. So we do have, you know, an okay civil rights lawyer sitting as the president of the Arizona State Bar for the lawyers in Arizona. This is good news. Before, it was not good. But yeah, no lawyers want to help. Nope. No lawyers want to help because there's this perception that I've doxed my lawyers, and I've never doxed any of my lawyers. And I'm going to make a video about all these lawyers that claim that I doxed them. I'm going to show my emails, text messages, everything. The funny part is I never posted anything about these people until they threatened to withdraw from my case or refused to do something completely legal that I asked them to do, like file a motion in my case. Lawyers have got a big head about them here in Arizona and think that they are gods amongst men and mice and that they don't have to do anything that they don't want to do. And I've proven that time and time again on my channel. And then when you point it out, Now you're harassing them. If you document a lawyer or what's happening in court, it's harassment, and that gives them grounds to no longer provide you with representation as outlined in the United States Constitution and the Arizona Constitution. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's all a joke, folks. You don't have rights. You don't have the freedom of speech. You don't have the right to religion. You don't have the right to protest. You don't have the right to redress grievances. You don't have the right to do anything. You don't have the right to paint pictures that you want. You don't have the right to stand out on a sidewalk and hold a sign. You don't have a right to represent yourself. You don't have a right to a lawyer. You don't have any rights. The Constitution and everything that all of these channels are supposed to be about is a fucking joke because it doesn't apply to me and you. If you don't get a government check, it does not apply to us. Constitution was not meant for us. Sorry. I've proven that. I got convicted of calling a cop in Mesa a piece of shit. I got convicted on public property. All the things that you say are not supposed to happen, happened. And continue to happen, and nobody gives a fuck. I mean, I've got 250, almost 250,000 subscribers on here. I'm giving myself a little boost, but that don't mean anything. If that don't mean anything for me, what do you think that means for you? You're fucked even worse than me. They might tiptoe around fuck with me a little bit more because I can expose them. But you don't have any alternative routes to put them online. You got to send me an email and ask me to share your video, or Lackluster or somebody else. Think about what could happen to you if it's so easily happening to me. They'll do whatever they want. You're just as fucked as me. You don't have rights. You can pretend that you do. You can say, I have a right. It doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. You don't have rights. Sorry. You only have rights if you have a lawyer. You only have rights if you have a lawyer. If you don't have a lawyer, you don't have rights. And if they won't give you a lawyer, then you definitely don't have rights, right? Oh, man. I'm going to be doing a lot of videos on the departments in Arizona. I'm going to be pushing, like, you know, the homeless, the attacking the homeless in Mesa. They're trying to weed out all the homeless. I mean, the city of Mesa and Phoenix, there's no housing for these people, so they can't criminalize them sleeping in public places. But that's exactly what they're doing. You can't criminalize asking for charity. Charitable donations are constitutionally protected. Asking for charitable donations are constitutionally protected. But multiple cities in the state of Arizona feel that they can arrest you for being 50 feet from a bank or, you know, 100 feet from this business and asking for money. If you don't believe me, go watch Jeff Gray's channel, Honor or Civil Rights Investigation. He does mostly that kind of stuff, and he puts up the case law. It's good stuff. But Arizona is a different, it's its own little world. It's its own little world. You guys watch all these videos from all over the internet. You see people suing and winning and da-da-da. It don't work here. It does not work here. You don't have rights in the state. The state is a testing ground for the whole United States for laws, what they can get away with and what they can push. Just remember something. If the freedom of speech is silent, how are you going to complain about anything? You can't. We are literally reverting back to, you know, back to bullshit is what's happening. You don't have rights, folks. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but your rights are a joke. And then all the people that, you know, they had to swear and hold up their hand when they became a police officer, and they had to say, I swear to protect the United States and Arizona against all, not exactly like this, but all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's like, you know, a test to get into a job. You got to remember the test for that one time when you took the test, and then it's irrelevant. That kind of shit's never going to come up. It's an aptitude test. Will you lie right now and then do whatever we say afterwards? Yes, I will. That's what's going on. You don't have rights. I'm going to end this live stream, though, folks. It was nice of you guys to hang out with me. I'm going to be doing a lot of videos and exposing a lot of the stuff that's been going on in Mesa. There's so many videos that I haven't posted online. It's not even funny. So, I mean, stuff that I didn't think was relevant, but I held on to it. Little clips of cops saying certain things. It's all going to be pieced together into a very nice story for you on how they use trespassing enforcement, you know, your freedom of speech. They fail to put signs up and then arrest you and charge you for certain things. I'm going to touch on the radio traffic. The Mesa Police Department encrypted all of the radio traffic solely because of us. Specifically me and Cobra and MCW Joker and a few others that have been around for a while. But they specifically encoded the radio traffic to stop us from being able to find it. It's in the emails. It's online. I'm going to show you. That law, HB 2319 that they came out with, that law was because of me, folks. Now, it might sound cocky, me saying that, but I'm going to show you. I was talking about this law a year before it even went into legislation. I got emails about a compilation of videos that the Mesa Police Department took to the legislator and to, what's his fucking name? I'm forgetting that dude's name. Old guy, white hair, looked like Colonel Sanders. But they took a compilation of videos, mostly mine. There was Pigs Under Pressure, Bao was in there, James Freeman was in there, but mostly my videos. And they took these videos to the legislator in an attempt to get HB 2319 put on the books, in an attempt to create a law to control what we're doing so they could arrest us. Now, as you all know, that law has been federally destroyed. So they very, very much did not succeed in that. But that's what you guys are going to be seeing from me over the next couple of months until I get some paperwork written up. See, what I'm going to do is walk into an FBI field office with all this shit and just cross my fingers and hope for the best. I'm going to take boxes of shit into the FBI field office and say, "What's up?" I won't. Watch me. I don't have warrants from the FBI. I will walk into a fucking FBI field office with everything that I have. Guarantee you. Hard copies, paper, discs with videos on it. Because ultimately, you cannot complain to any state level representative or official in the state of Arizona. Some of you might know, some of you might not know, but I did file complaints with the Attorney General of Arizona for being assaulted by cops, and they basically said, there's nothing we can do about it. You need to contact the Department of Justice. Every level of government in Arizona says the same thing. Yeah, there's nothing we're going to do about it. You need to contact the federal government. So that's what we're going to do. I haven't reached out to the feds like ever. And in these emails, they're talking to a federal agent. I'm going to just start emailing these people myself and say, hey, what's up? Why don't you guys include me in on the conversation since you've been talking about me for years? Yeah, there's emails from the federal government that I got. So the Mesa Police Department has been sending emails to the FBI field office here in Arizona. I mean, I got a fuckload of emails. It's not even funny. The Department of Justice ain't interested in investigating anybody seriously. I mean, if you guys see what the DOJ and the ATF is doing for your Second Amendment rights and other platforms, you would laugh if you told me to hit the DOJ up. They don't care. No, they don't care at all. They don't want you to have any rights. You know, something else that's important that I want to ask my subscribers that are going to watch this and that are watching this right now. A lot of you follow a lot of these other Second Amendment big channels. I think it's important for you to be in their comment sections and mentioning what's going on with, you know, First Amendment auditors, cop watchers, whatever acronym you go by or descriptive word, and start spamming their comments. Because without the First Amendment, you have no Second Amendment. Without the Second Amendment, you have no First Amendment. That's why it's the first and the second, but they're synonymous. They're the same fucking thing, and they need each other. So it's important for these bigger, you know, gun channels to be pointing out what's happening with the suppression of free speech. And I also think it's important for these First Amendment cop watch channels to be pointing out what the ATF is trying to do. For those of you that don't know, the ATF is an enforcement bureau of the government. It's not a legislative bureau. But they are doing legislative things like creating bans on certain types of mechanical, I don't really follow all that, but they're creating bans on certain pieces of weapons that never went through legislation, and then they're creating criminal charges against people for it, and they're arresting them. That's not good. That's not good at all. So it's important for these two niche categories or factions on YouTube and other platforms to start recognizing each other and working together on exposing the problem. There is an attack on your civil rights right now as Americans. I'm proof of that. I'm proof of that. And there's other people that are proof of that too, but they don't have quite the following that I do. So I think it's imperative that you get involved and make your voice heard in the comments section, send emails, whatever you need to do. This stuff needs more exposure, not just for me, but for everybody that's dealing with this. Appreciate you guys. Wouldn't be a live stream without a direct deep burp, right? Oh, that hurt. Why am I always burping? Because I'm always drinking soda or some kind of fucking bubbly drink. Ew, so gross. I can't wait for the comments on this.
Project Veritas has acquired hundreds of documents that detail business plans for the Chinese Communist Party's state-owned enterprises related to their 14th five-year plan. These projects were approved by the CCP in October of 2020.
The greatest long-term threat to our nation's ideas, innovation, and economic security, our national security, is that from China. And they have stolen more of Americans' personal and business data than every other nation combined.
Intelligence agencies across the globe believe that the Chinese government utilizes state-owned enterprises to undermine the free world in an attempt to become the world's only superpower. Project Veritas is publishing information that is vital to understanding the plans of the Chinese Communist Party that controls the Chinese government. The threat and methods of the CCP will only be properly understood if thousands of citizens and professional journalists engage in the process of digging through these plans.
Scientists now under arrest accused of stealing trade secrets from companies doing research with the Coca-Cola company. The Chinese-born scientist who is working in Atlanta.
Tonight, a former Apple employee charged with stealing trade secrets for self-driving cars, then fleeing to China, and he's still at large.
We've reviewed materials that focus on advanced technology, including biotech, nuclear, and AI, some having military applications. They also cover high-end manufacturing, including agricultural and medical equipment, as well as the development of materials and chemicals. The documents reveal a number of individuals involved in the research and development of these projects who work within public universities and private companies in the United States, the United Kingdom, Israel, Canada, Australia, Japan, France, and Germany through various CCP programs, including the Chinese Thousand Talents program. This, along with affiliated Confucius Institutes, were subject to oversight and disclosure of Chinese Communist Party members during the Trump administration, but have since been revoked by the Biden administration in 2021. That's the same year China's current five-year plan was initiated. These CCP documents in their original format have been uploaded to our website. We're making these documents available to the public in an effort to be fully transparent regarding the CCP's global agenda. We look forward to collaboration with journalists across the world and subject matter experts to further explore the implications of these business plans and the individuals involved. The free world must be united together because it concerns everyone, not only the United States. Stay tuned.
for Judge Merrick Garland? Mr. Pence, can you describe this photo?
Yeah, that's Donald Trump ripping the tag off a mattress.
And you witnessed him doing this?
Yes, I did.
This wasn't the first time, was it?
Nope. No, it wasn't.
In the 4 years you spent at the White House, how many mattress tags did twice impeached Donald Trump rip off?
All of them.
You murderer! Mr. Pence, did you ever try and stop Trump from ripping the tags off?
Yeah, but he just told me it's not my concern.
Mr. Pence, can you describe this photo?
Yeah. That's Trump leaving the toilet seat up.
You son of a bitch! You're gonna fry for this, Trump! Mr. Pence, what other laws did Trump bring?
Well, when he was in Connecticut, Trump tried to sell a pickle that didn't bounce.
What else?
When he was in Georgia, he ate fried chicken without a fork.
Is that all?
Well, there's more. When he was in Kansas, he threw a snowball. When he was in Maryland, he said a bad word while driving. When he was in Massachusetts, he danced to the national anthem.
You son of a bitch! I've heard enough!
Trump always put himself over the Constitution.
Best president ever, Joe Biden.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
How's Hunter doing?
Hunter's doing great.
Will you tell him I said hi?
Sure, I will. Will you tell him I said hi too?
Oh, I said hi to him first.
I said hi to him first. That's not fair. Come on, man. You both say hi to Hunter.
Mr. President, did you know about your son's business dealings?
Business dealings? What business dealings?
And is Hunter a good boy?
Yeah, Hunter's a good boy. Smartest guy I know.
President Biden, have you ever broken the law?
Nope, never broken a law.
Have you ever lied?
Nope, I've never told a lie.
I rest my case.
Has the jury reached a decision? We have, Your Honor. We find Donald Trump guilty of everything!
Quest prior statements about and interactions with defendants. Oh, that's not going to look good for you either, is it, Quest? If I remember, you've said a lot of nasty stuff about me, including that whole I want to kill you at a gas station thing that you did. Remember that back in December, a couple years back, when you said that I'd be pumping gas one day because you knew I know where you are. I know where you live. Oh, yeah, I got it. I know where you are, Nikki. And I just come up behind you. You won't even be able to reach for that gun. Because I'm quick. I'm quick. Remember that? Remember that, Steve? When you said that you were going to come to my gas station and murder me before the police could get there? Remember that? I do. I remember that. That'll be fun to put in Discovery, won't it? When you go ahead and do that. I know you're taking those videos down and you're like trying to cover up and obscure evidence from Discovery and from the court. But if that video, if it doesn't show up in the court file from Discovery and we happen to have a copy of it, I mean, maybe, just maybe, you could get in trouble for that shit. I don't know, though. I'm barely a lawyer. So, I know you've been taking shit down. You've been trying to use privacy claims to take other people's shit down. But just in case, I think it'll be fun to include all the death threats that you make about people online all the time. Like, that'll be great. And particularly me, you fucking weirdo.
I gotta back my alarm up because it keep going off and I'm not ready to go over into my laundry just yet. Hate not have. I know this. As one woman called me, I might sound like an entitled coot, but I really hate not having my laundry in my home. I've had laundry in my house for the last 25 years. I don't have it. Last two places, and I have to go into other people's homes to do my laundry, and there's no laundry facility anywhere, and I don't like being beholden to people like that. I don't like having to engage with people like that. I don't like to go into people's houses that I'm not friends with. It's like, this is a business relationship. That's my landlord. He acts inappropriately. he acts inappropriately. I don't really want to be in his house. So it's just a weird situation.
Okay, where are we at? I gotta text somebody that just has a conniption fucking fit if I don't get back to them quickly enough. I mean, literally, this person is so narcissistic. Do you think I'm gonna be rude to the guy? Absolutely not. I'm not gonna poke this bear that's my landlord. It's my landlord. As much as I want to set some boundaries, and I believe in setting boundaries, there's certain people you have to really think before you set boundaries, because if they're a narcopath, they can throw you to the fucking street, and if you don't have a lease, they can do that. And people like him, that's why they don't give people leases. Because if you do the slightest thing that bothers him, he wants to be able to kick you out with no fucking notice, and you're fucking gone to the fucking street. And I just don't think a person can do that and be a good person. What do you think? I'd love some thoughts on this.
You've never asked me for a retraction. In all of this, you never asked me to retract anything. Montegraph has sent some rumble rants. He says, your numbers are falling, sinking, actually. I guess it's all of your ridiculous drunken splaining of nonsense that isn't true anyway. And then he says, how about a formal apology and removal of your slanderous videos? There are no slanderous videos, Monty. Not any of them. You fucked a watermelon on camera. I watched. I was aroused. It was good. It was good. The watermelon and I high-fived afterwards. I have never fucked a watermelon, ever. Provide the proof. You did. I don't need to. I never did any of these things that you've accused me of. Being retarded? Yes. Being my designated ADA retard is actually on your resume, Monty. You sent it to me. 2 more Monty chats. He says, all of your Lawmart attorneys that kiss your ass on the regular.
Lawmart, that's funny.
What?
That was actually funny.
If they're kissing my ass, I better spread and enjoy it. Should be ashamed of themselves for not stepping up and pointing out your disgusting ways. And then he says, Nicholas Rekieta thinks that his statements don't have consequences. Wrong! They do and always will. Shame on you for your irresponsible actions. Monty, I'll just bring... Oh, he said he did one more. You think this is funny?
I shouldn't have said that.
I can assure you that you will not be laughing in the distant future. Stop falsely accusing me of sick shit that I never did.
The distant future? So not the near future?
The distant future.
Distant.
He says, why would I come on your show so you can further ridicule me while making false claims? Monty, that's literally what you did to me, you silly. You little goose. That's what you did to me. I'm just messing with you. Get on here, you baby. He says, wrong. That will never happen, ever. You will take full responsibility for your actions, Nick Rekieta. Sweaty Squad's gonna rise up, Montegraph. Some sweaty sausage links coming hot for your mouth.
Roger, I'd like to go back to Niger. Besides the training being suspended, are there any other changes to the U.S. military presence there? Are they all staying on base? Are any flights taking off the airspace? As I understand, the junta has restricted the airspace, so is that affecting any sort of training flights for U.S. military personnel?
Thanks for the question. So first of all, as we've highlighted, there's no changes to the U.S. military force posture in Niger or policies at this time. Our forces there in Niger continue to cooperate daily with Nigerian forces to keep base operations and services functioning. And so we're, as I mentioned, we're continuing to monitor the situation, which remains fluid and evolving. But right now, again, our focus is going to continue to be on a diplomatic solution to the situation there.
Just to follow up on that, so cooperate, are U.S. forces going outside the base? Are they still going on missions, or is everybody staying inside the base for now?
Yeah, so for the most part right now, they're staying on the bases. As I mentioned earlier this week, If there is a reason that they need to go off base to engage with counterparts, certainly conditions permitting, they're doing that. But for force protection reasons, largely remaining on the bases and again cooperating with the Nigerian forces to keep those bases running.
One quick last
one. And then I got to go to Fox.
Because the airspace is restricted, does the military have any role in helping negotiate flights for the Americans that are in Niger that are being asked to evacuate out?
So for the ordered departure, State Department has a lead. They have not requested any support from DoD at this time. Jennifer.
Are there any Nigerian troops on the base where the U.S. military is located?
I'd refer you to AFRICOM for further details, but my understanding, the short answer is yes, we continue to work with our Nigerian counterparts there on the ground. Obviously, the forces that are not necessarily associated with this seizure of the president, but again, we're working with them on a daily basis to keep the bases running and the services going.
And do you have any assurances from the current military leadership of Niger that they will not harm either U.S. forces or that U.S. forces can remain on the base in Agade?
Well, again, as we monitor this situation, I mentioned earlier in the week that the chairman has spoken to his counterpart in Niger. Right now, we have no indication of any imminent threat against American forces in the country. Again, this is something that we'll continue to monitor very closely. Janie.
Can you clarify what the situation is on the border between Poland and Belarus, and to what degree is there heightened concern about the presence of Russian Wagner paramilitary units along the border?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So, when it comes to the specific situation on the border, I think really Poland are in the best position to talk to you about what their current situation and concerns are. Largely speaking, again, I'm aware of the rhetoric that we've seen from Wagner and from Belarus as it pertains to the border. Right now, there are no plans that I'm aware of, from a U.S. standpoint to adjust our current force posture. We obviously are committed to the security of NATO and will continue to stay in close communication with our Polish allies on that front.
But you don't see some kind of heightened risk? Or
I'm not aware of any imminent risk right now as it relates to cross-border operations. But again, when it comes to Wagner Group, I think we all keep a close eye all the time.
Just more.
Hi, everybody. I'm Diane Brady. I'm here with David Schoen, a noted civil rights and criminal defense lawyer who represented President Trump during the Senate impeachment hearings over his actions on January 6th. David, good to see you. What do you make of the latest charges against Donald Trump?
Well, there's a lot to make of it, I suppose. It's the third of what I believe will be 4 indictments against former President Trump. And this one, many people would suggest is the most momentous in terms of its sort of national importance. I think it's certainly written that way. From my perspective, I think it's a very unfortunate event. I don't think it should have been brought. I don't think that the events of that day should be criminalized as to Donald Trump's actions, thoughts, etc. I think it sets a very dangerous precedent. Interestingly, the reaction to it that I've seen, at least, has been as polarized as everything else in the country these days, with some suggesting that it's a slam dunk, that because it's so detailed, there's no way to wriggle out, with others suggesting it's nothing but a broad political screed that tries to criminalize a legitimate, whether right or wrong, but a legitimate exercise of First Amendment rights to challenge the results of an election in specific ways. I do think that one thing that's particularly unfair with these long speaking indictments is, it lays out all of these specific allegations as if fact, when they may just be, the testimony of one witness or another with certain motivations that aren't tested in the document itself. And then the government moves for a protective order in these cases, so the defendant can't comment publicly on it. I think that's problematic. But just to get, last thing I want to say on this is to give you an example of, how broad the spectrum is. While I say on the one hand, many people say, this is a slam dunk and so serious. Even the New York Times today, Dave Leonard's column says, listen, it's not so clear, and it's not clear that this is a crime. This is a novel theory. And the Wall Street Journal has a column saying it's another troubling Trump indictment. Has dangerous implications for the institution of the presidency.
Well,
so it's a serious matter.
Let me go back. I want to unpack this a little bit, and I should point out the fact that you've represented Democrats, socialists. So, you often get painted with the same stripe as the client that we're talking about at that moment. But you've represented many people in cases that are similar to this, I'm sure. Actually, you have. I'm sure you haven't. So let me, again, I'm going to strike that. Let me ask the question differently. Let me unpack this a bit, David, in terms of, is this, you said, I believe the term you used was it long? What did you say about the indictment that's unusual? So, sorry, I'm not.
Indictment. It's a long speaking indictment.
Long, okay, so sorry, thank you. So, David, let's unpack this a little bit. You mentioned the term long speaking indictment. What do you mean by that?
Well, often, indictment really just has to charge the statutory section and lay out sufficient facts to give the defendant notice of what he or she is being charged with so that person can defend against it and to protect against double jeopardy. Let's say the person gets acquitted and the government comes back and says, well, that's not really what we meant the first time around. So there should be enough specificity for that. Sometimes that's fleshed out in a bill of particulars. In any event, this is written more as a political document. I think the justification the Smith team would use would be to say, listen, it's a matter of great importance to the American people, and so we're going to lay out the evidence that we have in detail. I think the other side of it would be it's very unfair because you're just taking, first of all, you're just taking someone's word for it who, without being able to cross-examine that person. And secondly, you've omitted a number of relevant things. So, for example, Mr. Smith in the indictment.
This is the special counsel we're talking about here?
Yes, I'm sorry, Jack Smith, special counsel. In the indictment, takes an excerpt from President Trump's speech on January 6th. But he omits the part that the defenders of President Trump highlight, and that is to demonstrate peacefully and patriotically. That's certainly relevant to the idea if the suggestion in the, or the assertion in the indictment is that President Trump encouraged or intended to encourage violence. Certainly relevant that he said peaceful and patriotic.
You've defended him, during the Senate impeachment trial, as I mentioned. What is the best recourse for President Trump? What advice would you give him in this situation?
A very specific factor to this case is that in terms of the conspiracy charges, conspiracy is what's called a specific intent crime. So they have to show that two or more people agreed to commit the goal of the conspiracy, knowing that it was forbidden by the law. They intended to do something the law prohibits or forbids. In this case, if President Trump genuinely believed that the election was stolen from him, or that his 75 million plus voters were cheated, and that he had to take steps his advisors told him to take, then really all of the charges are negated because they all require that frame of mind. Now, you might say, well, one of them, the charge under 18 USC 1512 C2, that's one of the obstruction charges, uses the word corruptly for the state of mind. That's problematic because it's a bit vague. But anyway, the point is here, one of the primary defenses will have to be his state of mind. I can tell you this, without any hesitation, President Trump believed then, believes today, with his heart and soul, that he was cheated, that the election was stolen, that improprieties occurred, that stopped his win, that he actually won the election, and so on. And he acted out of that frame of mind. And I can also tell you that at all times he was advised by these lawyers around him. You can be sure that President Trump didn't come up with the idea of alternative electors. You wouldn't expect a businessman to necessarily even understand the system of electors, which, by the way, isn't so clear anyway. It varies among the states, whether electors are bound to vote for the popular vote and so on. Anyway, there's a lot here. It's a fascinating case.
So I want to clarify, you are not currently working with President Trump on this case, correct?
Correct. I am not.
But you have worked with him in the past. I'm curious, what was that like, especially during that very heated period?
Yeah, it's funny. I think most people, I would have to say, are surprised by my answer to this because of the public persona we see. I'm not at all involved with politics. I don't know anybody who knew President Trump. I got a call out of the blue to represent him. Literally, I'm a solo practitioner in Montgomery, Alabama. Every single dealing that I have had with President Trump, in every conversation, he's been as gracious as any client I think I've ever had. It's as if I'm doing him a huge favor in representing him. He's been tremendously complimentary. I really appreciate that very much. And I've never seen any other side of him, and I've talked to him many, many times. So the experience for me was a fascinating one. I wouldn't have passed it up, even though, I've been a civil rights lawyer for 38 years. I represent the ACLU and all of the litigation in Alabama for 20, 30 years. That's not typically associated with President Trump. And as you mentioned, I represented a socialist candidate for president 2020. She didn't win. Had she won, I don't think we would be here today.
Well, let's get to the civil rights part of this. Do you feel that his civil rights are being impinged? It's an unusual case. He was president. He's now a presidential candidate. What do you make of that?
I'll tell you why I think the civil rights angle is particularly relevant. One of the counts in this case charges him with conspiracy to violate, in the sense, the civil rights of Americans. That's section 18 U.S.C. 241. That, I think, is sort of the ultimate irony, certainly from his perspective, but also maybe the most polarizing of all of the claims, because he acted, I'm sure his side would say, in support of the civil rights of the 75 plus million voters that he had. He didn't intend to violate anyone else's rights because he thought he won the election. And he acted out of that motivation at all times. And of course, the main civil rights sort of issue people mention is the First Amendment aspect of this case. How far did that go? How far does political speech go? At what point is the political speech criminalized versus, Smith's team would say, no, it wasn't. We're not penalizing speech. In fact, in the indictment, he purports to say that, we understand Americans are free to say what they want to say, but that in this case, it crossed the line, sort of thing. That's going to be a matter of heated litigation, I'm sure.
Well, it's interesting. You talked about mens rea earlier, and the legal structure we have. Just because you wish something was true or you want something to be true, part of the subtext of this case is about the peaceful transition of power and a respect for the institutions, especially the voting rights of all Americans. I mean, I'm curious again, as a civil rights attorney, as somebody who's worked with Donald Trump. Is it sufficient to simply believe you've won when evidence is to the contrary?
That's a great question. Here's what I think the answer is to that in this specific context. Many people, reasonable people, maybe most people, can believe that the response to a belief that the election was stolen or however you want to phrase it, was wrong. This shouldn't have been the response, either as a matter of law or as a matter of fact or as a matter of prudential factors for the country. But what we've done here with this indictment is to criminalize it. And so one's belief and intent is directly relevant to an element in the criminal law. And that's where I think we've gone wrong here. I don't think this should have been criminalized, however much anyone believes it was wrongheaded. That's why we have the ballot box. Cast your vote accordingly.
What about allegedly fomenting and encouraging essentially an attack on the Capitol? Is that captured in this indictment, do you think, or do you feel like they sidestepped that?
Another great question. I do think it's captured in the indictment, and I think they sidestepped it. I think that, there's this whole squad of cheerleaders behind the scenes that writes these model prosecution memos for Lisa Monaco or Jack Smith, Lisa Monaco in the Justice Department also.
Right.
Jack Smith and so on. And they predicted that there would be a charge of insurrection in this case. I think many people thought you might see criminal insurrection or sedition or seditious conspiracy. That's absent from this indictment. I think, frankly, it was smart for Mr. Smith to leave it out of the indictment. I think it would have complicated the matter. I think it would have raised additional constitutional parameters. I think there would have been a claim, what's the status of his acquittal from the impeachment trial and so on, which may still be relevant in this case. But I said publicly on a show that I think he would rue the day if he charged insurrection in the case.
Yeah. Well, let me pivot over quickly, if you don't mind, to the other side of the aisle. We've had a lot of news around Hunter Biden, the son of the current president. Very similar rhetoric, very different situation. curious to know what you make of that as somebody who's watching Washington.
Right. There's a tie-in, some would suggest, with this also. Some supporters of President Trump have said that each of these announced indictments or a superseding indictment has coincided with very damning evidence with the Hunter Biden or Hunter Biden, President Biden connection, and so on. There is a question why they waited until now, why we're in the middle of election season, and why this timing seems to be as it is. I can't answer that, but you've asked me a different question a bit. I just suggest there's a tie-in. I don't know what to make of it. I think Hunter Biden seems like a pitiful character. I happen to be friends with one of his primary lawyers, a man I respect greatly, Abby Lowell, and I think that Hunter Biden, as I say, it's a pitiful situation, what's happened in his life and so on. However, I think that when President Biden sort of raised the stakes during the debates during the election and since then, with blanket statements about either Hunter Biden not making any money from China or that he, President Biden, as vice president or as father, never spoke to Hunter Biden about his business dealings, then I think he raised the specter of something suspicious, at least, or questionable, that he has to answer to the American people for. There's all of this talk about impeachment and some suggestion they'll have convene an impeachment inquiry to have more resources to investigate and all of that. I have to say, I'm not a fan of routine use of impeachment. I didn't think.
But are there grounds here? Would there be grounds for
there's
impeachment?
Grounds so far, I think, from what we know, for an impeachment inquiry. I don't know about articles of impeachment, quite frankly, and I'm afraid it would look like a political maneuver, which it might be. I think we have to see how it plays out. The transcript from Devin Archer might offer some additional information. There's also the question about actions that preceded the presidency, whether those are appropriately part of it. I think the House theory, by the way, in the Trump second impeachment would have to hold that President Biden could be subject to impeachment for actions before or after his time in the presidency. That's why I thought it was a very mistaken jurisdictional argument.
Well, I'm not going to ask you how you'll vote in 2024 because that is a personal decision. But what's on your radar that you would put on ours, David, in terms of what you're watching at this point with, very complicated cases?
I think the question is, the interesting factor is President Trump is soaring in the polls, at least among Republican voters. And, he seems to be at least even with President Biden in a head-to-head. Some would suggest that's a sad commentary, but I don't know what to make of it exactly, except I do think, at least where I live in the South, there is a significant contingent that feels these indictments are political weaponization of the Justice Department, honestly, and that it's just piling on. I think they run that risk. When the fourth indictment comes out, I think they're going to run the risk. How many people does anyone know, including Jack the Ripper, who faced, 4
never caught, by the way. So I digress.
I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, either it's going to be overwhelming and it will, the other Republican candidates are going to speak out more forcefully that this being a distraction. That doesn't seem to hit any of the base as persuasive. Or it's going to, President Trump's going to continue to soar in the polls and he will be the candidate.
Great. Well, I definitely look forward to continuing the conversation with you, and thank you for joining us, David.
Thank you so much.
There's other stuff that's submitted in addition to this, but it's not public, so I'm not going to share it. But they've given me an idea of who they think I have like some criminal enterprise network with. And it's so fucking stupid as to be laughable. Like, I can't tell you because I'm not going to say anything that's not public about the case. But it just goes to show they have no idea. They're throwing darts across an ocean hoping to hit a penny. And it's obvious. But at some point, we have to recognize the frivolous nature of this shit. And I would hope the judge does that at some point. But currently, the judge is like, nah, you got to go through discovery. And now we see the discovery plan. It's like, for what? For the purposes of our motion, We accepted all, you accept all facts alleged as true. And that's the crazy part. The only thing in the motion that was not discovered is damages by the party bringing the claim. Why haven't they shown damages? Now, in the stuff that's not public, I can summarize a section because they have to talk about damages a little bit in their initial disclosures. And as to the damages, all of the impact and suffering that Montegraph has gone through, either emotionally or financially, they say they're not tabulated or calculated. Now, we don't know. We haven't actually figured it out. Well, why haven't you figured it out? How do you not know how much harm you've suffered? How can, like, you can't even ballpark it? You can't say this much has happened by now and the rest are ongoing? You can't do that? It's because it's a lie. It's an obvious lie. And it's always been a lie. I would love to see their theory. Because, again, they've indicated in initial disclosures the witnesses. The potential co-conspirators. It's so funny. Like, it's amazing. Because it's not actually who you might think, and that's the weird part. But okay. All right.
Somebody left a comment on here about 4 Mesa cops that like to talk about me and how they wish that they could catch me off duty and then they would do something to me and then take me to some burying grounds. I got some news for you dummies that think that. I'm gonna cut you off if you try to do anything to me. You may not survive. You think you're badass, but you just may not survive. Better hope that you're doing what you're doing legally, because if you're not, I'm not playing no more games with you. Watch. Somebody left a comment on here about 4 Mesa cops that like to talk about me and how they wish that they could catch me off duty and then they would do something and shoot me and then take me to some burying grounds. I got some news for you dumbasses that think that. I'm gonna cut you off if you try to do anything to me. Just keep that in mind. You may not survive. You think you're badass, but you just may not survive. Yeah, I'm tired of the cowardice. I'm over it. I tell you right now, any of you cops watching, you think you're gonna pull some shit with me, I'm gonna smoke you before you even get a chance to do it. Better hope that you're doing what you're doing legally, because if you're not, I'm not playing no more games with you. Watch.
He definitely said that, no doubt. But let's take a look at how the cops will twist your words into something that they can use against you by simply lying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where to begin? This is interesting. This is not something that you should be seeing or I should be able to post on the internet, but I'm going to anyway. So I'll just go ahead and read some of this to you. It says that it's a threat assessment by the Gilbert Police Department at 75 East Civic Center Drive, Gilbert, Arizona, 85296. Their phone number is 480-503-6500. And this was posted by the Criminal Intelligence Unit, Detective Marcus Hernandez. His email is marcus.hernandez@gilbertaz.gov. And this is an officer awareness bulletin. Basically, they're trying to put every officer on edge with this bulletin, and I'll explain why here in a little bit. But it has a picture of me from a recent live stream. It has my full name. It has all of my information. That's pretty much correct, give or take a few addresses and phone numbers and license plate numbers, but you get the gist. They got my information, and they sent out a bulletin to every officer, at least in Gilbert, probably in all of Arizona. Keep in mind, the sole purpose of this bulletin is to escalate any encounter that I may have with the police. That's it. Now let's read some of their lies. On June 24th, 2023, at approximately 0700 hours, a popular YouTube personality identified as Christopher Ruff, using the account DirectD, posted a video directing threats towards law enforcement. Christopher states in his 13.5 long minute video that he will cut the heads off of law enforcement and they will not survive an encounter with him. Christopher also states at the end of his video he is going to smoke any cop that comes after him. It should be noted, Christopher has a history of posting degrading and defamatory comments towards law enforcement and court officials on his YouTube channel, DirectD. After having interactions with them, Christopher has even posted law enforcement officers and court officials' home addresses and their private photos and solicited his viewers to contact those individuals in a harassing manner. But there's no PC to arrest him at this time. Now, before I read this to you, I played the two clips that they're claiming are threats towards law enforcement officers. Anybody that follows this channel knows what an actual threat is. When you say, if you do something, I'm going to defend myself, that's not a threat. That's called self-defense. Rewind it and listen again in case you're confused. I didn't threaten anybody. All I said is I would defend myself. You just don't like the way that I said it. But look at how they wrote this. They lied. They do it in bulletins, and they do it on police reports, and then they do it in court, and nobody does anything about them. Now, the name Marcus Hernandez is important because he's been mentioned in a video on this channel before in regards to a completely different incident involving Vanessa Lasico from the Tempe Municipal Court, a prosecutor that I have exposed on this channel and is still working for the government. Imagine that. We'll get to that in a minute, but let's go on to the next part. Now here in Cautions, we see where Marcus added the element of fear to his propaganda. Let me read it to you. Christopher is a prohibited possessor of weapons, but it is unknown at this time if he has access to any. Based on Christopher's recent threats of harm towards law enforcement officers, officers should exercise extreme caution when conducting enforcement or making an arrest. Sounds like Marcus Hernandez is the one that's scared. Now, every statement in this so far has been absolutely, categorically false, malicious, misleading, and inappropriately put into this bulletin for a lot of police to see. But this is the most juicy part for me because they're trying to paint a history over the course of the last 10 years, basically, of me being a blatant repeat criminal. So in 2011, they're claiming I was arrested for aggravated assault and kidnapping and went to prison for 7 years. This is correct. And I got out of prison, and I have never been convicted of another felony since I got out of prison. But look at what they have here. 2021, aggravated assault on law enforcement. 2022, resisting arrest. 2023, resisting arrest. But what's funny is I have never been convicted of aggravated assault on a police officer, nor was I convicted of resisting arrest in 2022, nor resisting arrest in 2023. This bulletin is literally meant to paint me as a violent criminal so they can conduct a felony stop on me and basically kill me when they come into contact with me. This is what this is doing right here. Marcus Hernandez of the Gilbert Police Department put this out. Now let me slap you with a little dose of reality for those of you that watch this channel and think that this can't happen to you. I've got 230-something thousand subscribers on just this channel. Probably another 150 across the internet and other platforms. And they're comfortably doing this kind of thing to me. They would comfortably kill me at a felony traffic stop if they thought that they could get away with it. Now, if they think that they could do that to a popular YouTube personality, as they mentioned above, they can abso-fucking-lutely do it to you. You better wake up, and you better get off your couch, and you better do something. Now, in this next clip, I'm going to show you exactly how I know who Marcus Hernandez is from a previous contact. Yeah, is Vanessa here? Direct D, tell her Christopher Ruff's out here. I need to leave. Security? I was just in court.
Can you please leave? I'm gonna call security. We don't want you in our office.
You don't want me in your office? Today, we are going to show you Vanessa Lasico. Vanessa Lasico is a Tempe City prosecutor. She is the police in-house prosecutor or lawyer. Basically, she's responsible for coaching them through court, make sure that they don't mess up. Vanessa Lasico first came to the collective attention of Arizona during the freeway shooter trials. Freeway shooter trials were about Leslie Merritt Jr. They were accusing him of shooting at vehicles on the freeway. They really didn't know who it was. Vanessa Lasico was part of the prosecution team that was trying to keep evidence from the public, evidence from the media to be released to the public, and it took a court order to unseal and release the information to the media and the public. Fast forward a few years to 2016, Sylvia Moyer takes the police chief position for the city of Tempe. And she lasted all the way up until 2020. 2020, there was a shooting incident of Sean Mold. A police officer named Adam Shipley showed up as Sean was being shot by another police officer, and he witnessed the whole thing. So he had to testify in court. His counsel in court, or his lawyer, one of those was Vanessa Lasico. During the course of her representation or her help and counsel of Adam Shipley, she developed a relationship with him and started an extramarital affair and cheated on her husband. Happened to be a Maricopa County sheriff's officer. Sal, which is was Vanessa's husband, found out about her extramarital affair with Adam Shipley, started calling her on it, and then a whole bunch of drama ensued. The reason I bring up Sylvia Moyer is friends with Vanessa Lasico. Days before she resigned, Sal got arrested for allegedly stalking and harassing his own wife and Adam Shipley. In this video, you're gonna see all kinds of evidence of that. I've gotten inside information, things that, you obviously wouldn't see unless somebody sent it to me. So the information that I'm giving you is accurate to the best of my knowledge and comes from the sources. So enjoy.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We have some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you?
Well, new this morning, a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy is behind bars after allegedly threatening a Tempe police employee.
Vanessa Lasico is the city worker and Adam Shipley is the Tempe officer. They did this to get in front of any negative info that could be released on Vanessa and Shipley.
Last night, Deputy Sal Cuevas was arrested at his home. Tempe police say the department began a criminal investigation when another city employee feared for their safety and the safety of the police employee. The deputy was arrested by U.S. Marshals in Maricopa this week. Then he was booked in the Pinal County Jail on charges of domestic violence and stalking. Gilbert police are now part of the investigation as well, although it's not clear how. We're told that the deputy, Sal Cuevas, could be facing more charges.
So, how did I get involved and come about all this information? Well, I was arrested in Tempe by Eric Hernandez and David Hightower for standing on a sidewalk. This put me in the Tempe municipal court system. While in court, I had an exchange with a female prosecutor. She was very rude. I asked her for her name and she refused to give it to me. So, I promised I'd find out who she was. After some research, I discovered her name to be Vanessa Lasico. Then I started to investigate and document and discovered a whole lot of crap on her. After a while, multiple sources started providing me with evidence of perjury, prosecutorial misconduct, evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and a slew of ethics violations and misconducts. I mean, the list just goes on and on with this woman. Here's some of it.
Vanessa is not allowing me to leave. She's standing, blocking my... I'm trying to leave, and she's blocking me. She is willfully standing and blocking my drive. Vanessa, please get out of the way so I can leave. Vanessa? Please move out of the way so I can leave. Why? Look, you don't have to live like this. I'm not going to keep hurting you because I'm asking you for it. Well, how about you go call shipping?
I don't want anyone but you.
You were texting him that you wanted to send him. Yes or no?
I did not see those things.
What did you say? What did you say? Well, you don't remember.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yes, I want you to tell me.
I told him about things that I liked.
And what did you tell him? That you like something? Right? Is that what you told him? Well, now you even said that no good feeling.
I did.
We're not sucking our mom. You don't do anything to me. He's not here. What else did you tell me? You want to get... Yes. What else? Hey, you want to give me a piece of your neck? What else? And what did he tell you that he liked?
Those things.
And you also told him that you were pleasuring yourself?
I said that, but I wasn't.
And he said he was stroking himself off too?
He said that.
Yeah, get out of the way.
So after a few months of investigating Vanessa, I decided to go up to the 3rd floor of the Tempe Municipal Court building where the prosecutor's office is located and ask Vanessa some questions personally. And this is the response that I got. You don't want me in your office? She's calling security to have him escort me.
Why you?
I don't know. I asked if Vanessa's here. She said, you need to leave.
Gilbert police are now part of the investigation as well, although it's not clear how.
This same guy that will lie to you on an internal memo will also lie to your face and lie on a police report and in court. And he will also lie about how he will keep your kids safe the next time there's any kind of disruptions at a school. Make sure you subscribe and hit the like button and stay tuned for the next update on this crazy situation. So you would abuse your authority if I exercise my right? Whatever. I don't personally care what you sentence me to. I'm appealing everything today, so it's going to freeze whatever you sentence me to, and we're just going to kick it to a higher court. Because clearly, this one is corrupt.
They turning our communities to hot blocks. Yeah, they got Glocks, handcuffs, and badges. They swear that they hot shots. They want to lock us and throw away the stop. Watch, you know, direct deal, show you how to cop. Watch, cop, watch. Record them when a cop stops. And ignore the pig chatter when a cop talks. You don't need a top-notch camera, just a cop watch. Gotta know your rights or you lose them. So we cop watch.
I'm going to grant the objection. All of this is just garbage that you're spewing towards each other. This is just I don't even want to be here. It's not your obligation.
Oh my God.
This is not just an opportunity to scare this person. This is to discuss whether or not there's any harassment towards you by these
That would be harassment.
talking badly behind your back doesn't constitute harassment.
Another time, another gig, again we will explode. Hoes and motorways, murdered in your bed. Never stop, never quit, we are motorhead. Adrenaline starts to flow, rushing all around. Acting like a maniac, acting like a maniac. Whiplash, motherfucker.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have heartache. From the pain taking my message, from the veins speaking my lesson, from the brain seeing the beauty through the pain. You made me a believer, believer.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are with a live shot, with our live coverage of the arrest of Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. For what charges? Oh, for the First Amendment. Donald Trump has a right to talk to people in Washington, D.C., especially if he's the president of the United States. He spoke to people outside of the White House, and now he's being charged with 3 or 4 actual felony accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, and this is a live shot. A live shot in Washington, D.C., the press bus, Donald Trump on his way to be arraigned inside of Washington. Donald Trump just left the plane as he landed in Washington, D.C. and walked out to the waiting vehicles. Again, this is our live shot from the press vehicle in Washington, D.C. You are inside of the motorcade here with us. They are traveling to the courthouse in Washington, D.C., where, again, Donald Trump will face the high crimes of believing what he thought happened in the election actually happened and then telling that to people. Yes, those are what they are charging Donald Trump with, along with saying that you should peacefully protest at the Capitol. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are once again inside of the motorcade, traveling through Washington, D.C. on their way to the District Federal Courthouse. Donald Trump leaving the plane moments ago. Here's what the man looked like. That is Donald Trump walking off the man versus the machine, or better yet, the ghosts inside of the machine. Donald Trump leaving his plane, looking quite chipper, actually. He's not shaking, he's not fearful. He was nodding and winking and walking with his classic Donald Trump swagger. Here we are. I know DC quite well. There is the vehicle traveling underneath the tunnels on their way through Washington, D.C. We are once again, inside of the press car with Donald Trump. I'm so excited that we have this footage for you. You are traveling physically with the president. That is the vehicle the president is in right there. Let's make this shot a little bigger, please. So here what we are seeing is we are going underneath the National Mall. That is what you're seeing. You're going to have a glitch in some of the broadcast because you are in a massive tunnel right now. So don't be distracted by the darkness or the flashing lights. You are literally under the Lincoln Memorial right now. Or probably the World War II or Washington Memorial. You know the Washington Memorial. This is where they are right now. This is them traveling underneath this massive 5-lane tunnel under the city and on their way to the DC courthouse. They're going to emerge here from the top of this exit in the tunnel, and they're going to be at the courthouse. You see the cop there paving the way for this motorcade. They're going to be at the federal courthouse very quickly at the top of this tunnel. They're going under the Department of Labor right now. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our special coverage of Donald Trump, the arrest of Donald Trump for the crime of speaking his mind and saying what he believed about the 2020 election. Donald Trump will be facing his charges before a DC judge, a federal judge who worked with Hunter Biden, who worked on the Steele dossier, and who worked for Fusion GPS, a corrupt, crooked judge who has the mendacity to charge January 6 defendants with more time than the federal government asked for. This wretched judge. Now we are on the street here, ladies and gentlemen, no longer in the press car. That is Donald Trump's vehicle right there. Donald Trump's vehicle is now pulling up to the front of the courthouse. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is pulling up to the front of the courthouse, and they are now going to perhaps enter inside. There, Donald Trump travels into the building in one of those black SUVs. Impossible to see with the blacked out window which one contained Donald Trump. The press vehicle has been stopped. It will not travel with the official motorcade into the bowels of a Washington, D.C. courthouse. There, the last few cars inside of the motorcade continues apace. Inside the Washington, D.C. courthouse with that horrific, brutalist architecture, the hideous architecture all throughout Washington, D.C., oppressive and Soviet, meant to enforce down upon you the power of the state. Donald Trump exiting his plane at Ronald Reagan National Airport, and it is just a mile or two back to the courthouse, and you could see there, we were in the car for effectively the entire time. Donald Trump got to the courthouse quickly, and now the press vans are parking, and you can see the police barricade there, the garrison there in front of the courthouse. Will we see Donald Trump? Donald Trump is early. It is 3:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He is to present himself before the judge at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everything is early today. Donald Trump walked off his plane at 3 o'clock sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Donald Trump's plane departed from his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and Donald Trump walking off does not seem fazed. I don't want to play this clip too much, but I do want to show you the nature of the man in a very crisp clip of what Donald Trump looked like when he exited. Ladies and gentlemen, that absolutely fanatical report. Did you hear the report? You want to stay tuned? We have multiple live feeds that we are monitoring from the courthouse in Washington, D.C. We have been monitoring the front of the courthouse in Washington, D.C. The front of the courthouse in Washington, D.C. looks like this today. They said, charge Donald Trump. Hey, Jack, charge Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. because there will be no Trump supporters there. And what do we see before the courthouse starting at 9 a.m. this morning? Is there any music to this? No? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man versus the machine. A man with a gigantic Trump flag in front of the Pettyman United States Courthouse in Washington, D.C. Well, there are moments of clairvoyance, even at Fox News, as Donald Trump departed his plane. Again, we will not miss anything on this program. We will not miss a moment. We have our entire producer team online, ready to go, and we will be joined by a number of special guests on this program. But, ladies and gentlemen, even on Fox News, they are saying the world sees what this is. This is a prosecution and persecution of the man who could destroy the machine. This is them attempting to take Donald Trump off the table. Something that was put forth to me that I thought was very fascinating is, well, you can't run for federal office if you are a convicted felon. And what if they convict Donald Trump and then blue state attorney generals keep his name off the ballot in 2024? What if that's the play here? Just get him on one felony, and then you're able to effectively keep him off the ballot. It's why our friend Mike Davis, the best attorney in Washington, who will be joining us actually quite soon, said you need to put a rider inside of any budget for the Republican-controlled Congress that no federal funds can be used to prosecute presidential candidates while they're running for election. Do you agree with that? Ladies and gentlemen, you may, this could be very rare, agree with this clip from Fox News as they covered Trump's departure from his plane, saying the world sees this for the fraud that it is.
And Jessica Tarlov, co-host of The Five and a Fox News contributor. Great to have all three of you with us this afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. So, Dana, let me start with you. Your thoughts as we watch this play out.
Well, it's strange to think that this is unprecedented and historic and also routine and kind of boring. Because as David Spun just said, and you were saying, like, this is the third time. This is a different case. This is about January 6th. When the indictment came out the other day, I thought when I read it, I would get new information. And I read the whole thing, and I thought, how is it that I know all of this? If they spent all of this time doing all this investigation, and they put together things that you could have found that was already in a Google search. I actually don't understand how that's possible, that they went forward with that. The other thing is that they have made a strategic decision at the Justice Department to just name Donald Trump and not the other co-conspirators who are numbered in the docket, and that's because they want this case to go to trial before the election. And that is why I think a lot of people aren't out there protesting, because they think, one, it's political, or two, it's not going to work, or three, if you're a Democrat, and I say I don't speak for the Democrats or the Republicans, and Jessica can tell me their point of view, but in some ways, as I read their coverage, they feel a little deflated, and they don't think this is necessarily going to be the slam dunk that they thought, especially when the New York Times poll comes out this week and shows, regardless of all this information, of all the Trump legal troubles, that Biden and Trump are tied 43-43.
Yeah, it's pretty stunning, especially when you look at the numbers of people who say that they don't want either of these individuals to be the candidate. 43%. Shannon, it's very interesting to read that Truth Social post from the former president. He clearly is leaning into all of this politically. He's saying, I am doing this for you. He is an excellent he has an excellent ear for what is resonating with people, and he can feel, he sees that the poll that really stood out to me, 71% of Republicans say that it's time to stick with President Trump. Stand behind, I think, are the words there. What do you think?
Yeah, and this only helps him. We've seen every time there's an indictment, it helps in fundraising, it helps in polling, and this is good messaging for him. Months ago, before the first indictment here in New York, he was asked, will you drop out of the race if you'll get indicted? And he said, no, I think it'll help my numbers. I mean, he's very prescient about that. Like you said, he's got a good ear for these things, and he understands. And, you know, not far from where he's going to be, by the Capitol, by the White House, another block past that is the U.S. Supreme Court. And that's where some of these things may end up, because these are all uncharted territory, brand new cases, brand new theories in many ways. To see a former president facing dozens and dozens of criminal charges, these are questions that could end there with those justices, 3 of them who came on his watch. So a lot of legal wrangling to go. The judge he's going to ultimately face in this case has been very tough on the January 6 defendants who have come before her. She's sentenced 38. All of them have got prison time. She's ruled in 2021 against the president on something regarding documents for the January 6 committee. So
his team has got a very, very long uphill battle with this judge and jury probably in D.C. too.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with one thing there. Do you think that these cases go to trial before the election?
I have doubts about that. I mean, there's so much pretrial wrangling that you do, motions, interlocutory appeals, especially in the Mar-a-Lago case. You've got so many classified documents there that people will file challenges to. You have to winnow all that down before you can actually take it to a jury. So I have real doubts that the federal cases could get there.
Yeah, plus
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was just the back and forth on Fox News. Again, as you traveled in the vehicle with us through Washington, D.C., we have a live shot in front of you. You will be able to see live shots from all around the nation's capital today. Wow, there's somebody with a sign that says, "Drop Dead Traitor." Got it. A very loved person, someone who definitely won't die and be eaten by her cats before anyone notices. We have also other protesters all throughout Washington, D.C. D.C. is a bit of a powder keg right now. There are the Blacks for Trump who have been marching through Washington, D.C. These are Black Trump supporters marching through Washington, doing interviews with the press. Check this out.
I'm here to support Trump. My brother's going to come over here. I want them over here with me. Come over here. So I'm here to show Jack Smith that he's a punk. That's right. And that he's an ugly sellout. That's right. And I'm here to let him know that he's going to jail for treason. That's right. That's right. Him and Biden and Obama and all of the other suckers that are going against Trump for no reason. They want to parade the man that we call King Cyrus like they did in every other country. They'll conquer the country and parade the king around in handcuffs to humiliate us. But I'm here to testify that you will be humiliated. That's right. Because I'm here to humiliate you. Because you are a sellout and you are a person that is evil, breaking every rule and law. And the Bible says the sons of perdition must be revealed and moved out of the way. That's Trump right. is simply allowing them to reveal how they don't have to keep no laws. That's right. Right. We have to keep all laws. We can't do nothing. We run a red light, we go to jail. These people here are free. I mean, Hunter Biden, look at this little punk. This dude is free to smoke coke on camera, get guns, break every rule and law, don't pay taxes. They don't even want to put him in jail. But if I did it, you're going to jail for 9,216 years. That's right. That's unfair. Because you know what that is? Exodus 12:49, the Bible said there shall be one law for all. That's right. As does the 14th Amendment. So I'm here to make sure, give me my rights, give me liberty, or give you death. That's right. And that's what it is. We're not playing with y'all. You understand? We real black men. All these people out here that call themselves the press that's ignoring us, that's because they're East Indian, Arabs, and Pakistanis. That's how I know who Ishmael is. And you're the one I'm going to get. You're going to hell, punks. That's right. Blacks for Trump. Blacks for Trump. Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Blacks for Trump. Boom. You going to hell. And then he says the line that I think is really great, which is like, dude, you'd lock me up. If I did what Hunter Biden did, you see my skin color? If I did what Hunter Biden did, Joe Biden would lock me up for 12,761 years. Whoo! Spitting fire. That man was not lying either. That man was telling the truth. Joe Biden did pass the most stringent must prosecute crack laws in all of America. Mandatory minimums for every judge for anyone caught with a crack rock. Joe Biden also passed some of the strictest gun control laws in all of America. His son broke all of them. Joe Biden hasn't passed any sex trafficking laws in America. Curious that. Somebody should go find Joe Biden in the shower with his daughter and ask him a question about that. There are also other people wandering through Washington, D.C. I look forward to the comment section on this one. Here is the liberal wing, seemingly having themselves a Maoist struggle session, the world's largest psychiatry couch here in front of the DOJ, as people with the inflatable Donald Trump dolls coming back into fashion. Here, check this out. I think we'll be able to play it here. There is the there's the person in an inflatable Trump outfit. Oh, and there's the guy. There's the guy. Oh my God, it's the guy who got arrested. Listen to these guys. Listen to these guys. These guys, they were very loved as children. They're very loved as children. Yeah. Okay. This is the guy in the prison outfit. That's the guy who ran in front of Trump's motorcade last time and almost got hit. Almost got hit. There are also free January 6th protesters that are out in Washington, D.C. Check this out. Another group of good people calling for the freeing of the protesters who've been locked up by the dictators in Washington, D.C. All right. So there are plenty of people out and about. This is the January 6th political prisoners. I certainly agree with these people 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, DC has certainly turned into a gulag. Let's go back to the live shot of what is happening right now, because that happened earlier. We have Trump flags. This is happening live in front of the court. It is 3:30 now, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Donald Trump is supposed to be arraigned at 4 o'clock. This doesn't take long. They read the charges before Donald Trump, and then he walks, right? Based on our sources, Donald Trump is not going to get fingerprinted. He is not going to get a mugshot once more. He is not going to get handcuffed. Donald Trump is going to walk into that courtroom, slam the table, say not guilty, y'all got to feel me, and then bounce. But let it be known, dear viewer, that the last time this happened, Donald Trump stopped in at a famous bakery in Miami, got out, gave a speech, got out of the car, waved at everyone, talked to reporters, talked to people inside, sang happy birthday. Do you remember that? It was bedlam. Wild. So you have no idea what could happen. There is absolutely no telling what may happen. Now, I am particularly interested in something that they are charging Donald Trump with, which is contesting the election. So, first off, our favorite lawyer, and one of the lawyers who is a deep and dear friend of the show, I call him my own personal attorney, Mike Davis, he was on, just a moment ago, Newsmax, saying, contesting the election is not illegal. In fact, it is important and a constitutional right for all of us. Mike Davis making a great point here, and you're going to love what we do here in just a moment. We're going to show you how CNN agrees with Mike.
Jack Smith knows that this is a dog of a case. This is a political Scud missile launched at President Trump because they fear President Trump is going to win the White House back in November of 2024. This is a dog of a legal case. This activity that they're charging President Trump with, even if everything they're alleging is true, which it's not, but even if it's all true, this is activity protected by the First Amendment. It is not illegal to challenge elections in the United States of America. It's only illegal to challenge elections in third world Marxist hellholes. That's why Democrats were not charged for challenging Republican presidential wins in 1968, 2000, 2004, and 2016. This is lawfare by Democrats. This is lawfare by Biden.
In my lifetime, I'm 37 years old. In my lifetime, and all of you watching most likely were at the very least born in the year 2005. Maybe not. We have some young viewers. But if you remember the year 2005, you'll remember that 37 members of the United States House Democrats, along with Barbara Boxer in the Senate, challenged the election and tried to flip the electoral votes in Ohio, thus handing the election to John Kerry. They went all the way through to the Senate, gave speeches, started screaming, demanding that Ohio overturn their electoral votes, split their vote, and vote differently, handing the election to John Kerry. This is well documented. This was a long and arduous process that required multiple speeches from the floor, and they didn't end up winning, but none of them went to prison. Conversely, say guy, George W. Bush, who won the election in 2004, That same guy, by every measure of what they're charging Trump with, should have put Al Gore in prison. Al Gore went and made a cottage industry out of declaring himself the winner of the 2000 election. Al Gore traveled the world saying that he was the president. Stacey Abrams has traveled the country saying that she's the governor of Georgia. Hillary Clinton has gone coast to coast, north to south, east to west, saying that she is the rightful president of the United States. Where the hell are the prison cells for these people? You gotta build bigger prisons. Oh, wait, Benny, you might say. I watched CNN this one time and they actually had real news on, and I got that clip for you. Whew! Maybe the only time in my programming that I will tell you CNN dead on. I'm about to play you 120 seconds of CNN nailing it. CNN with the receipts. This was before the 2020 election. Van Jones, guy who worked for Obama, disgraced. Okay, so whenever you're disgraced, you work in a Democrat administration, you schlep on over to CNN. Van Jones went on and spit fire for 120 straight seconds on CNN, describing how legal and actually what a right we have, an obligation we have as Americans to contest elections. This is a deeply inconvenient piece of historical evidence broadcast on CNN, and they nail it. Watch this.
Vice President, federal law says all election disputes at the state level need to be wrapped up by December 8th so the electors can cast their ballots on December the 14th. Now, each state governor has got to certify the electors' votes and then send them on to Congress. So the results aren't official until the new Congress counts those ballots on January the 6th. Now, it's usually a straightforward process, but let's say one of the candidates questions the legitimacy of the state's count. The governor could choose not to certify the electors' votes. Or, though this is really unlikely, the state legislature could decide to contest the election and send a different count to Congress, meaning Congress could end up with no results or with competing results from the same state. Now, that's a violation of federal law, so Congress would no longer have to honor that state's electors at all. Now, the House and the Senate can then decide which result is valid or throw out the votes from that state altogether. Now, I know you think I'm crazy, but this actually happened. It was 1876, shortly after the Civil War. Samuel Tilden won the popular vote, but there were 19 electoral votes in dispute. Congress had to step in and broker a compromise. Rutherford Hayes was eventually named president in exchange for the end of Reconstruction and the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. Here's where things get even more interesting. If a candidate still doesn't have a majority of electoral votes by the end of this process, the 12th Amendment says the House of Representatives decides who will be president, and each state delegation gets one vote. The Senate picks a vice president. No matter what happens, somebody has got to take the oath of office on January 20th.
So help me God.
If both the president and the vice president are still undecided, the Speaker of the House temporarily gets that job.
Okay, so wait a second. Oh, just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alina Habba, Trump's attorney. We want to hop in.
Which the votes that you refer to. By bringing cases, by using the law in an appropriate manner, unlike what we're sitting here today seeing, this is not appropriate. What President Trump did is he said, go patriotically and peacefully and protest. That is an American right. That is why we are America and we are not a third world country. Although I will say that today, I don't feel very much like we are in America. Yes.
This case should go forward before or after the 2024 presidential election.
I think that every court needs to look at this as a whole, right? It's not about the January 6th case. It's about the fact that in the matter of a couple months, we have seen them try and tie up, and me as an attorney, I've never seen this, tie up one individual who's running a campaign, running for office for president, so that he is in court, in depositions, and distracted, so that he won't properly run for 2024. And frankly, it's not going to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a live feed. It is a live feed. Give us just a second. If we cannot get it, then we will jump to another one. This is a live feed. That's a live feed of Alina Habba. We're getting it back up right now. Just a moment. Here we go.
so that he is in court, in depositions, and distracted so that he won't properly run for 2024. And frankly, it's not going to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, find another feed. Find another feed. We're sorry. The best that we can do is the feeds that we are cycling through are live. We are live. That interview is live. If we cannot get it, then we will clip it for you and play it. We wanted to show you Alina Habba, which is the president's attorney. We will stop at nothing to find a proper feed of Alina Habba. She is answering questions right now in front of the press. We have our best people on it, and we certainly have the best people. Ladies and gentlemen, Alina Habba, Donald Trump's attorney. She's more or less a spokesperson for Donald Trump. She is a legal professional, and she's a friend of the show. She comes on our program regularly, and we're huge fans of hers. Let's hop in.
Ellis isn't. Why do you think that is?
I'm not going to speak to co-conspirators or anybody else. I represent President Trump.
Audio up.
There's testimony and there's a number of aides that have said that the president was made aware that he lost the election and yet continued to argue that it was stolen from him. How do you reconcile that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the best that we can do is monitor. ALX, please make sure that we're monitoring as many live feeds as possible. We can monitor the best feeds. That feed just, for some inexplicable reason, cut away from Alina Habba. We are not in control of those feeds. We want to get you Alina Habba answering questions right now. One of the feed, the AP's feed, is down and has glitched and is stuck. So we are getting you another one. And then that feed, inexplicably, those morons cut away from Alina Habba as she was answering questions. So the best that we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is continue to move along. The AP one, can we try that once more? Perhaps it is working now. It's looping. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for further feeds of Alina Habba. She is, again, a friend of the show, but these feeds seem to be glitching. There is something that happens in Washington, D.C., as somebody who's lived in Washington, D.C. and covered a lot of events in Washington, D.C., when too many powerful people are all in one spot, the Secret Service just shuts down the cell phone service. Perhaps you've been to a Trump rally, have you? You'll notice that your phone stops working when Donald Trump takes the stage. That's by design. That's not suddenly AT&T can't figure it out. That's by design. The phone, they essentially clog the capacity for people to do a lot of broadband work, and sometimes that messes with our live feeds, unfortunately. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Alina Habba has finished, and we are getting the clips clipped for you. We believe that Donald Trump's spokesperson deserves to be heard. Unfortunately, virtually all live feeds were shut down or non-functional whilst she was speaking, but we got you, baby. We got you. Donald Trump just spoke. Donald Trump Jr., let me correct that, just spoke and talked about Joe Biden. What you'll see on the other side of the screen here is his father traveling down the road, headed to the court. Donald Trump Jr. dropping bombs on Joe Biden.
Well, on that note, and kind of piggybacking to Bianca's question, about your dad, look, this is the enormity, the weight of the pressure that he's under right now. As strong as he is, as many talented, smart people as he has around him, this has got to be incredibly stressful for him. And as his son, it must be a concern about how he's dealing with this. I know he plays golf and that's therapeutic, but do you talk to him about, Dad, how are you? How are you doing? How are you feeling? I know you're just kind of sharing some of the color, how he's laughing about it. But man, I mean, anybody would crack under this, but your dad, he's facing it. And not only that, not only the indictments, but a campaign. He's in the middle of a campaign. Have you talked to him about how he's feeling? Yeah.
I'd say we're probably built a little different, and I think we've gotten used to this, right? One of the things we were literally joking about was, hey, I remember back during the Russia days where the head of the Intelligence Committee wanted to try me for treason, a crime punishable by death. That's become the norm for us. This is how the Democrats function. Republicans, need to get a backbone and start fighting back and doing something about it, not just, saying nice things on TV or Twitter. They actually, use the appropriations process, stop some of the funding of this insanity. But no, literally, I was joking with my father. I was like, oh, well, now one of the charges in the new one is literally, they could bring up the death penalty in there. I was like, oh, we have more in common now. We both share that together. So whether we're built differently or whether it's just, we've gotten so accustomed to this. We're not supposed to be. That's not supposed to be, a normal reaction. But for anyone who's been watching, this didn't start, 2 months ago with the first indictments. This started 8 years ago, 7 years ago with the original Russia. Then they impeached Trump for actually asking about Joe Biden's corruption. That seems like it's pretty evident now. They impeached Trump for asking about what Joe Biden did. I mean, think about that.
Well, I'm glad you went there because
about doing it to Joe Biden.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump Jr. was on TV as his father was traveling into the courthouse. We are monitoring outside of the courthouse. Let's put up that live feed. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. We are live. We are monitoring every single feed. We have 18 different live feeds that we are monitoring. If anything happens, we will cut to it. We are inside the press vehicle with you. We're inside Trump's motorcade with you. We will bring you everything. Stay tuned. We are outside of the D.C. courthouse now. That's where you can see the small gaggle of people there. Now, what happened with the Alina Habba interview is that there is, again, a dome that effectively gets put on top of live streamers and in top of broadband signals. You know this. If you've ever been in the president's presence, you'll notice your phone stops working. Okay? That's by design. If you've been to a big event in Washington, D.C., the fireworks or an inauguration or something, your phone doesn't work. That's exactly what happened. So we have pulled, this is why you stay tuned, we have pulled the Alina Habba interview. This was just run on tape on Fox, and you should hear from the president's attorney while the president is inside of the building. We are 15 minutes away from Donald Trump getting arraigned for the 400 millionth time. I've lost count. I think we're at 4 here. Donald Trump is getting the full weight of the deep state put upon him. His attorney is saying as much outside. Here's Alina Habba's full comments. Again, we are monitoring all activity live, 15 minutes away from Donald Trump being arraigned, having his charges read to him. Alina Habba says this is all complete and total bull.
About what's happening.
On March 17th, Hunter accidentally admits that it was his laptop from hell. The next day, DA Alvin Bragg indicts President Trump. June 8th, an FBI document is released showing that the Ukrainians paid the Biden crime family millions and millions of dollars. The next day, the Mar-a-Lago raid and the Mar-a-Lago indictment. Last week, Hunter Biden's sweetheart plea deal fell through when the judge realized it had blanket immunity. The following day, a superseding indictment against Donald Trump. July 31st, Devin Archer goes to testify in front of the House. That was only after they failed to put him in jail prior to the fact. What happens the next day? The January 6th indictment that we're here for today. This is not a coincidence. This is election interference at its finest against the leading candidate right now for president, for either party. President Trump is under siege in a way that we have never seen before. President Trump and his legal team and everyone on his team will continue to fight, not for him, but for the American people. I'll take some questions.
Thank you. I know the president has called this a witch hunt. You just laid out several examples of that. Any other thoughts that the president has communicated to you in terms of why this is going on and then why he calls it a witch hunt?
I think a witch hunt is really the way that anybody should describe this, because it's not something we've seen in our time. This is not even political. This is beyond that. A witch hunt is when you relentlessly attack your opponent, when you relentlessly attack the thing that you are most afraid of. People are afraid of somebody that cannot be bought by Washington. People are afraid of somebody who is independently wealthy and who has given up his good life to fight for this country. And that frightens a lot of politicians who are career politicians, unfortunately, because he'll get back there, and I know he'll be fighting for every one of us so that this doesn't happen to us.
This case is about free speech, but the special counsel says Trump could have disagreed with the results and talked about it. No crime there. The difference is what he did to try and switch the votes.
So what is it that he did to try and switch the votes that you refer to? By bringing cases, by using the law in an appropriate manner, unlike what we're sitting here today seeing. This is not appropriate. What President Trump did is he said, go patriotically and peacefully and protest. That is an American right. That is why we are America and we are not a third world country. Although I will say that today, I don't feel very much like we are in America. Yes.
This case should go forward before or after the 2024 presidential election?
I think that every court needs to look at this as a whole, right? It's not about the January 6th case. It's about the fact that in the matter of a couple months, we have seen them try and tie up, and me as an attorney, I've never seen this, tie up one individual who's who's running a campaign, running for office for president, so that he is in court, in depositions, and distracted, so that he won't properly run for 2024. And frankly, it's not going to work.
Is the legal team going to argue that the election won?
Anybody that believes that is misreading this. The truth is, as an American, there were questions that he had regarding the election integrity. We've seen documents come out, we've seen documentaries come out showing that there were issues with the election. And frankly, by bringing this, I don't think Jack Smith really thought it through. There only has to be proof that, number one, President Trump believed that this election was not completely honest. And number two, Jack Smith has opened himself up to a can of worms that we can now look at and really examine.
If you believe that he's innocent and that this is all a setup, why not bring it to trial as soon as possible before the election so that you can clear his name?
Yeah, I would love to do that, but there's something called discovery. And when somebody wants to say that the 2020 election was perfect and the President Trump has no right to object to it, we've got to go show him all the facts. And there's a lot of facts to show. So everybody has their time. And to say that Donald Trump should then be rushed and not be given the same fair proceeding that anybody else is just, frankly, un-American. It's not fair. It's not the way our system works.
A lot of the lawyers who helped him try to overturn the election are unnamed co-conspirators in the indictment. Jenna Ellis isn't. Why do you think that is?
I'm not going to speak to co-conspirators or anybody else. I represent President Trump.
Let's go one more.
Lena, there are a number of, there's testimony and there's a number of aides that have said that the president was made aware that he lost. Reconcile those two things.
Well, I think that everybody was made aware that he lost the election, but that doesn't mean that that was the only advice he was given. As anybody understands what happens in the Oval Office, there are a numerous amount of advisors and politicians and lawyers, not just one or two, that are giving you advice and telling you what they believe is true. So he may not agree with Mike Pence. He may not agree with one of his lawyers, but that doesn't mean that there weren't other people advising him exactly the opposite. And the president has a right, as every one of us do, to listen to several opinions and make their decision.
I remember hearing Hillary Clinton and Stacey Abrams argue their elections were not right.
Absolutely.
I mean, how, and the weaponization of the DOJ didn't happen then.
No, of course not. But if your last name's Trump, it's very different. So Hillary Clinton could have a problem when she lost the election, and we could have a complete liberal meltdown, as we all saw. But when we have dignified disagreements, we take them to court. We say do things patriotically and peacefully. He's to blame for things that he did not himself do. And that's what we're seeing. Frankly, folks, this is not about that. This is about politics. This is about 2024. Period. The end.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boom, shaka, laka. Alina, haba, shaka, laka. That's Donald Trump's attorney, lead attorney, and spokesperson, Alina Habba. She's the official spokesperson for Donald Trump's campaign. She is also somebody who is defending Donald Trump and is absolutely doing a spectacular job. We look forward to having her back on the show. We'll effort her and see if we can get her on this live. We actually have reached out, but she's a bit busy today. You see here a live shot of the Washington, D.C. courthouse here. It is worth noting what is going to be read to Donald Trump when Donald Trump walks into that courtroom. What are they charging Donald Trump with? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Violations, count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Whatever the hell that means. Defraud the United States, what do you mean? Like, exactly. Are you talking about all the money that the Pentagon lost? Like the billions of dollars the Pentagon can't account for in Ukraine? That seems like more like defrauding the United States than Donald Trump giving a speech outside in the ellipse. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Okay, what are you talking about? Donald Trump said march peacefully to the Capitol. Be nice. What? I heard it same as you did. What do you mean obstruct an official proceeding? Donald Trump is the official proceeding. Count 3, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. My God. This is what happens when you no longer have scientists or engineers or mathematicians or business owners running your country, when you have lawyers running your country. This is the rot inside of Washington, D.C. You have lawyers running your country. By the way, I'm seeing a couple of super chats pop in. We will be reading super chats and we will be taking your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have special guests planned for this live. Again, we are now 6 minutes away from Donald Trump presenting himself in the court and having these charges read to him. Count 4, conspiracy against rights. Oh, so they're going to charge Donald Trump with contesting an election? That's conspiracy against rights. Alina Habba saying, why don't they charge Hillary Clinton? Yeah, we asked the same. Why not put Hillary Clinton in prison for many, many things, but I guess for questioning the election, traveling around, bopping around the world, and telling people this.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows that there were a bunch of different reasons why the election turned out the way it did. And I take responsibility for those parts of it that I should. But Jane, it was like applying for a job and getting 66 million letters of recommendation and losing to a corrupt human tornado.
How long did it take her in the writing room to come up with that? Her and all of her little simp staffers there in Brooklyn. Oh, a corrupt human tornado. That's like 21 weeks of work straight. Every person that has ever been a darling inside of the eyes of the Democrat Party has effectively denied their election loss. Criminally, now we know. Al Gore, John Kerry, Stacey Abrams.
You have one very affirmative statement to make. We won. But I didn't lose. I got the votes. But we won't know exactly how many because of how they cheated. I did win my election. I just didn't get to have the job.
I did win my election. I just didn't get to have the job. Even dusty old diseased Jimmy Carter should be thrown in prison. Grab that old bag of bones and chuck him in jail. I mean, it's criminal, right? He's not allowed to say things that he knows are untrue.
There's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election. And I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered on his behalf.
So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president?
Based on what I just said, which I can't retract. There's no doubt that the...
It's so funny. It's funny when it's okay when we do it, Paul Joseph Watson. It's okay when we do it. There is a collapse right now in the narrative that is very important to discuss. Because these charges are such bullshit, and because the system and the machine is so dead set on prosecuting vengeance against the American people who defied them in 2016. This is what happened. There's a psychotic break inside of the machine. The machine told you to vote for Hillary Clinton. You didn't. You insulted them and humiliated them internationally by voting for Donald Trump. You broke the machine. We laughed in their face. The machine was broken, and they were only powerful because of the projection of power. They attempted to do everything they could to rig 2016. Remember the tape? Remember the tape that was released of Donald Trump on a bus? Sitting in the back of a bus, like talking? And they dug through the archives for anything they could get to release it on Trump? Do you remember not charging Hillary Clinton? That's rigging. Do you remember not covering Hillary Clinton's crimes? Not asking about it in the debates? Do you remember all the nasty tricks they used in 2016? And then, in spite of everything, you said F you to these monsters. This is what's going on now. This is what's happening now. They had a psychotic break, and by they, I mean the national security state and permanent Washington, D.C., the ghosts in the machine, the people that would never have the decency to put their names on a ballot. They would never stand for office. That's too dirty. That's too filthy. It's much easier to control who can run for office, who can win the office, and who can remain in the office. Go see JFK and Richard Nixon. They can take you out of office if they wish. These people had a psychotic break, and with demonic fury and precision, clawed back power. And even though they have power by the slimmest of possible margins, they are going to execute. They are going to inflict pain on you and your candidate. It is you who they hate. It is you who they are coming after. And that is starting to permeate. There is a clip that is going insanely viral right now that was just released of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan coming out against these prosecutions. This is how you know that, like, the normies are flipping on this. This is how you get your Tupac moment. This is how you turn Donald Trump into a martyr that 40 states will vote for. Joe Rogan saying this is trash. All of this is trash, and the American people are not with Democrats on this in this persecution of Donald Trump. Joe Rogan defending Trump? Wow, watch.
Yeah. And the people that love Trump, they feel like this is a witch hunt. And they feel like all the things he's getting indicted for are bullshit anyway. Not only does it not work, but it kind of hardens their position that he's being targeted. And that these are like the actions of a banana republic. You take your political rival and you arrest him. And specifically, you charge him with things that you're fucking guilty of. Like the documents, like the classified documents, Biden's guilty of the exact same issue.
You gotta respect the level of deceptiveness that's been used. I mean, look at what Hillary did, going and saying, hey, it's Russia, but it was really, what she was doing. And now they're using a similar play as well.
These absolute total scumbags. And they said it. By the way, we have the live shot here. We are monitoring 18 different lives. The live shot here, ladies and gentlemen, once Donald Trump moves, if Donald Trump pops out and says anything, if Donald Trump, who is being arraigned at this very second because it's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the nose, Donald Trump is having his charges read to him right now. They're going to read through the charges. Are they going to show this clip of Joe Biden telling a reporter, sitting there quivering with their little notepad, oh, Mr. Biden, sir? Can I ask you a question? Yeah, son. Remove my toes from your mouth. Okay. First off, we love you. Second off, what do you think about Donald Trump running for president again? And then Joe Biden goes on and says he won't run for president because we'll stop him. We won't allow him to run for president again. My God, the seeds of dementia inside of this man's head. You're not supposed to say that, Joe. Watch.
G7 conversation was tied to your predecessor, who is about to launch another campaign. So how do you reassure them, if that is the reason for their questioning, that the former president will not return, or that his political movement, which is still very strong, will not once again take power in the United States?
Well, we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power by, if he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again.
We just have to make sure that he does not take power. This is exactly what the New York Times reported. This is what Joe Biden is saying. We have to make sure he does not take power. Dude, whoa, what? Could you imagine a President Trump standing there being like, we have to make sure that Barack Obama, Joe Biden, they do not take power. Our democracy, our precious democracy. These sick, godless frauds. Look at these people. In the pages of the New York Times, printed in the pages of the New York Times, in the past, Mr. Biden privately told his close circle of advisors that Mr. Trump posed a threat to democracy, which means my power. Democracy is code. I speak lib. Democracy is code for my power. It's a threat to me personally being powerful and me having the reins of our government because I believe in a divine right to rule for Democrats and should be prosecuted for his roles in the events of January 6th. This is an article from the New York Times from a year ago. He is now pushing Merrick Garland to stop acting like a ponderous judge and take decisive action. That's what you were seeing today. So this would be called obstruction of justice. This article alone is enough to impeach Joe Biden and send him to prison. You're not allowed to obstruct justice. The president is not allowed to put pressure on the attorney general to go prosecute someone, much less his political adversary. Now, what are they going to read to Donald Trump inside of the courtroom? What are they going to read? Well, we've already gone through the charges. What does the actual charging document say? It says that Donald Trump did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators to oppress, threaten, intimidate one or more persons in the free exchange of enjoyment of a right privileged to them by the Constitution, the right to vote. Show me one. This is the document. You're seeing it on your screen. Show me one person who had their right to vote stopped by Donald Trump. One. I want one. One person. They can't. These people are frauds. Let's continue in Jack Smith's document, which reads like a postmenopausal cat lady, woman who will be devoured by her cat when she dies in her apartment alone. Her op-ed to her local liberal newspaper from the Upper East Side. This is what this reads like. This is a hissy op-ed from a barren cat woman living in a one-room studio apartment on the Upper East Side. Devoured by her cats. When she dies, no one will even notice she's gone. Jack Smith. According to Jack Smith, it's a criminal conspiracy for the president to tell lies. Oh my. And then give those lies the backing of the federal government. Oh, really? Oh, really? Is that the only president? This is the only president that's told a lie. Let's just put that in quotation marks for the sake of the argument. What about Bill Clinton saying he didn't have sex with that woman at a official news conference, at a presidential news conference? Is that worthy of this statute? Did Bill Clinton tell a lie and give the backing of the backing of the federal government? Yes, he did. Trump was continuing to perpetuate the grand criminal conspiracy by tweeting out, "Stay peaceful and no violence." I cannot get over this part. I cannot get over this part. Jack Smith goes through and shows Donald Trump's tweets and says, Donald Trump saying, "Stay peaceful. We are on the side of law enforcement. And I am asking everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law, the men and women in blue." Jack Smith is using that against Donald Trump. This is how desperate they are. This is how much they are swinging. Once more, Donald Trump's interfering with someone's right to vote. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is, I mean, again, I suppose if there is one silver lining in all this, they have not charged Donald Trump with incitement. They have not charged him with a rebellion or an insurrection. 18 U.S. Code 2383 disallows somebody who has incited a rebellion or an insurrection from ever running for a federal office again. So they couldn't get enough. After promising us that they would get Trump removed from the ballot for charging him with insurrection, they couldn't charge him. Again, in this hissy fit document, the defendant retweeted posts labeling legislators cowards. Trump's retweets are getting them. Yeah. Okay. Apparently now Jack Smith has entered the courtroom flanked by security guards. Of course. Because, of course. Guy's gonna have taxpayer-funded security for the rest of his life. As will Joe Biden. Joe Biden has, once again, been doing the rounds. It is now 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Donald Trump presumably is across from Jack Smith right now in the court. Jack Smith is a weird, rat-like, like shivering, shaky little man. I have no doubt that he is utterly, utterly terrified in the presence of Donald Trump. I would love to be in that courtroom right now. Sadly, there are no cameras, there are no photographs, but we will bring you whatever comes out of that courtroom. We are monitoring the live feeds now. We have nothing on the live feeds. It's still just the shot of the courthouse. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump may be in court right now, but Joe Biden was doing a softball interview with Jimmy Kimmel, unable to answer any questions. Had to be cut off once by Jimmy Kimmel because he was like rambling and making no sense. Jimmy Kimmel had to step in and save him. But there was one time of complete clairvoyance where Joe Biden told everyone exactly what he was about to do. Watch.
I understand that argument, but also it's like you're playing Monopoly with somebody who, you know, won't pass go and won't follow any of the rules. And how do you ever make any progress if they're not following the rules?
We got to send them to jail, you know. There's that little box in there.
Directly to jail?
Go directly to jail.
Yeah, got to send him to jail. Sure, they didn't have this all planned. One of our favorites has been Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds has been an absolute brawler from the state of Florida. He's been a defender of the president. He's been on the right side of a lot of these issues. Byron Donalds was just on Fox News as Donald Trump was heading in to the courtroom and dropped a couple of bombshells. We thought this was absolute great stuff from the congressman from the great state of Florida, Byron Donalds.
Congressman, have you spoken with President Trump since this latest indictment? And if so, what are you hearing from him?
So actually, we haven't talked. I sent him a text message about something slightly different. I mean, look, the president's a fighter. He's not going to stand for this, and no American should, because what this is from Jack Smith is a complete violation of an individual's First Amendment rights. You're allowed to speak about elections and the outcomes. Even if big media and the radical left don't like it, you're allowed to say it. Secondarily, because he was the candidate in that election, he's allowed to use all means possible, legally speaking, to try to find a way to fight the outcome. He's allowed to do that. Nobody can take that away from you, especially some rogue, knucklehead prosecutor out of the Department of Justice.
Rogue, knucklehead prosecutor out of the Department of Justice. Who is he talking about? Jack Smith, who was in charge of the incredulous Justice Department ethics board during Joe Biden's pay-for-play schemes. Jack Smith, who is the cleanup hatchet man for Democrats when they want to come after any Republican that potentially is rising in the polls and could threaten their power. Jack Smith. Jack Smith went after Bob McDonnell when he was a rising star in Virginia. Democrats staged a soft coup in Virginia by trying to put Bob McDonnell in jail. I think they succeeded in getting Bob McDonnell to go to prison potentially, and then the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Jack Smith was a jackass and freed Bob McDonnell. ALX, please check on the validity of that statement. I know that I'm generally right there. The Supreme Court did rule 9-0 against Jack Smith, and I think that they may potentially rule 9-0 against Jack Smith again. Alan Dershowitz today saying that this may be kicked directly to the Supreme Court. Kash Patel was on our show arguing that this judge must recuse herself, that there is absolutely no way that this trial can go forward without that judge recusing herself, because the judge worked with Hunter Biden at the same law firm as Hunter Biden, and then also worked for Fusion GPS, so effectively worked with the Hillary Clinton campaign. This is how dirty these people are. They are filthy individuals. This is a dangerous road to go down. I think any single Democrat knows this. Any Democrat that is like has any type of like grounding to reality, that doesn't have full-blown TDS, knows this. This is going to be what is going to happen here is all of the pussies and rhinos are going to be pushed out of the party, and the hardened generation of young activists are going to take control. I'm looking at you know exactly who they are. We are like a few years away from taking control of the levers inside of the party, and you're going to have a real problem on your hands, because this is now the norm, and we know that we know exactly where all the bodies are buried on the other side. So you did it to yourselves. Jonathan Turley, one of our favorite legal professionals, is on Fox saying exactly that. saying this is a warning. This is a warning for Democrats. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you can say false things, but not when you know they're false, and you should have listened to us. That's a dangerous road to go down. And I think that when you also look at what was raised earlier about the nature of these counts, I think that 19th century law involving the denial of voting rights is very sketchy in terms of its legal use here. But they still have to face the First Amendment questions. I think there are a lot of judges are going to be highly skeptical about this indictment. Keep in mind, Martha, if you believe that the president may have believed this all along, like many people have said he does, this entire case collapses. Now, this is why, by the way, I'm not so sure Trump wouldn't have invited this one case. Like, he has a lot to worry about in Florida. But this case may be just ready for order for Trump. I think a lot of Americans view this as they did the New York case, that Smith may have jumped the shark here. He may have left a lot of the public behind. And, you know, I think you're going to see that play out in the coming days.
Yeah, you know, just to put a fine point on it, you have to make, if you can prove, I know it's so circular, but if you can prove that he knew that he lost the election, then you're creating intent, correct? Intent to deceive,
that's right,
and that's a conspiracy, I guess. It's pretty tough.
Yeah. I mean, there's two breaking linchpins here. First, in the Alvarez case, the Supreme Court dealt with a politician who knowingly lied, and the court still said that that was protected. But more importantly, you then have the linchpin to these later steps, third parties taking steps to create a second set of electors, and whether he's responsible for those actions. That's why this is really attenuated, in my view. And each of these linchpins has got to hold for Smith to be able to bring this to a jury.
Okay. Jonathan, thank you.
You got major issues coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. You got major issues. Once again, we are monitoring every single feed. We will have it live for you when Donald Trump departs the courthouse. We are now 15 minutes in. No doubt Donald Trump is in the room with Jack Smith and the judge right now. He just gets the charges, and he gets to plead, and he pleads through a lawyer, and then he leaves. No handcuffs, no mugshot, no fingerprinting. Even though we want that sweet Trump mugshot. I mean, at this point, why the hell not? Why the hell not? We want that sweet Trump mugshot. We are, again, monitoring, ladies and gentlemen, outside of the courthouse, monitoring all the live feeds. We feel like this is a historic moment, but also a moment that we need to put enormous amount of context into. Joe Biden asked his Department of Justice to arrest Donald Trump. He forced his Department of Justice to arrest Donald Trump. That's it. And all the people that are openly celebrating right now, hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Alan Dershowitz has this fascinating piece in the Daily Mail today, and a clip to go with it, talking to libs directly. Alan Dershowitz is himself a lib. He's also somebody who's on our program quite regularly. Alan Dershowitz saying, for all you Trump haters popping champagne over the dubious indictments, here's exactly why it will collapse. Alan Dershowitz, one of the foremost legal scholars, saying, you're going to have, if there's any way to stop the partisan binders and the grave damage and legal lunacy that this is doing to our country, you people have got to stop celebrating this. Was it wrong what Donald Trump did? Was it criminal? Have no doubt corrupting the U.S. justice system to punish a former president and the current candidate nudges the country ever closer to tribalism, chaos, and collapse. If the Attorney General appointed by the incumbent president authorizes the prosecution of the president's chief political rival, the evidence of a serious crime should be overwhelming. His guilt should be clear beyond doubt, so to avoid any reasonable suspicion that the prosecutor was motivated, even in part, by partisan consideration. The pragmatic gun must indeed be smoking. I call this the Nixon standard, under which the guilt is so evident that even the defendant's political allies, certainly less sectarian independents, are satisfied by this. Dershowitz continues. That admittedly daunting but entirely appropriate standard has not been met by any of the three indictments pending against Trump, who stands tied in recent polls against Joe Biden. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, they go on through the classified document scandal, which is such a joke, and then this one, which is even more of a clown show. in order to establish the underlying charges, the government would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump himself actually knew and believed that he had lost the election fair and square, and that he intended to subvert the will of the people. They cannot do that. What are they going to do? Travel into his brain? Magneto from the X-Men? Go back in time? Got it. Cool. Sorry, not Magneto. Professor X. Both. I did not believe that the government would bring this indictment unless it had corroborated evidence that Trump told people that he knew that he had been defeated and was challenging the results for fraudulent and corrupt purposes. Dershowitz goes on to say that there is absolutely no way that they're going to be able to prove this. Alan Dershowitz, again, is saying that this case will collapse under its own weight. Our Constitution prohibits ex post facto prosecutions, that is, the prosecutions that are not based on clear rules easily knowable to the defendants at the time of alleged offenses, but simply the law must be clearly established by firm precedents. There are few in this indictment. As Thomas Jefferson once put it, the criminal law must be so clear that the average person can understand it if he reads it while running. The spirit, if not the letter, of this prohibition is violated when the statutes are stretched and the precedents are ignored. Smith is charging Trump under a Reconstruction-era law adopted in 1870 that makes it a crime to conspire, injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person exercising constitutionality, including the right to vote. The provision was intended to aid African-American citizens emerging from the horrors of slavery, but it has not been used to prosecute someone for contesting the legitimacy of an election, which Donald Trump has the right to do. Also, we have the right, he goes on to talk about Bob McDonnell, just letting you know here. Smith won a corruption conviction against Bob McDonnell in 2014 and was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court in an unanimous decision. So, effectively, Dershowitz goes on to argue that the Supreme Court will absolutely blow this up. No one can ever predict the outcome of an appeal, but the affirmance is far from assured. The bottom line is that the Attorney General should not have approved this indictment based on the speculative nature of its legal foundation and the absence of a smoking gun evidence. No one is above the law, and every defendant must be treated equally, but the reality is that when a potential defendant is the candidate running against strong incumbent president, running most strongly, against an incumbent president, the Attorney General should be certain that this case is strong. The indictment is evidence on which it is apparently based does not seem to meet that standard. Long after the champagne buzz wears off, America will only be left with a constitutional hangover. Alan Dershowitz said as much on Fox News, not on CNN, on Fox News a day ago, saying the Supreme Court is going to just absolutely shove this thing where the sun don't shine. Jack Smith.
The government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that subjectively Donald Trump actually believed that he lost the election and acted contrary to that belief. Now, I've read the indictment very carefully. There is no smoking gun. There is no one who is credibly prepared to testify that Donald Trump said to him, I know personally I lost the election. There's a lot of evidence that people told him he lost the election, but you know Donald Trump, and you know that he's going to make up his own mind. And they're going to have a very hard time proving that. Now, it's the District of Columbia. 90-some-odd% of the jury pool will have voted against him, so they may actually get a conviction from a D.C. jury. But will it survive appellate review and review to the Supreme Court? I do not think so.
No. And that's Alan Dershowitz, somebody who's like the master of arguing before the Supreme Court. You really think that Clarence Thomas Court is going to allow this to become suddenly the precedent, the law of the land? Okay. Yeah, so Roe v. Wade and affirmative action, and then ruling in favor of religious freedom against the rainbow tyrants across the... You think... Those are hard battles, okay? Those are hard battles, and the Supreme Court did away with those, like, immediately. You think they're going to have a problem with this one? This is going to be fed into the wood chipper. I can hear Clarence Thomas squeakily shining his gavel, getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for that moment. We'll see if it gets to that. Somebody who is potentially on the phone with Donald Trump moments before he left to enter the courthouse is Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump Jr. giving advice to his father and then effectively advising him as to how to act. Donald Trump Jr. was on Newsmax moments ago. We thought this was very interesting. This is the advice that Donald Trump was given before entering the courtroom, and it's just been told to me that the judge has entered the courtroom now. So Jack Smith, Donald Trump in the courtroom, the judge in the courtroom, everyone's there. If we have any videos or photos or anything like that, we'll get it to you, but I believe that there are none of those things allowed inside of the courtroom. Donald Trump Jr. advising his father. What is his father's esprit de corps inside of the court? Listen.
I spoke to my father the other day, right after it was announced, and honestly, he was doing great. We were laughing about things. Not that it's not serious, but I think everyone understands exactly what's in play. Each one of these things, I think, only solidifies that to the American people, just how far we have fallen as a country, just how corrupt the Biden administration and their weaponized form of government is. And, hopefully that wakes up people, because, this doesn't end well for our country, for our civilization. This is scary stuff. And it was happening in third world banana republics. We'd be doing something about it, but it's happening right here at home in America. It's scary.
So that's Donald Trump Jr. arguing, ladies and gentlemen, that Donald Trump was effectively just laughing his way into the courtroom. We'll see how Donald Trump acts when he exits the courtroom. Donald Trump is someone who is prone to stopping into the bakery. You might recall the bakery in Miami. Donald Trump stopped in, spoke to the press, sang songs, saying happy birthday, had a chat with everyone. You've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. So we shall see what happens next. Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting Donald Trump exiting the courtroom. By all right, Donald Trump has had his charges read to him, and then he will be exiting the courtroom momentarily. There is a new and fascinating article here, since we are on the Dershowitz path and rounds here in ALX. Please grab me those Trump truths from earlier. I want to pop those up. Donald Trump saying on Truth Social that he's only one indictment away from becoming president. Worth putting back up. He truthed those while on the plane heading to Washington, D.C. Since we are on the Alan Dershowitz train here, we might as well pop on here. Jack Smith could be indicted. Alan Dershowitz responds to latest federal charges against Trump, saying that it could be Jack Smith who's the person who is going to prison. Huh? What? Let me explain why. The core of the indictment is that Donald Trump lied to the public. He lied. He just lied to the public, Dershowitz saying. Jack Smith lied. In his indictment, he outlines the speech that Donald Trump made on January 6th. It's very important to take a look at this indictment. Do we have this? Do we have this clip loaded, Royce? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very interesting. So it's from a 30-minute video. So this is from a Alan Dershowitz sort of rant on his own YouTube, it looks like. Jack Smith lied in his indictment. He outlines this deliberately, willfully, and with malice, leaves out key words. He doctors the speech, apparently. Doctors Trump's speech. Now, that's the first time I've seen that. That's very interesting. Let's look into that. That's very curious. So, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has been truthing. Want to grab those. So those are the first statements that we have from Donald Trump. Just a moment here. The only statements that we've had publicly from Donald Trump: Biden and his family steal millions of dollars, bribes from foreign countries. I'm headed to D.C. to be arrested. Protesting a crooked election, unfair venue, unfair judge, the nation in decline, MAGA. We really do truly hope that Donald Trump does ask for a recusal of this judge. This is a very, very good one right here, ladies and gentlemen. Pop, bomb. I need one more indictment to ensure my election. All right, here we go. Breaking. Donald Trump pleads not guilty. One more indictment to ensure my election. Breaking. Donald Trump has pled not guilty to all 4 charges in his indictment. Boom. Shaka laka. Donald Trump has also posted a brand new campaign video. We will get that loaded for you. Stay tuned. We have the best team on the internet alive and ready to go. Donald Trump pled not guilty. Y'all got to feel me, and he's just going to walk out of that courthouse. And we're going to be there with you. We are going to be there with you when Donald Trump exits the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new Donald Trump campaign video that we think is particularly badass that we will play for you. Ready to go? Rolls Royce getting it loaded. Brand new campaign video from Donald Trump, posted just moments ago. This is the first. Sort of these are the messages from Donald Trump today. We've played you what Don Jr. said. Donald Trump's truths. One more indictment, and it'll ensure my election. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is the video.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. Let's go ahead and check in, ladies and gentlemen. We got the live feed of Donald Trump. We'll pop that back up. Donald Trump is pleading. Once he pleads, he walks. And once he walks, we may get Donald Trump's comments. Again, Donald Trump stopped in at a bakery, epic moment, alpha moment, and chatted through, sang songs. We'll see. Donald Trump used to own a hotel in Washington, D.C., just down the road from here, the Trump Hotel. If you've ever been there, pretty amazing spot. There is one of our staff members who is there right now, the former Donald Trump Hotel, our wonderful executive producer, ALX. Let's check and see if he's available to hop on the feed, along with David Leatherwood, who is... Oh, is David off? Okay, and Mike Davis will be joining us soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen. ALX says he needs to go get headphones. All right, we are working hard here. Here's the live feed of Donald Trump once again. When he leaves the courthouse, he'll pop on right there. He's already pled, and we are ready to go. We talked to you about Alan Dershowitz and how he says Jack Smith may be arrested. What does that mean? Well, Alan Dershowitz explains.
Great. I'm not going to say it's going to happen or it should happen, just to illustrate. Under the terms of this indictment, Jack Smith, the prosecutor, could be indicted. Let me explain why. The core of the indictment is that Donald Trump lied to the public, that he lied. He just lied. But Jack Smith lied. In his indictment, he outlines the speech that Donald Trump made on January 6th. It's a very important part of the indictment, but he deliberately, willfully, and with malice leaves out the key words. He doctors the speech. He leaves out the fact that Donald Trump said, I want you to protest peacefully and patriotically. Peacefully and patriotically. Those are the two words that bring him within the First Amendment. Now, you can argue about that. What you cannot argue about is that a decent prosecutor, an honest lawyer, doesn't leave those words out of the indictment. And that's what Jack Smith did. He left those words out of the indictment.
We'll see. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall see. There seems to be a moment. There's like a glitch right now in the Matrix. There's an energy shift. They've pushed people too far in this moment. And there's no only like the biggest mush brains are actually believing that this is because Donald Trump is an evil person. Anybody who's paying attention, especially people who already believed that the Justice Department was rigged and set against them, those people are seeing directly through this. Some of the Trump supporters who were outside of the event today were saying exactly that. These are some characters, but I think it's important to sort of show the breadth of individuals who showed up today. You're seeing there a strange shot from the live feed we're looking at today. This is the live feed. I guess getting centered and focused here, not doing a great job. Here is what Trump supporters were saying outside of the courthouse today.
You're here supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah,
you're
gotta
live
support the boss.
Well, you're live on Sky News. Tell me
it's
why.
the only way to save America is with Donald Trump.
They would have it, the prosecutor. He's the man who tried to destroy America, subvert democracy.
That's another made-up story. It's another made-up story, another made-up indictment. They've been after this man since he came down the escalator 8 years ago. I got to remember, when was America great? 2017, 18, 2019, until the commie Democrats called their bosses in Wuhan to release the virus. Remember, we had a thriving economy. Stock market was through the roof. Energy independence. We had respect all around the world. We were the #1 superpower. We were doing great. America first. First Constitution. He put the Constitution first, and it all went to shit 30 months ago.
Whoa. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is some of the vibe and the swagger outside of the courthouse in Washington, D.C. Again, we are looking at the live shot. It looks like people are beginning to gather there in front. We've already heard from Donald Trump pleading not guilty. And now let's hear from a man who is so very close with Donald Trump that he is personally responsible for the court that may, in fact, be the final word on what happens to Donald Trump in this case and in every case. Let's hear from Mike Davis, the man who's in charge of the Article 3 project in Washington, D.C., and the man who, very humble guy, he wouldn't say it, but this guy, this person, got all of Donald Trump's judicial nominees on the bench, the Supreme Court. He was the guy who was bare-knuckle brawling behind the scenes to get us Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, and Amy Coney Barrett. The great Mike Davis joins the program now. Mike, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, Ben. How are you doing?
Donald Trump said not guilty. Y'all got to feel me, and then hit, and then smashed the table, with his hand. Got into the Secret Service vehicle and grabbed the steering wheel from the Secret Service. Apparently.
Yeah, I mean, if he would have just went outside and carjacked a car or robbed an old lady or murdered someone, he'd be walking free right now. But because he dared to question an election, which used to be legal up until yesterday or 2 days ago, now he's facing 4 felony charges by Biden's Justice Department, Attorney General Merrick Garland and Jack Smith. So interesting times in Washington, D.C.
Interesting times indeed. Donald Trump did, in fact, plead not guilty to all these charges. We've been really covering just the breathless weakness of this indictment of Donald Trump. And we read through it and some of the finer details. They're going after Donald Trump for his retweets. They're going after Donald Trump for saying, stay peaceful, march peacefully, respect police. They cite those tweets. They leave out they edit Donald Trump's words. So Jack Smith effectively lies. And then he says that Donald Trump doesn't have the right to free speech. He doesn't have the right to free thought. But I'm not a lawyer, Mike. Perhaps there's some type of subtlety that I may be missing here, like a fine wine. Can you explain for us?
Yeah, Ben, you're missing the Trump derangement syndrome to the First Amendment to the Constitution, because the First Amendment that we've had in the books for 250 years applies to everyone except for Donald Trump. And so Democrats can challenge elections. They can, like they did in 1968, 2000, 2004, 2016. But when Donald Trump does it, it becomes an assault on democracy, and he should go to prison for this. I mean, this is just insane. I don't even think the Democrats even are taking this one seriously. I mean, I think all of this is lawfare against President Trump, whether it's Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, the Soros-funded DA's indictment of a former president for the first time in American history for the non-crime of a businessman settling a nuisance claim. And then you have Jack Smith, the political hitman and political Scud missile launched by the Democrats to take out Trump, indicting President Trump for the non-crime of a former president having his presidential records, which is allowed by the Presidential Records Act. Now we have Jack Smith indicting Trump again, this time for the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, which is allowed by the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and twisting arms politically is allowed by the First Amendment. You're going to see Fulton County DA Fannie Willis, another deranged Democrat, also indicting Trump probably this month for January 6th for non-crimes. And then we have Tish James, the New York Attorney General, charging Trump with civil fraud for the big fraud of borrowing money from sophisticated banks and paying them back in full with interest. That's the problem is we have these deranged Democrat dumb prosecutors who are bringing their dumb lawfare against President Trump. This will almost certainly all get overturned by the Supreme Court, but the problem is that it's not going to get overturned before November 7th, 2024, and that's what the Democrats are doing. That's the same play. Jack Smith ran against former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, a likely presidential or vice presidential candidate in 2016. Jack Smith brought bogus corruption charges against him. He was convicted. That was affirmed on appeal, and it wasn't until several years later that the U.S. Supreme Court unanimously 8-0 reversed Jack Smith's conviction of Bob McDonnell. But guess what, Ben? The damage was already done. The political damage was done. That's what they're doing here. This is lawfare. They fear they can't beat Trump on November 7th, 2024. And frankly, the only way that we're going to beat this lawfare for President Trump is putting him back in the White House on November 7th, 2024.
Can you game theory that for me? Because there's people in my feed saying that attorney generals in blue states could keep Trump off the ballot if he's a felon. They could prevent his name from being printed on the ballot. Is that a potential strategy here?
They could try to do that, but the qualifications to serve as president are laid out in the United States Constitution. I think you have to be like 35 years of age and have a citizenship requirement, and that's it, right? And so he could actually win back the presidency as a convicted felon sitting in a D.C. jail. And frankly, with Alvin Bragg's indictment of President Trump, Democrats won President Trump the nomination. With Jack Smith's indictment of President Trump for presidential records he's allowed to have, I think that helped President Trump barely win the White House. This indictment of President Trump for the non-crime of contesting a presidential election, I think is going to help President Trump win back the White House by like 2 or 3 points. I think it's going to be a comfortable victory for President Trump, like George W. Bush in 2004, because I think the American people are seeing this. I know they are. If you look at the polling, they're seeing these criminal indictments for what they are, Democrat lawfare. And I think people resent the fact that Joe Biden and Merrick Garland think that they can have a D.C. prosecutor and a D.C. judge and a 95% Democrat D.C. jury and 99% Trump deranged D.C. jury decide the next presidential election.
That is precisely what is going on here. Why do they hold the charges? Also, more importantly, there's this admission of guilt. This murder admission inside of the New York Times that was printed a year ago, where Joe Biden is fuming and demanding that Merrick Garland prosecute Trump for January 6th because he's a threat to democracy. I mean, the stenographers of the New York Times printed that, Mike, essentially as a confession, a blood confession.
Yeah.
That this was coming directly from Joe Biden. How do you not say that that's obstruction of justice?
Well, and how do you not have House Republicans impeaching Joe Biden immediately for his corruption? He's a compromised president of the United States, as evidenced by the tens of millions of dollars that have gone to every Biden except for the 5-year-old granddaughter they just acknowledged for the first time last week or whenever it was. How do you not impeach Merrick Garland for his obvious cover-up for his boss and politicization and weaponization of the Justice Department to go after Trump, Trump's top aides, Trump supporters, Christians praying outside of abortion clinics, parents outraged and showing up to school board meetings. This is the Justice Department has taken an ugly turn after during President Obama's presidency, and it is continuing and being ramped up dramatically under Biden. And the House Republicans need to find their backbones. I always say the DC swamp is the only place on the planet where the reptiles lack backbones. So House Republicans need to find their backbones. They need to start issuing subpoenas. They need to open impeachment inquiries. This is a zero-sum game. The reason that Biden and his goons at the Justice Department are getting away with this lawfare, the reason they're on offense is because they're not on defense, because House Republicans don't have backbones.
So you're saying that there's no way that the Supreme Court would hear any type of appeal here. There's no way that you could get around the court and assert or anything, go straight to the Supreme Court with this. Talk us through the game theory there for Donald Trump, because that seems less than great running for president from a prison cell in D.C.
Well, here's the deal. I mean,
less than optimal.
And that's the problem with this judge, Tanya Shukin, who is this Obama-appointed judge. She was a former public defender, so you would think that she would care about defendants' rights, but she doesn't. She only cares about being a Democrat operative. She has thrown the book at January 6th protesters, while D.C. has carjackings and murders and robberies at near record highs. That's the priority of the Biden administration and their Democrat judges on these D.C. courts. But the game theory is this: it's going to be hard for the Supreme Court to hear this case outside of the regular order. The Florida case, the Supreme Court may have an opportunity to have a crack at that because of the way the Classified Information Procedures Act is structured, where the government can actually seek immediate appeals on bad rulings when it comes to classified information. In this case in D.C., I think it's going to be very hard to get this before the Supreme Court before a jury finds him guilty. The judge, this Obama judge, convicts him and sentences him. The D.C. Circuit affirms the conviction because it's all Obama stacked. And then what? The Supreme Court hears this 2 years from now after the presidential election. That's why it is so important that the American people, who I think are waking up to this lawfare, and you're seeing President Trump's poll numbers rise with each one of these indictments. How this is going to end is President Trump being put back into the White House on November 7th, 2024.
Wow. Mike, my producer is telling me that perhaps you have a phone that is on vibrate, that is within earshot of your mic. Maybe it's a vibrator. Nobody knows. We're not asking you any personal questions. We know that you do live inside of Hunter Biden's basement, so all things are possible. And so, would never want to embarrass you on a live feed here. Just that vibration is coming through loud and clear. So this is.
I would say this, Ben. The hookers and blow are the best in Hunter Biden's basement. So.
Apparently, he trashed his house in Malibu, and he stiffed the guy for like 3 months' rent. So. Just great dude, Hunter Biden. Really fantastic individual. So when you're looking at the landscape here, Mike, what is the chances of Donald Trump succeeding in getting this judge to recuse herself? We were shocked this morning when Kash Patel was on our show talking about this is the judge that took my lawsuit against the DNC and our discovery against the DNC for Russiagate. And she had to recuse herself because she worked for Fusion GPS, because she worked not just working beside Hunter Biden. That's one thing, okay? Not just working beside Hunter Biden. She worked with the DNC and with Hillary Clinton and with Fusion GPS in order to hide these documents. And she had to recuse herself, probably forced down from the top, on that case. How is it possible that this judge keeps this case?
Well, I mean, under the statute, there's certainly an appearance of bias here if she's recused on prior cases related to Trump, and she's been a lawyer for Democrats, as you say. That's a very good question. Here's the problem, Ben. You're talking about D.C. judges, right? And these are Obama judges. These are not people who let pesky things like the law get in the way of their power grabs and their political ends. And so I seriously doubt she's going to recuse on this case. I seriously doubt that she'll allow a change in venue. And I seriously doubt that the Obama stacked DC Circuit Court of Appeals is going to do a damn thing about this. Again, this is going to have to be resolved by the election on November 7th, 2024, because the Supreme Court will almost certainly not be able to reverse this conviction before then.
Wow. So Bob McDonnell was kept out of jail. Effectively, the Supreme Court flipped 9-0 to keep him out of jail and overturned Jack Smith's corruption conviction. And so Bob McDonnell, based on my reading, Bob McDonnell didn't serve a single day in jail. So I suppose we'll see Donald Trump hitting the campaign trail, even if he's found guilty here inside of this rigged courtroom. It seems like such a powerful play to working class Americans, to downtrodden Americans, to Americans who have been crushed by the justice system, sometimes wrongfully in this country. This seems like such a strong play to go into black communities and to say, hey, there is no justice here. I have felt the burden just like you have, and perhaps it's time for you to think about voting for me, and we can destroy this corrupt system together. That just seems like such a crystal clear, incredible campaign, speech, preach, like an MLK moment, where Donald Trump would be able to like combine the downtrodden and say, there is no justice, actually. There are two tiers of justice. That white kid that kept shooting his gun and doing crack rocks and blow off a hooker's ass, that guy gets nothing, and your sons and daughters go to prison for mandatory sentencing that his dad passed. And then it's like I don't think they're quite aware of what they're doing to Donald Trump. They're turning him into Tupac.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it would be possible to make Donald Trump sympathetic to a broad swath of the American people. They're going to make Donald Trump sympathetic to a broad swath of the American people. You're already seeing that in the polling after Alvin Bragg's indictment and after Jack Smith's prior indictment. You're going to see it after this indictment. This is bogus political lawfare by Democrats who fear that Trump is going to beat Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom on November 7th, 2024. So they are doing the unthinkable. They are trying to imprison their political enemy so they don't have to face him at the ballot box.
According to some of the information being released from the court, Donald Trump is being released on the condition that he will not communicate with witnesses in the case except through the presence of counsel. He's also being told by the judge that if he violates the conditions of the release, an arrest warrant will be issued for him, and he will be detained, and that this is a routine warning. Trump is now signing paperwork at the defense table and swearing that he understands the conditions. Is this normal?
None of this is normal because they are indicting a former president of the United States and the leading presidential candidate for non-crime. So no, this is not normal. Now, are these pretrial conditions normal for every defendant? Sure, but this is not any normal case.
So the next hearing date is set on August 28th, 10 a.m. So they're going fast.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I don't know if they're going to do another initial hearing on that date. I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't know if they did. I thought they did the arraignment today. Maybe they just did the initial hearing, and they're not going to do the arraignment until August 28th. I just haven't seen the order, so I'm not sure.
How do Republicans in Congress effectively fight this? Because, Mike, I got to tell you, we've seen a lot of strongly worded letters and tweets. Oh, man, if tweets could take down the Biden regime, we've seen them all. But or X's, whatever you want to call them. But there seems to be absolutely, abundantly zero action.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem, right? We need to have Jim Jordan, the House Judiciary Committee chairman. I was a vocal critic of him for many years on the big tech fight. I praised him profusely after he sent the letter to Alvin Bragg when Alvin Bragg was politicizing and weaponizing the Manhattan DA's office to go after Trump and indicting him for the non-crime of settling a nuisance claim. But Jim Jordan needs to step up again. This is critically important. He runs the House Judiciary Committee with oversight over the Justice Department. He needs to haul in these key people and ask them. They don't need to ask about the ongoing investigation. They need to ask them how they went about making these decisions to indict, how the coincidence of Biden, evidence coming out on Biden, and then President Trump charged the next day on 3 different occasions now with the Mar-a-Lago raid, the superseding indictment, and now this indictment. And so there are a lot of questions that need to be asked about this, about the timing of this, about the communications that the Justice Department may have had with Biden or the White House or any other person outside of the Department of Justice. This just stinks to high hell what's going on here. And again, this is lawfare. This is a zero-sum game. If we do not have these Democrats on defense, they're going to be on offense. And they've largely been on offense for the last year since the Mar-a-Lago raid because we don't have them on defense other than the small defense when Jim Jordan sent a letter to Alvin Bragg saying, why are you using federal funds to interfere with the presidential election? I praise Jim Jordan with that, but they really need to step it up. They need to issue subpoenas. They need to have hearings. They need to get documents. They need to open an impeachment inquiry on President Biden for his corruption and his weaponization of his government, and Merrick Garland for weaponization and covering up the corruption. House Republicans need to get off their asses and move now.
Mike, I know you only have 30 seconds left, but real quick, are you talking about what it sounds like you're talking about is your 3-week reign of terror?
During my 3-week reign of terror, I mean, there's going to be so much payback when Trump is back in the White House. And I hope Democrats understand that they will be indicted, they will be fired, there will be hell to pay. 2 wrongs don't make it right, but it makes it even. And there will be hell to pay when President Trump is back in the White House. I will make damn sure of it.
Baby, President Trump is on the move. We're seeing that motorcade right now. Mike, thank you so very much for joining the program. Everyone go to the Article 3 Project. Support Mike, his work. Follow him on twitter.com, where he absolutely throws bombs day and night. And we pray for Mike's reign of terror to begin as quickly and swiftly as possible. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Ben.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what you see on the screen. We got the motorcade rolling. That motorcade is rolling. You see it. That thing is traveling. Here it goes, around in the loop. It is going to the airport now. What you're going to watch is Donald Trump heading to Reagan National Airport, where his flight is. A perfectly dark and dreary, gross Washington, D.C. day. We are inside of the press van right now. That is a live shot of the swamp, the disgusting and despicable swamp. Joining me right now is somebody who, perhaps 2 young men who are in the swamp. I believe we have ALX and Danny Day-Urbina. ALX, the executive producer of this show, who is in the swamp, staying at what used to be the Trump Hotel, a place where Donald Trump would probably be tonight. And Danny Day-Urbina, who is inexplicably going to school in Washington, D.C., and we're so excited for him to be completing his last year in Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining the program. We have Donald Trump flying down the road here. This is a drive that I'm sure you boys have done many times, heading out to Reagan Airport. What did we see today? Talk us through what you've been seeing online.
Yeah, so I've been seeing a lot of support, just like the last 2 coming through. Obviously, we're not seeing the same support in DC as Florida. Like I was saying to you earlier, I really wish this was still a Trump property, because I mean, staying here and then having, like I said, there's not really anywhere in DC to really stop for him. This would have been the one place. So it would have been really cool if you came inside of the lobby or whatever. It would have been like a mini Trump rally here. But nonetheless, you did see supporters out front with the massive flag earlier. You had the classic characters, the Trump prisoner protester making a fool out of himself a couple times. But I mean, some strong support, considering it is DC, I think.
Yes. Danny, how's DC treating you today?
Looks like Danny's on mute.
Danny's on mute. Danny's on mute. Time to bring in David Leatherwood, who is also here from our team. By the way, when we tell you that we are independent news, I got to tell you that we have the best people. To paraphrase my favorite president, we have the best people. Okay, ALX is our executive producer. David is a creative director here, and Danny Derbina is our rapid response. And have you rapidly turned on the microphone, Danny?
Yep, I think Nina Jankowicz was messing with my audio there, but
okay. Okay,
yeah,
and I just want to let everyone know we are getting the live feed up. We're going to get Donald Trump. If Donald Trump stops and talks to the press, it will be at the airport. It will be at his plane. We're going to get that live feed for you. Danny,
awesome.
What's up?
Yep, so I'm actually in Miami today, so I'm not dealing with all the chaos in D.C. today. But I will say, just the thought of his motorcade wailing his sirens through D.C., I can just imagine every single person, their little like small studio apartment, just bursting into tears as he rolls by. So that brings me a little bit of joy. But I will say, like, the support has been pretty incredible online from what I've seen. And the tone has kind of changed a little bit. At first, it was just like the first indictment, the second indictment was kind of like a shock. Like, we cannot believe this is happening. This is, the former president of the United States. Like, how is this happening in like America? And what we're seeing this time is Trump's kind of like joking about it on Truth Social, saying like, I just need one more indictment and my election is secured. He's kind of like owning that happy warrior mentality. And I think it's the base resonates with that right now. I think the tone is really, we're going to work really hard in 2024 to win this election. And, hopefully take out the ghosts in the machine that are currently poisoning our judicial system in America.
Yes, exactly. David, what we are seeing right now is inside of the Donald Trump motorcade. We are actually traveling with Donald Trump in his motorcade to the airport, to his famous Trump jet. David, you are very good at picking up the energy online, especially inside of the MAGA movement, of which you are one of the greatest cheerleaders for. Tell us, what has been the energy? What's the energy like right now inside of Magadonia?
You know what? I mean, just following this whole indictment saga, all of MAGA is just by this point, by the third indictment, they just think this is such a crock of BS that it's just such a joke at this point. And now I've actually seen people that said, I used to suffer from TDS syndrome. I used to have Trump derangement syndrome. And I never, ever thought in my right mind that I would actually be persuaded to vote for this guy. But now after the third indictment, I might actually vote for this guy. And the people that already love Donald Trump are behind him stronger than ever. They said, I don't care. He could be indicted 1,000 times and I would still vote for him at this point, because the American people are seeing through the gimmick. I mean, this is all just a charade. And people feel insulted that the government thinks they're so stupid that they don't see through this. It's really insulting. And I think your average everyday American is, if they weren't already awake before, they're waking up now.
Yeah, we are waking up to watching, just so that you know, we are now on the tarmac at Reagan National. I've never seen footage like this. This is pretty cool to watch. We have the live feed driving down the tarmac at Reagan National Airport. Perhaps you've flown in there. Maybe you have. This is wild. We're going to drive up to Donald Trump's plane. What do you think, ALX? You've met with Donald Trump. You had a 7-hour dinner with Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago that you wore inexplicably a pair of tube socks to. What do you think? Is Donald Trump going to get out and say something to the people?
I don't think he'll say anything on the tarmac. Maybe a two-worder. But perhaps when he gets to Bedminster, I think he might, say something. I think he's more likely to say something there than, before he boards.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the actual plane front though, I haven't gotten to go on just yet. The last time I was supposed to go on didn't end up going on, but it is one of the greatest private jets, Boeing 757. It's an absolutely incredible jet, but this footage is insane because we're seeing the private side of the Reagan airport. But something that I'd like to touch on for David's point is how he said, like, this is turning like never Trumpers into Trumpers. I forgot who said it. Somebody said, would you vote for him if he was in prison? And then somebody who was like Team DeSantis said, I'm more likely to vote for him if he was in prison. And he could actually run from prison and then win and then pardon himself and get out. I forgot who I saw that for.
Do we have audio? Do we have audio, Royce?
Oh, look at the running.
They're running. Donald Trump may speak. Let's see. There's no audio yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is wild footage. I mean, this is really cool. Being able to see Trump's jet from this angle, this is really cool. Rolls-Royce and I flew on Trump's jet a couple of months ago. It was wild. Let's see if Donald Trump walks up and talks to the people, walks up and talks to the press. Is that him? Outside the vehicle?
So.
Sure looks like it.
Oh, I think we have audio.
Okay, now we have audio, ladies.
Yeah, he might do a gaggle or something.
We are live. The big black Donald Trump umbrellas. They're wiping the camera. Come on. Can't get better than this.
What's for dinner on the plane today? What do we think?
McDonald's.
That's McDonald's for sure.
Go to. No guava.
I feel like there should be some dramatic cinematic score to this. It's so dramatic and kind of exciting.
We have some sound effects. Royce can play a sound effect. Wrong sound effect.
Not that one.
There you go.
Royce can sing for us too. Jack of all trades.
All right.
Certainly making the exit dramatic.
All right. All right. Here's one that says rock and roll. Let's play it. Yeah.
Bass.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, give me that.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here he comes.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very sad day for America. And it was also very sad driving through Washington, D.C. and seeing the filth and the decay and all of the broken buildings and walls and the graffiti. This is not the place that I left. It's a very sad thing to see it. When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers in the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him. We can't let this happen in America. Thank you very much.
Do you want these trials to happen before the 2024 election?
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. There we go. We got him. Donald Trump made a comment. Let's go ahead and rip that so that we can play it back. Donald Trump, speaking my language, man. Royce and I have been to Washington, D.C. ALX is there right now. Danny D'Arbina lives there, and David travels there quite often. That place has become an absolute S-hole. Pardon my language. But Washington, D.C. has become filthy, disgusting. And as somebody who lived in Washington, D.C. for 15 years, I never saw it cleaner than when Donald Trump was in office. The place was pristine. Nobody effed around when Donald Trump was in office. And then Joe Biden gets in there, the place is a dump. There were homeless encampments, Rolls-Royce. Homeless encampments outside of the White House. We saw homeless people living in lean-tos outside of the White House. What do we think of Donald Trump's comments there, boys?
It was pretty awesome. I kind of, it's like he hit the nail on the head with the graffiti and the homeless encampments, like you just said. I remember we were both here last August, I believe it was. And we were going, after we filmed the Newsmax episode, we were going to have lunch. And you're like, okay, I'll meet you at this spot. You grab a table. I'm going to go film this homeless encampment. It was right in front of the White House because like we were both walking by it, and we're like, oh my God, like this isn't the DC that, because we hadn't been there, I don't think, in the past year before that. And we're like, wow, there's like so many more tents, so much more homeless people, and it's so much more of a dump than, under the previous administration. So yeah, it just, he hit the nail on the head. Who knows? This is going to be the next San Francisco, I think, soon, if we don't have new leadership here. But yeah.
David, you've been such a staunch supporter of Donald Trump, and you were watching this man actually weather these charges really unbelievably, and just the weight of the world on the man's shoulders. What does it mean to you watching Donald Trump walk out and say, this is a sad day for America?
Well, you know what I was thinking when I was watching that? You could just hear it in the tone in his voice and see it in his eyes. He just left the courthouse after being arraigned, and he's talking about how sad it was to see Washington, D.C. in such great decline. Instead of, getting straight to talking about the charges or whatever, he loves it. He loves America so much that is what was stuck with him, is that how sad it is to see this city that's supposed to be the capital of our nation. It actually is a beautiful city. There's a lot of beautiful buildings. There's a lot of beautiful monuments. It's historic in so many ways. And he was just sad that it's in such decline. I mean, and to me, it kind of reminded me of how much he truly just loves America. And that was one of the things that I've loved about him since day one. He never had to run. He never had to put himself through this, but he genuinely loves this country. And I thought it was pretty remarkable, the way he commented on that right out the gate before he even started addressing the charges.
Donald Trump waving at his supporters on the way to the plane. We actually have some of the first images out of Donald Trump actually saying hello to his supporters. Danny, does this help or hurt Trump?
I think it helps. I think we were talking about that, right? So we saw people who were very anti-Trump who were coming out, and I was saying, well, this kind of validates what he said when he walked down that escalator. He's that man standing in the gap between the American people and the ruling class that hates them. And so I think this is this is the battle sort of encompassed in one, well, now 3 indictments, right? So we're seeing what that actually looks like when it plays out. I think what he said coming off of his motorcade was spot on. And so I've been in DC for the past 3 years, and I've seen the rot. I think DC almost encapsulates what that cultural rot looks like when you remove God and remove any sense of service. Everyone there is just kind of miserable, looking down at their phones all day. And when you do that, your city just crumbles. It destroys itself. And that's kind of what's happening to our country as a whole, but DC kind of encapsulates that spirit. And so we see that in the decay of our judicial system, and obviously in the decay of our streets. You mentioned the trash. You mentioned the graffiti. On my campus, we get about 1 billion texts a day, text alerts saying that there was an armed robbery on campus, or someone got carjacked, or it's like a slew of texts all day that actually our campus had to reinstitute armed police officers. And they had been all woke and they'd gotten rid of it, and now they're like, no, we actually need it to keep our city safe. And so I think he hit the nail on the head there, talking about the decay of our nation. I think that's kind of it's a good message that really shows that he's standing in the gap, and I think this trial encompasses that as well.
This is a live shot of Donald Trump on his plane waiting to depart on the runway. We are looking at this live shot as Donald Trump is on his plane. Undoubtedly, that plane smells like delicious McDonald's fries and chicken nuggies. I've been on that plane. That is exactly what it smells like, and it is absolutely another world experience to eat McDonald's on Donald Trump's plane. What Donald Trump did say moments ago, we now have that loaded. He was speaking live, and there was a little bit of clutter and a lot of movement of the camera. We now have a better shot. Let's replay that. It's worth listening to again.
Thank you very much. This is a very sad day for America, and it was also very sad driving through Washington, D.C. and seeing the filth and the decay and all of the broken buildings and walls and the graffiti. This is not the place that I left. It's a very sad thing to see it. When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers in the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him. We can't let this happen in America. Thank you very much.
Do you want these trials to happen before the 2024 election?
All right, there you have the statement. Basically, sad day. He made a point of pointing out how filthy Washington, D.C. is, and the empty buildings. He's not wrong there, of course. He says it is a political persecution of the person who is running against Joe Biden, that this should never happen in America, and yet, Jesse.
And yet, here it is. Donald Trump's plane on the move. ALX, I have before me the charges. I have before me all of the charges. Here they are. Trump now faces 3 indictments, 78 charges, 641 years in prison. All the charges were brought by allies of the regime during election season. If this were overseas, we know that this country would have been invaded by now. You can see here the charges on screen. Your thoughts? You're a young man. Did you ever? You're a patriot. You're a patriot. You love this country. Did you ever think you'd see this in the United States of America?
Not at all. And the thing is about this indictment, which separates it from the previous 2, it now calls into question like the First Amendment for all Americans. We had like the Mar-a-Lago, documents case, and his business tax whatever in New York, but this is something that, like, number one, he said peacefully and patriotically go to the Capitol or whatever. That's literally what his official statements were on that day. And he is now being charged with trying to, incite the insurrection at the Capitol and like acting like this is his fault and everything like that. And he very clearly stated that it was, a peaceful gathering. So that calls into question like what American citizens can say. Why is his speech any different because he was the president? And that actually makes it more scary because he is the president of the United States, most powerful person in the world, and his speech is being called into question. You or I could say something similar, and now it's a supposedly fair game to be indicted over. So it's actually like insane.
It is actually insane. Does this make him stronger, David, as we watch the plane taxi down the runway?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say yes. I mean, and he already was so strong. This just kind of cements it, right? And they're expecting a 4th indictment coming down the pipeline. I mean, it's just so ridiculous that our country has existed for over 200 years, and this has literally never happened, not even one time. And then all of a sudden, in a span of it's been 6 months, they're slapping this guy with 3 indictments, 78 charges. The day before the indictment was announced on Tuesday, the New York Times released an article saying how strong Donald Trump was polling. The CNN released an article saying this guy might actually win. They know, they're scared. And it's so funny. You think they would have learned after 2016 and after 2020, all of the attacks. They don't work. They just make this man stronger. It's funny because they talk about the Trump curse, and I'm not really trying to be superstitious or be a conspiracy theorist, but it's like this man, there's something about him. It's like he's untouchable. Anytime you try and go after him, you end up getting destroyed. And I just think it's just turning him into like this Superman figure in America. And he's a symbol of hope and kind of perseverance to so many people. They're like, man, the man is now after Trump. And so many people feel victimized by the man in this country, by the government. And now they relate to Donald Trump even more because he represents that now.
Do you think that's, Danny, do you think like that's going to work on the campaign trail? Do you think the whole, they're coming after me, I know more than anyone that this is a corrupted system. I know more than anyone what it's like to watch Hunter Biden, privileged white kids, skate on drug charges, gun charges, lobbying charges. Millions of Americans face these charges, and then they face federal prison for the rest of their lives, and Hunter Biden gets to skate. Donald Trump gets to use that now. You are handing him what seems like a massive gift inside of the 2024 campaign. Maybe I'm wrong.
Danny's back on mute.
Danny, you're back on mute. Can you unmute him?
I cannot. Won't let me unmute him.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Danny. We cannot hear you. Apologize, guys. Danny's on mute.
There he is. He's
Nina
on
Jankowicz again. Wasn't
there
me.
you go. Okay. All right. Come on, buddy.
Yeah. So what's that quote? Like they're going after you. I'm just in the way.
Yes.
This kind of encapsulates that. And I think, like David said, he's kind of like the Teflon Don at this point, where nothing sticks. And I think if he does embrace that happy war mentality of just kind of like, I'm going to take the arrows for you, I'm going to take the bullets because we're going to win in 2024 and we're going to take back our system and our country. I think that's a selling message, though.
So final words, ALX, from the energy sort of epicenter of the movement. How have people been responding to this? How have you, what has establishment reporters been saying? What has the left been saying? And what has the right been saying?
Well, I mean, on CNN and MSNBC, what can you expect? I saw a clip from MSNBC. They were basically talking about how Jack Smith was a triathlete or whatever, and how it matches the energy of how great he is in these cases or whatever, basically fawning over him. So, I mean, that's par for the course for MSNBC and CNN. But yeah, everyone else with a brain in their heads and, who actually cares about the future of this country are really rallying behind Donald Trump, I believe. And I know he has some primary challengers. Vivek has been one of the strongest allies that Trump has had. He was here in DC in front of the courthouse. He's going to be suing over the FOIA requests. And you've seen him elevate in the polls over that support. So I believe everybody else in the movement is really rallying behind him. They see the danger of where this could, bring our country. And I really do have faith that the Supreme Court is going to step in and make a fool out of Jack Smith again, like the previous case. And I hope that will happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we deeply, deeply appreciate your support on this program. We are 100% independent, and we want to stay that way. If you like our programming and you appreciate the fact that we've been live for 2 hours and 30 minutes, please consider joining the Benny Brigade. The Benny Brigade is the members-only exclusive club where you can support us directly. You can also get incredible swag, access to our VIP speeches and speakers, and awesome members, perks, and exclusives. Please head on over to the Benny Brigade and support the work that we do here. Also, by supporting us, you allow for us to keep these young, talented men paid. Danny DeUrbina, ALX The Lord, and David Leatherwood, along with an incredible team of happy warriors here. Please consider following them on Twitter. These are their Twitter accounts and handles. 557,000 people can't be wrong. David Leatherwood with the Barbie. With the Barbie. You'll come. You must come back on, David, and explain it. Actually, you can explain it right now.
So to be fair, I actually took that photo in 2020. One of my very good friends is a ballerina and a Vogue model, and her husband actually transformed an RV into the Barbie RV. The whole thing is pink, and so they invited me to. She's a canceled Barbie. So she was canceled for being a conservative, much like I was canceled back in 2020 as well. So we did a photo shoot, and I've had that on there for over a year now. And Barbie just happened to come out a couple weeks ago. And, every time my tweets go viral on leftist liberal Twitter, they come to my page and they lose their minds that I'm wearing pink on my page. They can't handle it. So I love it. I love trolling the left. So.
More melting their brains. Danny DeUrbina also. Where you at, Danny? Come on his way to 60,000. Let's go, boys.
Yep.
Let's go. Danny's in his final year, lighting his money on fire, going to higher education. That's fine. That's his business, ladies and gentlemen, and he can have it, I suppose. You got to follow this team. You got to make sure that we are supported because we are out here hustling and grinding and delivering for you. Some of the best creators, and the best breaking news team on the internet, on the fastest growing streaming show on the internet, The Benny Show. We appreciate so very much everyone watching today. We will leave you with a kick-ass Trump meme, and we'll all sign off and say thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Here's some Donald Trump walking into the courthouse today.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have heartache. From the pain, taking my message. From the veins, speaking my lesson. From the brain, seeing the beauty through the pain. You made me up,
People are really reacting to pieces of data that confirm the soft landing.
The market is broadening. It's moving into other more value-oriented parts of the market.
I mean, the big tech has clearly done a lot of impressive lifting here.
I do think the market's a few points overvalued.
I do think our prospects are good long run.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV and radio. Alongside Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. TK taking a break today. Your equity market just a little softer, down 1/3% on the S&P 500. The headline of the past 24 hours, the bulls on Wall Street getting a whole lot more bullish. Let's start with Oppenheimer's John Stolfus, now looking for, on the S&P 500, 4,900 from 4,400. Credit to him, that 4,400 price target, Lisa, set at the end of December. So he was bullish and right to be bullish, and he raises his price target. Citi are now looking for 5,000 by the middle of next year. So it's record high watch on the street now.
It's record high watch, and the potential for, if you believe John Stolfus, a 28% gain for this year, which means that it would be the biggest gain going back to 2019. And here's the real issue. Can we get the start of a new bull market given some of the increase in credit contraction, some of the softening that we see in economic indicators? Could this still be the start of a new bull market, as many people are calling for?
I love what Citi's Scott Cronin had to say. He said, clearly we're chasing the tape, just acknowledging it straight off the bat. Went on to say this, though. Growing conviction in next year's earnings acceleration is a key point of differentiation. So he's looking for earnings to accelerate into 2024.
One of the key underpinnings for a lot of these bets, and I'm not speaking to Scott Cronin, but more broadly, is that eventually the softness will cause the Fed to pivot, which will sort of turbocharge the rally that we've already seen, including some of the earnings, because then all of a sudden borrowing costs will drop. This is the big bet that gets people to continue to buy into equities. And then you have all the people saying, isn't this what we've heard before? How do we get tightening credit standards to this degree without a recession, without something more substantial, a little more pain?
Capital economics were talking about that yesterday, given the degree of tightening we've seen in credit standards. We've seen it again. We saw it in the latest report just yesterday, Lisa. Demand for loans a little lighter. Credit standards tightening just a little bit more. But it's not what we expected coming out of the banking malaise of, say, 3 months ago. We thought it would be drastic, faster, harder, and it's been slow, and it's just continued at a steady pace.
I was thinking about this last night. Does it matter if it's slow and steady versus sudden and a break in credit creation? In the past, it hasn't mattered. Each of the 4 times since this index was created, every time of tightening in credit conditions like the one that we're seeing right now has led to a recession, every single time. So is this time different? Can you put a bet, a strong bet on this time is different? A lot of people are saying yes. And that, I think, is interesting because everyone always used to say those are the most dangerous words in all of finance.
5 months of gains on the S&P 500. The gains continued through the month of July. Your equity market this morning, and good morning to you. Just a little lighter, softer, negative down on the S&P 500 by, let's call it, 1/4%. Yields basically unchanged. Your 10-year 396. Going into a ton of data a little bit later. The dollar stronger. A break of 110 here on the euro. 109.76 on that currency pair, Lisa. Negative here by 0.2%.
And we're going to be speaking with Jordan Rochester later on, who has an interesting call on the euro. Today, when you talk about the data, 10 a.m., U.S. JOLTS data come out. The job openings, which a lot of people say might not be all that reflective of just where we are with 2 job openings or almost that per each employed American, unemployed American. We're looking at the potential for a loosening market, which is what people want to see. We also get ISM manufacturing data, which I know you'll be looking at very closely, especially what we've seen in China and Europe, which is manufacturing recession ongoing. 10 a.m. also, Fed speak includes Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. He sounded pretty close to declaring victory yesterday. He was speaking with Yahoo Finance, and he said that the soft landing is this golden path that would be a triumph and is certainly a possibility at this point, basically talking about possibly not raising rates.
Hasn't made his mind up about September.
Yeah.
Speaking of Yahoo, I thought that was maybe the headline for me, that someone as dovish as Austin Goolsbee hasn't made up his mind for September. Now, whether you believe him or not, I guess it's a separate thing.
That was where I was going to go.
Clearly, they want to make you believe that the September meeting is live and the data between now and then matters.
Well, I think that that's the point that really gets hammered home. I think a lot of people are leaning towards September a pause at this point. But the Fed doesn't want to say that because they don't want to give the all clear kind of signal. Today, when it comes to how long the consumer can keep spending, we're getting a number of earnings. Before market, Uber, Marriott, JetBlue, and Norwegian Cruise Lines for all the cruisers out there. After the bell, we get Caesars Entertainment and Starbucks. We also get Pinterest and AMD. But the year-to-date gains have just been stunning. And yes, it's a recovery trade, but Uber shares basically doubling this year. Norwegian Cruise Line up 80%, Marriott up 36%. How long can people still do the YOLO? The, FOMO, YOLO, and post-pandemic revenge
See how
travel.
expensive Uber is in New York City now?
It has doubled, at least.
It's insane.
Yeah, and so you think about that. How long are people going to say okay to that and still order their salads and get it delivered by Uber?
I'm flagging yellow cabs now on a daily basis.
Really?
Seriously.
Really?
Seriously.
Okay.
You will see me in Midtown flagging a yellow cab.
But the quality is different because the whole ecosystem has changed. Have you noticed that?
What, you mean the yellow cabs are better?
No, I think that it's different because the Uber drivers are more distinguishing with respect to who they take or they don't because of the rating system, and the yellow cabs don't. So there's sort of a harsher tone, I feel like.
You mean the quality of the Uber is better?
Yeah, and just in general, the stories from the driver.
Okay.
It's a more hardened experience in the yellow cab.
You've got a good rating, right?
Yes, I do.
A 5.00.
Not anymore.
Now, has it come down?
It did come down.
What's it come down to?
4.96.
Oh, same as me. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. That's good. Good
I'm
benchmark.
glad. I can't believe
One
I feel
day
so
I'll share
seen.
with you TK's
Oh yeah, I don't
Uber
even want to know
rating,
that.
and
Actually, I really do.
You can find out a lot about someone based on what their Uber rating is. We'll talk about that another time. Patrick Armstrong joins us now, CIO of Plurimi Wealth. Patrick, wonderful to catch up with you. We get these notes on a daily basis on our guests, and there was this line from you that just made me laugh. We continue to own tech and communication stocks, brackets, thank God. And Patrick, I think a lot of people might feel like that if they have been in tech so far year to date. There is this feeling more recently that it's time to shift, get away from the big winners. Patrick, what are your core holdings in technology in the United States still?
So I own Apple, I own Google, I own Adobe, Fortinet. So I've got a lot of them. Pretty much a market weight. None of them are cheap anymore. They're all expensive. I'm not planning to be selling them. Probably the biggest mistake I made over the last decade was selling these kind of stocks when they hit 30 times earnings in 2018 and 2019. They moved much higher after the sell-off then. So you can see a lot of scenarios where they stay at elevated multiples. These are companies with dominant market shares, producing above average growth. Definitely not cheap. Fresh money coming in today, I'd probably rather be selling puts on them, to be honest, rather than buying them outright. So just betting against a massive downside, and that would create a forced discipline of buying them on a sell-off. But those are the kind of stocks that are driving my portfolio this year. I've got a market weight, but they are expensive.
Well, they've done well, that's for sure. Double-digit gains almost across the board. Patrick, there is this talk, of course, and I mentioned it, about rotating away from some of those winners towards, say, energy and banks. Banks had a wonderful month through July. Patrick, what would fund that move into energy, which you're looking for outperformance from? I think we may have lost Patrick Armstrong there, unfortunately. So that's a good start to this morning. Patrick Armstrong of Plurimi Wealth. He's had a great year, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Think about some of those core tech holdings that we've had so far year to date from him. And also rotating out of some of the winners over in Europe, LVMH. I remember when he came on this program and made that call. That's the decision we've all got to make, right? If you have been in tech, do you want to stay with tech? And to Patrick's point, I think there's so many people out there like him who have sold those names and then regretted it later, given the performance of the last 10 years.
There is a feeling, though, of arbitrariness to some of these calls, just because there is acknowledgement that everyone's riding momentum. I mean, I'm even looking at Patrick's comments in his own notes. We continue to own tech and communication stocks. Thank God, right? I mean, there is this.
Joining me now to unpack all of this is John Lauro, attorney for President Donald J. Trump. He was there in the courtroom today. John, they want this trial to be speedy. This was repeated all day long on the other cable networks. They want it to happen before the election. What does that tell you tonight?
It tells me everything, Laura, about what's going on, about the attack on our Constitution. I've talked a lot about how this has criminalized First Amendment speech, because President Trump, like all of us, has a right to redress grievances, has a right to protest an election that he felt was unfair, has a right to campaign on a position. And they've attacked that right, not just for President Trump, but for everyone. But now, today in court, which was a very terribly sad day, they're attacking other parts of the Constitution because they want to take President Trump to trial in a few months. They want to deny him his Sixth Amendment rights to counsel, to give me and my co-counsel Todd Blanche an opportunity to prepare. They want to deny President Trump his due process rights to look at documents, to get witnesses, to use our subpoena power. They want to deny all of him those rights in a rush to judgment for one political purpose, and that's to uphold the Biden administration. Make no mistake about it. This has Merrick Garland's handiwork all around it. This case was brought, had to be approved by Merrick Garland, and interestingly enough, why the bum's rush on this case? Do they feel that there's a problem in the other cases that are being orchestrated and they need to bring this case to trial in a couple of months in this venue? What does that tell you?
Well, they definitely don't want to name any of the other co-conspirators, correct? Because that would slow them down. I mean, if this was such an assault on our democratic process, which obviously it was not, Trump left office voluntarily. The electors, had the, vote certified, all of that. So that all happened. But they actually want this to go forward as fast as possible. And so they'll let go of the co-conspirators, correct? That's key to this.
100%. This is a fast-moving railroad without any concern for justice. Speedy trial rights are a defendant's speedy trial rights, a citizen's speedy trial rights, not the government. The government has an obligation to ensure a fair trial. And in this case, what we need is a journey to the truth, not a railroading of an American citizen, let alone a former president. So what we have here is a strategic move by the Biden administration to get to trial as quickly as possible, because for whatever reason, and we know the reason, they think they can do better here in the District of Columbia than they can do in a more diverse state like Florida.
Well, I think that's a harder argument for you to argue, because it is very difficult to change venue, and in these types of cases, it hasn't been successful. But I think you're onto something about what they want to prevent. They want to prevent the people from having their say next year, whatever that say is. Bill Barr, the former attorney general, no love lost, obviously, between Trump and Barr. He disagrees with the free speech defense, and this is why.
They're not attacking his First Amendment right. He can say whatever he wants. He can even lie. That does not protect you from entering into a conspiracy. All conspiracies involve speech, and all fraud involves speech. So, free speech doesn't give you the right to engage in a fraudulent conspiracy.
John, your response to that?
Laughable. Absolutely laughable. What's the fraud? Tell me what the fraud is. What's the fraudulent speech? Donald Trump, President Trump, was out in the open petitioning the state legislatures, petitioning the courts. There was nothing fraudulent going on. This is absolutely protected First Amendment speech. For Mr. Barr to say that is a complete and utter ignorance of what the basic law is with respect to freedom of speech. The First Amendment protects not only speech, but it protects the right to protest, and it protects the right to petition for grievances, which President Trump did. To characterize this as fraud when there's nothing being done in secret, there's nothing being hidden, there's no deceit.
They're hanging it all. Yeah, John, they're hanging it all, or a lot of it, on the supposed conversation between Pence and Trump that Pence took contemporaneous notes of, where Trump said, "You're too honest," I'm paraphrasing, but you're just too honest. But I mean, to me, that's just a throwaway line. That doesn't prove anything. But man, they're hanging a lot on that one phrase.
Good luck. I'm ready for them at trial. I can't wait. But something about the conversations between Mr. Pence and Mr. Trump. President Trump was getting advice from an esteemed constitutional scholar as to an array of options that he could take in light of the discrepancies and what was going on in 2020. Those discrepancies were well known, and they were being litigated. Professor Eastman laid out a series of options that were discussed with Vice President Pence. Vice President Pence disagreed on certain issues, but ultimately what President Trump said is, let's go with option D. Let's just halt, let's just pause the voting and allow the state legislatures to take one last look and make a determination as to whether or not the elections were handled fairly. That's constitutional law. That's not an issue of criminal activity.
John, August 28th is the next date that you guys are supposed to appear, or you'll appear for the next hearing. Thank you. We're going to be following this. We really appreciate you joining us tonight. Now,
hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Well, it's indictment day. Again? We finally got you, Trump.
Yep, it's all over, pal.
Yeah, you're going down, Mr. Poopy Pants. Yeah, I brushed my teeth with barbecue sauce this morning. Can you smell it? Shut up, Joe. All right, are we seriously doing this again?
Yep, we're seriously doing this again.
You're finished, Trump. Why didn't you guys do this witch hunt 2.5 years ago?
Well, because you weren't running for president.
So shut up. Sorry. Why is it that every time the Biden crime family gets exposed, I get indicted?
Because that's how cover-ups work. Duh.
James Comer reveals the Biden family payments and poof, I get indicted.
That was just a coincidence.
The grand old party views Biden family bribes and poof, I'm indicted again.
Well, stop breaking the law, asshole.
Hunter's sweetheart plea deal falls apart and poof, Jack in the Box over here adds more charges.
We got you this time, Trump. Yeah, we got you.
And wouldn't you know it, as soon as Devin Archer testifies, I get indicted once more.
Well, don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Are you guys ever gonna stop this?
Sure. As soon as you stop running for president.
So that's what this is all about? Me running for president?
Yep.
If I stop running for president, you'll stop indicting me?
You're not as stupid as you look, Trump.
So all I gotta do is stop and this all goes away.
Yep. It all gets erased.
So are you gonna give up, Trump?
Yeah, Trump. Are you gonna give up or what?
Not a chance.
Trump, did you realize that if you don't quit, we're just gonna keep coming for you?
I'm actually looking forward to that the most.
Come on, Trump. Can you just give up? Pretty please,
please,
Trump,
give up,
Trump, please.
Come on.
Yeah, come on, Trump. Pretty
Come on, please. I don't think so. The way I see it, all I need is one more indictment to ensure my election.
2004 incident off the coast of California, of course, made major headlines. A Navy pilot spotted
a UFO flying during a large training exercise. Our next guest is one of the people who witnessed it. Retired Navy Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich is with us now. It's nice to see you, man. We appreciate it. Look, I get the idea that these are all unexplained, but given that you've got all of these things happening now in restricted military airspace, does it lead the idea that this is either A, Chinese or Russians testing us, or B, a dark project or a black project from the U.S. military or from DARPA or from Skunk Works or one of the groups that create the most secret weapons we have, flying against U.S. adversary, our own U.S. technology to see how we react?
So I think it would be irresponsible to jump to any of those conclusions. But I think what this highlights, and what our incident back in 2004 highlighted at the time, and the reason that I've been speaking about it and accepting interviews like this ever since, is that we need to have a good process for reporting when we see something that we can't identify in a military operating area, in just our open airways, where we have civilian airlines flying. You certainly want your space to be safe and secure, and not have unidentified. Even recently, when we had the big balloon gate series of incidents, right? We want to know what's in our airspace so that we can avoid it. Safety.
I completely get that, but the fact that these aren't showing up over LAX or JFK or over Hartsfield in Atlanta or at O'Hare or anything else, or in these very specific areas, I guess what I'm trying to get at is this concept that everyone keeps saying we need ways to report this and we need declassification of all these things. What if the answer was actually classified? If these were U.S. military programs, wouldn't this be exactly how the Pentagon and DARPA and whoever the contractor was that was developing this would act about it?
So you're suggesting that there's some sort of disinformation campaign?
No, I'm suggesting that these are just U.S. military projects that are being flown against the U.S. military to figure out how and what the capabilities are of, no different than what they did with the B-2 bomber or the F-117 or the U-2 or SR-71 that were all at one time or another cited as UFO sightings.
So we wouldn't operate in a range that is testing a blue technology like that. There would be deconfliction, and there would certainly be, careful, methodical process in place to make sure that folks who are not read into the classified technology don't have an unintentional encounter with it. Can there be an sort of a mishap? Sure, but the number of incidents here that are reported, and the fact that none of these operators, the aircrew, have been notified that this is some sort of, again, blue or U.S. technology is concerning, and makes, it suggests that it's not something from within our own system.
Interesting. That's the best explanation I've heard so far, which is why we're going to have you back the next time we have to talk about this. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for taking it seriously.
Thanks for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to subscribe. Click the red button to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Maybe he will. He did call me. Tommy Todd has been DMing people all day for the same attention. He's looking for you. It's all bullshit. Please tell him. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to hear it, right, Janie? I'll let anybody who wants to reach out to me talk to me. Meow, I think that him saying he's going to call me is bitch shit. He calls me at 3 a.m. and he says he's only done it, a couple times. He's done it, you guys, thousands of times, thousands. So I think that's a bitch move that he didn't jump on the panel. When I said just jump on the panel, bro, I'm going to let you prove your receipts against these people who are calling you out. I wasn't even going to attack them. Leave that shit to the 3 o'clock phone calls. I was man enough to say, come up and prove your side, because I think this is a pretty good platform to put it out there. I'm just saying, when they're bashing you and they wouldn't let you up.
Two, I'm sure you have a lot of shit going on, but as somebody that's in the fucking gaming space and the Discord space, it is absolutely a huge prevalent concern of mine that people are preyed on. If that's something that we could work on
Yeah.
together. That would
For real.
absolutely be
James,
cool with
not
me.
now, buddy. Not
No,
now,
for sure.
James. Not the right chat for you, brother. No, you're good, James. You're good, buddy. But you're too good of a person to be up here, man, and hear this shit. I wish you weren't even listening, James. I have that much respect for you that I don't think it's, you know what I mean, James? It's just bad. James,
But
I don't know if you guys know, James is my buddy, but he just wants to talk about catches and stuff. And I just don't want to, you know, I don't want him to feel disrespected because I don't want to. Todd uses CPP platform to get attention and play the victim. Janie's got a lot to say about Todd, and I think a lot of people, fair enough, should be able to say that. A lot of people seen me get drugged by Todd when I never even did anything. So that's fair. I'm not gonna deny that shit. All right, guys, I'm putting it in one more time. If anybody's got something to say about Edward, Meow, fucking Meow, if you want to come up, Cat Eyes, if you want to come up, Savvy, Locke, any of you guys, this is it. I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna give it 10 minutes. If you guys come up, we'll continue. If not, then the three of you I named your bitches. I know I named 6 people, but I like one out of the few. All right, let's go to post comment. Cat Eyes, I wish you would come up. I know you won't because you know I'm gonna ask that question, but that's all right. And if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But you told me on the phone, you said, if I could prove to you that Edward did something besides funny trolling, just funny laughter trolling, that you would go live or you would go on his panel and you would be done with him because you don't fuck with that shit. Cat Eyes, I can't show you anymore. Listen to the phone calls, Cat Eyes, and I know you have, but I know you say you don't. Everybody on Edward's side says, I don't watch the phone calls, none of my business. Why? Because it's them out of their mouth admitting that they're scumbags? That's crazy. Sherry, where you at? Yeah. Real quick, we have not given her any attention. Sherry, where you at? You're a scumbag, Sherry.
What Cat Eyes is saying in terms of like they don't owe anybody anything, but then also you don't deserve then the respect from the community. Like, yeah, exactly. You don't then just go away, right? Like,
Cat Eyes, it's not about you don't owe anybody anything. If you're gonna support somebody that hard, you owe an explanation why you told me you were gonna do it. Why didn't you then? If you're allowed to come up and call out Meow and call out, you know, Locke and Savvy, then why do they have different standards than your buddy Edward? That's not fair.
Right. Like, why input yourself into the position of
Cat Eyes can come up, guys, and she won't get deleted. So that is what it is.
Right. If you don't have the energy to fully explain why you're defending these people, then don't defend them publicly. Or
that's what I'm saying. Cat Eyes, you're attacking. Ken keeps saying.
Where did Tommy go?
Oh no, Tommy left.
So what it do, chat? I guess we'll entertain the chat for a little bit.
What's going on, young Sav? I mean, Tommy, dude, is fucking killing it with these videos. I don't mean to keep bringing it back to the hate, but like, dude, people that are fucking talking shit on what the content is as opposed to what could be done better is crazy to me, because like I feel like that immediately like burns it's a red flag, right? If you're like, okay, Tommy is not fucking doing this correctly, it's like, bro, you're a pedo fucking apologist, man. Like, hello? Like,
yeah, I feel respect what you say. I just usually stay out of all that shit, man, because
not
one of them sides ain't fuck with me, bro. And I'm just being 100. I'm
probably better with you. Better for the mental.
I get along with both sides, man, and that's just facts. They can love me or hate me for it. I don't really give a fuck, because at the end of the day, bro, my life don't revolve around none of this internet shit, none of this YouTube shit.
Sorry, guys.
And what I do with my life doesn't.
Hey, real quick, Young, I'm not trying to interrupt you, bro, but Edward, I know you're watching my stream. Why don't you come up here, bro? Edward, I will kick everybody down to the basement one-on-one with you. One-on-one. Come on, Edward.
Should I figured I'd keep the chat entertained for you, bro? I didn't
No,
know
you
what
did. You did good.
He was begging it for it earlier.
He's watching. He's watching me live. That's what he's doing. He's watching me live. But that's what Edward does. He had a little success, but was only by my pillow sheets that he sleeps on, my face. The sheets that he fucking rubs his dirty little predator ass on are pictures of me. He's a weirdo, man. He's a fucking weirdo. But Edward, I know you're watching me. Come on up. When I kicked myself, I saw all the messages that's what you do, bro. Your content is me, Edward. Me. But soon enough, people are gonna get tired of your shit, like CC and Blondie and Sherry, and they're gonna call you out, bro, because you're a predator, dude. You're a sick son of a bitch. Where's your devices, Edward? Because we know what happens to people who didn't do it. They get their devices back. That's what Nevermore said, right? You get your devices back. Because Nevermore turned in his devices and got them back 5 days later, which is weird as fuck. But Edward, where's yours? Where's yours, scumbag? Scumbag rapist. You don't like being called a rapist, do you, Edward? I'm calling out shit your wife said and the police said, but you just make up rumors on shit you created to, your little girlfriend, Sherry. So if you're gonna watch, bro, come up. Oh, we got guests. Maybe he's here. Shit. It's not him.
How are you already in a relationship and you don't
Oh, he's not in a relationship.
Focus on that.
Hey.
Well, how do you not focus on that instead of fucking
He's not. He's married, but he's kind of divorced. Go ahead, Nanya. What's up?
So Ed's watching.
Yeah. Well, I
Ed,
got it from again your friend and my friend. He's watching.
And Ed, you're a fucking coward, dude. What you're doing right now, we both know what you're doing to other people that are giving me information. You're a sick individual talking about people's children and grandchildren. You nasty motherfucker. Why do you have their pictures? And you're going to post them because they're blocking you and they're talking?
I interact with minors all the time on Discord, and never does it cross my mind to be like, oh, I will.
Because you're not a predator, bro. It's the difference between you and Edward. You're not a predator.
Right. Yeah. It's just like fucking.
But let her say it real quick. I think she's got some info. So
and I just want to know.
Bad, sorry.
What is his channel? What is Ed's channel?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it, guys. Don't say it on here just because I don't want. But yeah. Oh no,
I've got
it. If he is doing it, somebody taught me. But dude, I'm dumb when it comes to internet shit. I don't know how. But if he is recording it, I'm 100% going to do it. 100%. Sorry, Miranda. Sorry, I'm getting your dude. Sorry, I'm getting your guy. Edward, come up, you pussy. You can get another phone, bro. Come up. Meth head. Come up, meth head. And I'm only talking to Edward, guys. If you guys got a problem, figure it out. I hope you do. I know it's a serious problem. I'm just talking to Edward. Come up. Brush your tooth, you fucking Edward. He told me, he says, if I ever met him hunchback, I'd whoop his ass. I'm like, dude, you and Locke at the same time would be a dream come true.
He's saying he never doxed Smashley.
I didn't say he doxed Smashley. I never said he doxed Smashley. And if I did, I didn't mean that. What I'm saying is he threatened them. That's what he does. He tried to take them. He gave her a link. I mean, a mod. That's what I said. He gave Smashley a mod.
Yeah, you did.
Jamona mod and... So see, Edward's up there saying, "Oh, he's a fucking lying piece of shit." He said, "I never said you doxed Smashley. Smashley's got some words. Smashley, do you want to come up? It's your time. I'll let you up." Smashley can tell you she's pissed about all this, and I know from people she talks to. I'm not calling her out. If she wants to say anything, she can. I'll tell you guys, check this out. This is real, and I don't think Smashley's a bad person at all. I think she's actually a good person. I think she's been drugged through the shit. So Cooley is my best friend in the world, right? So we had this girl named Ghost. That was doing a lot of our social media, Facebook stuff like that. Smashley called Ghost and was like, "Dude, give me something on Tommy, please. We're friends. Give me something. I gotta give it to Ed." Guys, it's fact. It's nothing. I don't blame Smashley for it, but this was the whole time Smashley was trying to come back. I was frustrated about that, but reached out to Cooley to ask for anything on Tommy. I need to get back to Ed. That's what Ed does. He gets in these ladies' minds and makes them do shit like this. I've had it done to me. At some point, we got to be adults and say, well, I fell for it, right? Because I've done it so many times. I get that. I own my response, my actions. I own it. But you got to answer for that, Edward? Or Edward, since you're watching the live, You called Cece a liar. You said, is she a liar about the old shit, or does she just keep lying? You and Blondie said she's a liar. You drug her. You drugged that poor girl. You guys said that she has a disease. You guys said that she should have found a rich person, Edward. You also have drugged Miss Megan. Do you want to come up here and talk?
She's such a good person.
He said what?
Cece's such a good person.
I mean, you know, everybody's got their own beliefs, right? So, and everybody gets that. But they drug her. They drug her. Do you have anything to say about that, Ed, since you're watching? People know, bro. I don't know who Case Swizzle.
I think he's way behind. I think he's way behind on this.
Is he way behind?
Mhm.
Okay. All right,
Sorry, I'm
guys.
being quiet.
If you're coming up, you guys, right now, we're gonna fucking get it hot again. Fuck it. Let's get it hot again. Only if you know shit about the community. I don't want to bring up random people just because you all just don't know. So if you're in the basement, just if you got something to say about Edward, yeah, Vic, anybody. I saw you, Vic. I just saw your comment. But I don't want no drama between people in here. This is a one-way fucking. It's the flip floppers right now.
We're spring cleaning.
We're spring cleaning. There you go. Sorry, Cooley. I know I probably shouldn't have said that, but dude, I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of it.
Because I'm just one of your goons, man.
This is Cap. No, you're fine, bro. Hold on one second, though. Cap says, you're watching, right, Ed? Ed, have you seen your kids today? Have you seen them in a week? Have you seen them in a month? Have you seen them in a year? Have you seen them in 5 years, Ed? If you can't answer yes to any of those questions, you are not the father. Scumbag. All right, hold on one second. Tommy, your mods are janitors. That's right, baby. They're cleaning up the shit. They're cleaning up the shit. I like janitor mods. Clean up that shit. And what I mean by shit is the shit people. He's gonna watch my live. Is he talking at all, Linya?
No, he's got you on like 17 times speed. I don't know.
For real?
Yeah, like he's at, where you at, Sherry? You're a scumbag, Sherry. He said, where's Sherry at? She's recovering from her latest suicide attempt, you fucking scumbag piece of shit.
Really?
That's not our fault, though. Don't put that shit on us.
She never even talked about that. See, he's using a false story.
Yeah, but we can't put that on our shoulders. She's the one that said what she said and done what she's done. I mean, I don't know the woman. I don't know who she is. I've never had a conversation with her, and she's done all this shit and said all this shit in her phone calls with jail about me, and I don't even know her. So to put her suicide attempts on us is bullshit.
That's wrong.
Is trying to commit suicide because she's fucking wrong in what she's done. That's what it is.
Patrick, we never took that video down. Wait, hold on. Does anybody have the link to where Tommy was begging for his life from a guy? I know that he is a hard ass. That's why I want to research. Love you, Tommy. Yeah, Patrick, you can love you, Tommy, with that bullshit. I didn't take the video down. That was YouTube. So keep that shit somewhere else there, brother. Cap, come up, dude. Come up. Come on, let's cook together, bro. I know we never have. I know we've never, eye to eye all the time, but come on and cook with us, buddy. Come on, Tommy, you're a nonprofit. I do make a profit. Scudge. You say what you want, buddy. I made a profit. I got $17 in this live, so that's a profit, baby.
Ghetto asshole, you're not wrong. Everybody else is paying for Ed's kids.
That's right. It's a community father.
Right. That's wild that he's sitting there putting that on us, though, that
that's what he does.
She's recovering from her latest suicide attempt.
And if you read the comments,
they actually do it without speaking on it.
Right.
And they don't usually survive this many times. You know.
And if you read the comments, I bet they're like, "Oh, poor Sherry, I'm so sorry that you had to make up that Tommy raped you because you were hurting so bad." She created this shit pile. Now, I don't want anybody to commit suicide. I think that's terrible. I think that's selfish as fuck. Even if it was my family member,
someone in
selfish
the StreamYard comments just asked for fucking Nanya's Instagram, so I don't know.
I got it.
Oh, I want him up. I like
this. That's fucking.
I give it to him.
Try to make us feel bad. Go ahead. Go ahead, T. Go ahead and cook. You're good. Cap, come up, dude. I need you for like 10 minutes, brother. Come on up.
He said his kids' football or practice or something.
In there like, I can't even.
We're always separate times. That's what I hate because we have different.
That's just wild. Like, that's heavy for me.
Oh, shit. No, let's do this live. Hey, guess who's here? Let's do it live.
Oh, is Locke there?
Yeah. Get out your car, bro.
Let's get it.
Hey, hold on, Locke. Hold on. Babe. No, I'm about to fuck him up. I'm telling you guys right now. Babe.
Oh,
record this.
I'm so fucking stoked, dude.
Oh,
Record this. I'm coming, Lucky Luck. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. Don't you worry.
Someone's getting fucking.
Come here, babe. Record this, because if the police come, I want this recorded. No. Stop. How do I flip the camera around?
Oh my god.
Hold on 1 second, Luck. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, let me get my shoes on. Babe, I'm gonna fuck him up. You guys, I'm gonna fuck him up. Watch this.
No.
Y'all want to see Tommy Boy throw down?
Tommy, one of us
You've never
can
seen it
full
before. It's
screen
fine,
and,
baby. It's
screen
fine.
record
No,
from
live
here.
or not. Let's go.
You're
No,
live.
babe,
you're
just
good.
record this. How do I flip the camera?
But hey, don't
Babe,
get
hold it
yourself
like
in
this.
trouble because you
Hold it
have
like
to
this.
protect your
Come on.
family, Tommy.
Yo, grab the
so
phone. Come on.
I know you're not hearing me.
Come on.
You're
Hey, you gotta-
adrenaline, but please.
Hey, turn the phone around, Rachel.
Hey,
Nanya,
Rochelle.
he always has his wife with him.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he needs to protect his family, so don't get himself in trouble by, by whooping. You know what I mean? Like I want him to be level-headed.
I hear you.
Hey, Rachel.
Rachel, turn the
Oh, we
camera
can't
around.
see.
Turn the phone around.
Yeah, we can't see.
Hey, Tommy! Hey!
Who is that?
Hey! Tommy!
Oh, fuck.
Tommy!
Motherfucker, let's go.
Hey, let's.
You want another one?
Rachel, Rachel, we can't see.
Hey, Tom!
Record it.
You want another one?
Babe!
You have one job, Rachel.
Oh, poor Rachel. No.
Hey, stop! I'm gonna call the police.
I feel. Call the police, babe. He came here. Call the police. You want another one? I came to talk. How's that feel? You want another one? I came to talk.
no.
I'm not talking, bitch. I ain't talking. Babe, I'm tired of this. He's at my house. Mommy, you're going to my house, bro. Really? You're here. You're here. You want another one? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel?
We missed Tommy, Dummy, and Locke.
How'd that feel? How'd it feel? You want another one? You feel fine? You want another one? You want another one?
No, Tommy, don't
You want another one?
instigate.
You don't pull up to people's houses.
He's not
Nah,
investigating.
really?
Yeah,
What?
you don't
Hey,
pull
Toss
up.
Lock, am I a rapist, bro? I'm not a rapist? No. Stay alive. Am I a rapist? Am I a rapist?
Stop. Come on.
Did I ever call you that? Yeah,
Sorry,
you said the other night.
instigate is the wrong word.
No, I didn't. You said you didn't know, bro. I didn't. Now do you know? Yeah. Yeah. How'd your face feel? You want another one? It feels fine. Oh, really? Really, bitch?
Hey! Babe!
How'd your face feel now? Come on. Motherfucker, let's go. Let's go. You want to pull a gun? You want to pull a gun?
Oh my God!
You want to pull
No,
a
no,
fucking
no, no,
gun?
no.
Pull the gun.
No, no, no,
Pull
no,
that
no,
gun.
no. This
Get
is not
in
cool.
Get in your fucking house.
No, Rachel.
You want to pull a...
Stop!
Call the police, bro.
Please, somebody that.
I don't care. He came to my house.
on.
I'm tired of getting threatened,
Yeah, I
bro.
don't think they can hear.
Yeah, why you
I know
here?
they can't hear, obviously, but oh my God.
He pulls up
I
to
said he was
Tommy's
coming to your
house
house.
with a gun.
Yeah, he
did?
pulls up and he's
Where'd
got a
you
gun.
get locked up,
He's got a
motherfucker?
fucking
You
That's
got
what I'm
locked
saying.
up,
Like,
bitch.
this is bullshit.
I know. I just hope
Gun
Tommy and
question.
Rachel
It's
are
at my
good.
house.
So, hang on.
I
Let
don't
us
care.
hear.
Call the police on me.
Zoom
Really,
in on
bro?
that- Zoom in on
Scumbag.
that van. Rachel, zoom
Fucking
in on that
Scumbag.
van.
Record this,
Coward.
babe. Let me
Zoom in
record
on
it so
that
I can
van.
show the police.
Yes.
Zoom in on that van.
He came into your house
Zoom
with
in
a
on
fucking
that van
gun.
because we
Comes
can't
to
see
my
anything.
house.
We
With
Comes
can't
to
see
my
none of it,
house.
Tommy. Record his
With the
van real
gun.
quick. We can't see none of it.
Just show the video.
Not a laughing matter, but I wish Rachel was better with the fucking camera. Dude, Tommy, I'm
Hang
so
on.
sorry, dude.
Shh.
Dude, he rolls up to your house with a
Fucking
You
fucking
house
came to
gun.
with
me,
gun?
bro, after saying I was a bitch and you were going to take care of me.
Yeah.
104.
That's fucking wild.
I'll take
What
one
a
for the truth.
pussy.
I don't
Tommy,
care.
are you okay?
Dude, yeah, he didn't even fucking fight back.
Watch your back. Watch your
Fucking
back.
scumbag. Nah, he wants to pull his
Well,
gun. Fucking Sally.
watch
No,
your back.
absolutely.
Sally.
Please go inside.
Go. Come on. Babe, I
don't
just wanted
pull
to
up
record it. You
people's
gotta understand. They can't come to your house.
He
He
knows
came
how to handle
here.
himself. Trust
He
me.
came
Just let
here
him
to
deal with
me.
his wife
I
real quick.
defended myself.
To
He
keep her
came
safe.
here. And I'm not
No,
a predator no
absolutely.
more. Am I, Locke? Oh, he's fucking calling the police, dude, after he
Let
comes
him call him.
How
You
stupid
call
is
the
that gonna
cops
look?
too, because we just
No,
all sit here and watch this fucking happen.
If he's gonna,
I
if he's
guess my
gonna
shoulder
claim
works a little
assault,
better than I thought it did, didn't it? There, Locke.
Tommy,
Come
you
to my
have
house.
Granted,
4 witnesses
can
here
you-
that will claim to what's going on.
He pulled up to your house with a fucking gun.
Yeah, I mean,
What a coward.
I'm wearing, yeah, go ahead, bro. You came to my house. Did you put the snake there, Locke?
After all the threats he made to you
yeah.
already?
No, we got a
Nah.
live. I just asked him to
Yeah.
have a soda.
Yeah, you did. That's
Come on.
wild.
That's
What a
this.
coward.
You don't.
Fucking
Come on, baby.
degenerate
Okay.
piece of shit, man.
Record
go,
him, Tommy.
I don't know how to put my camera around, guys. Can you do it on
So
me?
maybe double tap. Try
You
that.
have to go to settings, camera.
It's in your
then back.
settings. Yeah, and back camera.
That's what Rochelle was stressing about. She was
Yes,
trying to
poor
do it
Rochelle.
Yeah. No, of
Rochelle
course.
Because you gotta imagine, like, her
Yeah,
adrenaline
right.
is
And it's,
going. Her husband's
of
right
course,
there.
it's hard
I'm
to
just
like
recording.
fucking hold
Poor
a
thing.
camera forward while like your fucking husband is, potentially getting hit, dude.
What?
You think we
Okay,
have to
let's be
log
quiet.
on?
Let's
No.
listen.
Why? We're in Arizona, bro. Or Colorado, whatever it is. Why'd you come here? Why'd you come? Why don't you call me, bro? After you threatened me, you want to show up here, bro? All the shit you said, you think it was gonna be fucking kosher, and you called the police because the way you show up to my house, bro? My house. I assaulted you twice.
No.
Okay. Good. I hope you do. You came to my house. Did you put the snake there the other day too? Is it funny to you? Yeah, of course you didn't. Carry on, bro.
Yeah.
Carry on. I don't care what
is
you
it?
got, bro. That's the bitchest move I've ever seen in my life. You. Why you here?
After
Why you here? You just called me a bitch and you said, wait till I see you in real life. I told you it didn't have to be I got it all recorded. You were tough. I said, keep that same energy when we come in person. You called me a rapist, bro. A rapist. You did the other night. I said, am I a rapist? You said, I don't know, Tom. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I'm sorry, bro, but you know what? Edward's got one coming too. Come to my house. I don't care who it is, bro. I'm going to defend my fucking family. After you talk shit, why are you here?
Because you said you were going to come there.
I said, I told you to go to dinner, bro.
Let's go.
You just called the police. How are we going to go to dinner?
Jump in. Let's fucking go to dinner.
That's going to look real stupid, isn't it?
Wow.
Isn't that going to look real stupid? You just called the police on me. Now you want me to roll to dinner? You want me to jump in? We going to dinner? You better call the cops and tell them not to come here.
Tom, be careful going with him anywhere.
Yeah, you got a gun, bro. I'm not stupid.
no.
Don't play stupid, bro. Don't play stupid.
Don't go
I know you do. I'm not stupid. You know I do, right?
I honestly,
It's okay. You're allowed to. It's your right, right? But I don't want you to go around the corner and shoot me, bro. You promise? Can you unload it at least?
But Dan, can I show you what I?
Can you unload it? I don't have a gun, bro. I don't have a gun.
I think Ed and fucking
Yours,
Sam
dude.
are
You know
just
you.
ripping
Come
the
on, man.
fuck out of them.
I don't want to get shot, Locke. I'll go with you. We'll go have dinner. I will turn this on. We can go at Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever you want.
I think.
All right, guys. What?
Tommy,
Sorry,
don't cut
I'm
the
not worried about it.
live.
I'm gonna go.
Tommy, go do.
I'll be right back.
Don't cut the live.
I'm gonna eat dinner.
Yep.
Tommy, no.
Don't cut the live. What
Wait,
are
you
you
just
doing?
called the
Don't
police
do
on me
it.
when you showed up to my
Don't do
house,
it.
bro.
Do
Don't
what
do
you
it,
have to
Tommy.
do, man.
Brandon, stop. No.
No, well, dude,
You got on the call like you were gonna do something, so I
good
just.
man. I mean,
So I got out.
Oh,
I might do the same shit. Like, to be
Right,
honest.
but you don't need to go with him.
It sucks, bro. This sucks.
This has been years of stuff. You
If
don't
you
understand.
you talked all
Yeah.
that shit and you showed up to my house, bro. You understand why I'm a little fucking
Yeah.
pissed?
You
Where's
stay
Sabby
away
at?
for the
I thought it was
police
gonna
to
be
show up.
me,
Don't
you,
go nowhere.
my wife, and her. You fuck Sabby, right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, I'm not going with you, bro. We'll wait for the
No.
police because you called.
Mm-mm.
I have, dude, I'm gonna get arrested for fucking leaving the scene of it. You know how that
No,
works.
don't do it.
Fuck, man. But you showed
set
up
up.
here, bro. You showed up here, and that's fine. I never said I was coming to you guys. Did I say I was coming to you guys? Or did I say, let's go to go ahead.
Oh, it's Ben. Hello. No, we're talking, man. I mean, you guys can cancel. It's fine. I don't want to.
That's fair.
That's fair.
We're gonna go eat dinner. Okay.
Yeah, this is what doxing does. Exactly.
Neighbors probably,
Yeah, they have
neighbors
to.
probably called.
They have to, bro.
No,
Neighbors
locked in.
probably called. I know, but neighbors at this point
Yeah.
probably.
No, they
Absolutely
didn't. They didn't.
right,
No,
Dan.
they didn't. But it's
Oh,
it's every county, you guys. They have to come when there's a call because I could
yeah,
be
they
holding
have
them like
to.
at gunpoint and like tell them to say sorry. You know what I mean? Like it's fair.
Just for
That's
the
fair.
fact they said
Tommy.
But-
bro, they're coming.
But be careful though.
Isn't it Colorado a state where if you both agree to a fist fight, you can fist fight?
That's what they said about Alex. But dude, I don't fist fight, bro. That's the first
Yeah.
fist fight I've been in 12 years, guys.
But dude, he rolled up to your house and he's packing a gun. Like that's
Yeah,
fucked up.
well, if he would have, again, I want to let it go. I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna get off. Yeah, I got to. I got to.
You showed up with cause. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to encourage you at all.
My phone's gonna die.
But
Hold
don't
on,
make
nothing's
me have
gonna
to
die.
fucking send you 100 to stay alive.
Oh shit! No, I can't. Don't send me no money, man. But my phone's gonna die. It literally just turned black.
Well, hey, don't forget.
I'm not going nowhere, babe. I listen to you. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere.
Oh,
I'm not
she's
going
right
nowhere.
now.
She is, and she deserves to have me calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
You guys,
So
I don't play gangster like
just
that.
know-
I don't plan on being a tough guy, but I'm
Right.
just, so it is what it is. You guys, I got to deal with the police. I'll go live
Okay.
as soon as I get out, or tomorrow,
be
or
safe.
tonight.
Yeah,
So
be safe.
see you guys.
Tell her to let us know if you need anything.
Yeah, man. If you need some bail, bro, you can let us know, pimp.
Well, chat fucking hates me, so that's cool. It's my bad. I don't know what the fuck I would do in that situation at all. That seems super crazy. Like I was fucking psychotic.
Yeah, that
damn.
shit was wild, bro.
That's nuts. Like imagine having that conversation and someone showing up to your house. That's cause. 100%. Like you don't.
Hey, I
you don't
usually
need to
stay out
prove
of it,
that to
man, but I'm gonna
anybody.
be honest. You show up to my house, bro, you're gonna get popped in the noodle. I'm just being 100.
Right, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's fucking scary as hell. Like if you showed up to my house, I mean, I'll be honest. Like I fucking live outside right now, and it sucks. But like, dude, I hope Tommy is good. Like I hope he fucking figures this shit out. Like I'm sure the cops will side with him. Obviously, no, I don't want him to go to fucking dinner with this guy. He's a fucking kook, obviously. Yeah, man, fuck, that's crazy.
Well, respectfully, since Tom is gone, I'm gonna go ahead and head out, man, and get up
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of here.
for sure.
Chat.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Have a good one. CPP's the truth, y'all. We're gonna get up out of here, man. 100.
missing your call, but I'm glad I got it today. So look, let me get off of here. And you take care of yourself. Now call me back anytime you need to.
All right, I will. All right, I'll let you later. Yep.
All right, take care of you.
All right, you too. Yep. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All phone calls are subject to monitoring and recording. Hey there.
Hey, what's up? What are you doing?
I'm listening to, actually, to a live catch. I'm listening to a live catch.
Oh, who's catch?
AV and Alex.
Oh, wow. No Games Doritos and Alex?
Huh?
AZ and Alex?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
I texted Nick to confirm because I was like, this thing just popped up and I'm like, this voice sounds really familiar, AV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I texted Nick and I was like, who is this? And
Yeah,
he said, it's
sounds like
AV.
Buster Rhymes or Colin Oak, it's him, you know?
Yeah, I could tell he's a black guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a sexy voice too, I have to say. So, but I don't really like Alex's style. Hey, Eric. I've never really liked Alex's style. He's never been impressive to me.
Right. But AZ's a good one. I still work for AZ. AZ pays me money. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so I'm not in chat.
AZ
I'm
pays
just
me like
listening.
AZ pays me like $350 a month to look at Showmo for him. So.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So he hasn't turned against you then?
No, not at all. He never will.
Oh, good. Okay.
He's
Good.
just distancing himself from the situation, so I'm like,
Yeah,
it's
for
like
sure.
I'm not working for him, which I'm totally for that. You know what I mean?
Me too. Yeah, that's the best
you
thing
know,
to do.
I'd rather people
yeah.
think that him and I don't work together than we do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I was just worried they were gonna like get
So
into
he
his head.
said something out against me. It's not, you know, he doesn't really think that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I would,
One just that he kept to his business and
Right.
didn't do any of that.
Yeah.
I respect people more for doing that
Yeah.
than jumping on bandwagons.
everything on his comment section. He's like, I kind of got to not mention you for a while, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck, you know? Just
Exactly. It's better that way.
Yeah, it's better that way, you know?
It is. It is. I respect that more than jumping on these bandwagons, you know?
Yeah, which he never would. He's never been involved in the drama bullshit anyway, so.
Yeah, right. I've never known him to be. That's why it's like it popped up, and I was like, whoa!
Because Alex is local. Alex was in Massachusetts yesterday, so I kind of expected him and AZ to do a catch. So I'm sure
Okay.
AZ's been staying in Connecticut now, so.
So I guess this one is about this big old nasty old fat man, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's standing there with no shirt on. He's fucking disgusting. And evidently, AZ was saying, I think it was AZ in the beginning that said when they were like looking for him, they had to go to a few places and knock on doors and shit. But he said that he's been talking with this guy under different decoys since I think he said 2021.
Oh, I should know who it is then. I bet I know who it is.
He's an old fat guy, white hair, white beard, evidently messaging a 10-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know what his excuse is? His excuse is, oh, he helps these people that are in bad homes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So, but how are you doing?
I'm fine. Yeah.
I was thinking about you today.
How are you?
Yeah, I was thinking about you today, and I was just like, oh, heard the phone ring and looked, and I was like, yay.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, you should download the RTIP app.
Okay. All right, I'll do that, because I got it when it got texted me. I just didn't do anything with it. What better does it do?
What better does it do? It's like, instead of a 15-minute call, you could do like a 20-minute video chat. I get a couple of those free a week, so.
Oh, cool. Okay, that would be awesome. All right.
So,
Now, does it let you...
Because then we wouldn't spend money on a call, you know, because every call I mean, I guess I could charge it to you, but I really don't, you know. I don't think I did this time. So, yeah, yeah, you would have to accept the call and then put in your credit card information. I don't think I've called you like that yet, so. I mean,
No, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't had to do that.
yeah, because I've used my money to call you, which is fine too. I mean, I have like $200 on my phone, so not really.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I don't mind either. I don't think
Right.
it could really be a whole bunch.
Right.
But the video chats are free?
Yeah, see, we can video. Yeah, I mean, I get 2 free visits a week or whatever, so.
Oh, nice.
20
Okay.
minutes instead of a 15-minute call, so.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Okay, that's way cool. I like that. Nice. It's nice out here today. How is it over where you're at?
It's hot as fuck, but I don't know. We didn't go to work today. We're not going back to work until Wednesday.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the 4th
All right.
Thursday, so I mean it's our Tuesday, so
Tuesday. Right. Today's the 1st, I think.
today's the 1st, yeah. So
Yeah,
now I think we have what I'll be out early on the 13th, so I have like 11 days left, you know.
Gosh, see, I knew it would go by fast. Does it feel like it's going by fast to you, or no?
Now that I'm in here working every day, yeah, it feels like it's going by fast. Before, when I was sleeping and eating all day, it was dragging like a motherfucker.
Right. Yeah, that'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. You know? But do you need anything, or everything's okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay, all right. And when we get out, I want to talk to you about that other stuff that's on there and how we can get it off.
Okay.
And then I want to do a panel with you
Okay.
when we get it off, and I want to show all those motherfuckers.
Right.
I do. I really, really do.
Yeah, for sure.
Like big time. You have no idea. I kept my mouth pretty much shut mostly.
Right.
You know, mostly I have. I don't go and chat and run my mouth or, you know, I don't do any of that because I didn't want to get involved like that. But I would love to be able to do that with you.
Yeah, sure.
I think that was
what I'm getting out. I'm starting with, well, Bill's already started it, you know, with New Yorkers Spotlight, so.
What did he do?
He's already started it with FM.
It started what?
Big issue with FM releasing people's pictures and fucking, you know, a whole
Yeah, that FM's a punk.
Yeah.
You know who else is a fucking cunt? Is Nanya.
Yeah, I heard.
She's a ghetto ratchet bitch.
Yep.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I never joined her stupid ass karaoke bullshit.
Right.
She sounds like she and Bobby Joe and all those, they're like ghetto bitches.
Yep. Yeah, they are.
Like, they call people grimy bitches, they're ratchet ghetto bitches.
Well, PHI too, that Sam and Sam and Gabby, they are too. You know?
Yeah, those. Yes. Yeah. All those women are like, they must live in like the ghetto ratchet fucking, you know, they remind me of people my daughter used to call ratchet bitches.
Right.
I mean, lately the way men is, like they all sound the same, and it's like, oh, you guys are the ones that are grimy.
Hang on, it's mid-card time, so if we get disconnected, I'll call you back.
Okay. What's med card time? Telephone calls are subject to monitoring and recording.
I never said you doxed Smashley. Smashley's got some words. Smashley, do you want to come up? It's your time. I'll let you up. Smashley can tell you. She's pissed about all this, and I know from people she talks to. I'm not calling her out. If she wants to say anything, she can. I'll tell you guys, check this out. This is real. And I don't think Smashley's a bad person at all. I think she's actually a good person. I think she's been drugged through the shit. So Cooley is my best friend in the world, right? So we had this girl named Ghost that was doing a lot of our like social media, Facebook stuff like that. Smashley called Ghost and was like, dude, give me something on Tommy, please. We're friends. Give me something. I got to give it to Ed. Guys, it's fact. It's nothing. I don't blame Smashley for it, but this was the whole time Smashley was trying to come back. I was frustrated about that, but reached out to Cooley to ask for anything on Tommy. I need to get back to Ed. That's what Ed does. He gets in these ladies' minds and makes them do shit like this. Like, I've had it done to me. At some point, we got to be adults and say, well, I fell for it, right? Like, because I've done it so many times. I get that. I own my response, my actions. I own it. But you got to answer for that, Edward? Or Edward, since you're watching the live, you called Cece a liar. You said, is she a liar about the old shit, or does she just keep lying? You and Blondie said she's a liar. You drug her. You drugged that poor girl. You guys said that she has a disease. You guys said that she should have found a rich person, Edward. You also just, if you got something to say about Edward, yeah, Vic, anybody. I saw you.
Oh, he's got you on like 17 times speed. I don't know.
For real?
Yeah, like he's at, where you at, Sherry? You're a scumbag, Sherry. He said, where's Sherry at? She's recovering from her latest suicide attempt, you fucking scumbag piece of shit.
Really? Because
that's not our fault, though. Don't put that shit on us.
She never even talked about that. See, he's using a fake, false story.
Yeah, but we can't put that on our shoulders. She's the one that said what she said and done what she's done. I mean, I don't know the woman. I don't know who she is. I've never had a conversation with her, and she's done all this shit and said all this shit in her phone calls with jail about me, and I don't even know her. So to put her suicide attempts on us is bullshit.
That's wrong.
Is trying to commit suicide because she's fucking wrong in what she's done. That's what it is.
Patrick, we never took that video down. Wait, hold on. Does anybody have the link to where Tommy was begging for his life from a guy? I know that he is a hard ass. That's why I want to research. Love you, Tommy. Yeah, Patrick, you can love you, Tommy, with that bullshit. I didn't take the video down. That was YouTube. So keep that shit somewhere else there, brother. Cap, come up, dude. Come up. Come on, let's cook together, bro. I know we never have. I know we've never, eye to eye all the time, but come on and cook with us, buddy. Come on, Tommy, you're a nonprofit. I do make a profit. Scudge. You say what you want, buddy. I made a profit. I got $17 in this life, so that's a profit, baby.
Ghetto asshole, you're not wrong. Everybody else is paying for Ed's kids.
That's right. It's a community father.
Right. That's wild that he's sitting there putting that on us, so that
that's what he does.
She's recovering from her latest suicide attempt.
And if you read the comments,
they actually do it without speaking on it.
Right.
And they don't usually survive this many times. You know.
And if you read the comments, I bet they're like, "Oh, poor Gary, I'm so sorry that you had to make up that Tommy raped you because you were hurting so bad." She created this shit pile. Now, I don't want anybody to commit suicide. I think that's terrible. I think that's selfish as fuck. Even if it was my family member,
someone in the StreamYard comments just asked for fucking Nanya's Instagram, so I don't know.
I got it.
Oh, I want him up. I like him.
Yeah, that's fucking.
No, I give it to him.
Try to make us feel bad. Go ahead, T. Go ahead and cook. You're good. Cap, come up, dude. I need you for like 10 minutes, brother. Come on up.
He said his kids' football or practice or something.
In there like, I can't even.
We're always separate times. That's what I hate because we have different.
That's just wild. Like, that's heavy for
me. Oh,
to
shit. No, let's do this live. Hey, guess who's here? Let's do it live.
Oh, is Locke there?
Yeah. Get out your car, bro.
Let's get
Hey, hold on, Locke. Hold on. Babe. No, I'm about to fuck him up. I'm telling you guys right now. Babe! Record this.
I'm so fucking stoked, dude.
Record this. I'm coming, Lucky Locke. I'm coming, baby. I'm coming. Don't you worry.
Someone's getting fucking
come here, babe. Record this, because if the police come, I want this recorded. No. Stop. How do I flip the camera around?
Oh my god.
Hold on one second, Locke. Hold on, let me get my shoes on. Babe, I'm gonna fuck him up. You guys, I'm gonna fuck him up. Watch this.
No.
Y'all want to see Tommy Boy throw down?
One of us
You've never
can
seen it before. It's fine, baby. It's fine. No, live or not. Let's go. No, babe, just record this. How do I flip the camera?
But hey, don't get yourself in trouble because you have to protect your family, Tommy.
No, grab the phone. Come on.
I know you're not hearing me. You're adrenaline, but please.
Hey, turn the phone around, Rachel.
Hey,
Nanya, he always has his wife with him.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he needs to protect his family, so don't get himself in trouble by whooping. You know what I mean? Like I want him to be level-headed.
I hear you.
Hey, Rochelle.
Rochelle, turn the camera
can't
around.
see.
Turn the phone around.
Yeah, we can't see.
Hey, Tommy! Hey!
Who is
Hey, Tommy!
Oh, fuck.
Tommy!
Motherfucker, let's go.
Hey, let's.
You want another one?
Rochelle, Rochelle, we can't
Hey,
see.
Tom!
Record it.
You want another one?
Babe.
You have one job, Rochelle.
Oh, poor Rochelle. No.
Hey, stop. Another one?
I'm gonna call the police.
How I feel. Call the police, babe. He came here. Call the police. You want another one? I came to talk. How's that feel? You want another one? I came to talk. I'm not talking, bitch. I ain't talking. Babe, I'm tired of this. He's at my house. Mommy, you're going to come to my house, bro. Really? You're here. You're here. You want another one? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel? How'd that feel?
We missed Tommy, Dummy, and Locke.
How'd that feel? How'd it feel? You want another one? It felt fine? You want another one? You want another one?
No, Tommy, don't
You want another one?
instigate.
You don't pull up to people's houses.
He's not
You
investigating.
did. Really?
Yeah,
You
you
want
don't
to change
pull
us,
up.
Locke? Am I a rapist, bro? I'm not a rapist? No. Stay alive. Am I a rapist? Am I a rapist?
Stop. Come on.
Did I ever call you that? Yeah,
Sorry,
you said the other night.
instigate is the wrong word.
No, I didn't. You said you didn't know, bro. I didn't. Now do you know? Yeah. Yeah. How'd your face feel? You want another one? It feels fine. Oh, really? Really, bitch?
Hey! Babe!
How'd your face feel now? Come on. Let's go, motherfucker. Let's go. Let's go. You want to pull a gun? You want to pull a gun?
Oh my God!
You want to pull a fucking gun? Pull the gun.
No.
Pull that gun.
This is
Get
not
out. Get
cool.
out. Get in the fucking house.
No, Rochelle.
You want to pull a...
Stop!
Call the police, bro.
Please, somebody that.
I don't care. He came to my house.
on.
I'm tired of getting threatened,
Yeah, I
bro.
don't think they can hear.
Yeah, why you
I know
here?
they can't hear, obviously, but oh my God.
He pulls up
I
to
said he was
Tommy's
coming to your
house
house.
with a gun.
I
Yeah, he
did?
pulls up and he's
What'd
got a
you do?
gun.
Locked up,
You've got a
motherfucker.
fucking
You
That's
got
what I'm
locked
saying,
up,
like-
bitch.
This is bullshit.
I know. I just hope
You're
Tommy and
bullshit. He's
Rochelle
at my house.
So, hang on.
I don't
Let us
care.
hear.
Call the police on me.
Zoom
Really,
in on
bro?
that- zoom in on
Scumbag.
that van. Rochelle, zoom in on
Scumbag.
that van.
Record this, babe.
Coward.
Let me
Zoom in
record
on
it so
that
I can
van.
show the police.
Yes.
Zoom in on that van.
He came into your house
Zoom
with
in
a
on
fucking
that van
gun.
because we
Comes
can't
to
see
my
anything.
house.
We
With the
can't
gun.
see
my
none of it,
house.
Tommy. Record his
With the
van real
gun.
quick. We can't see none of it.
Just show the bit.
not a laughing matter, but I wish Rochelle was better with the fucking camera, dude. Tommy, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry, dude.
Shh.
Dude, he rolls up to your house with a
Fucking
You
fucking
came to
gun.
me,
gun.
bro, after saying I was a bitch and you were going to take care of me.
Yeah.
104.
That's fucking wild.
I'll take
What
one
a
for the group.
pussy.
I don't
Tommy,
care.
are you okay?
Dude, yeah, he didn't even fucking fight back.
Watch your back. Watch your
Fucking
back.
scumbag. Nah, he wants to pull his
Well,
gun. Fucking Sally.
No,
Watch your back.
absolutely.
Sally.
Please go inside.
Go. Come on. Babe,
You
I
don't
just wanted
pull
to
up
record it. You
people's
gotta understand. They can't come to your house.
He
He
knows
came
how to
here.
handle himself. Trust
He
me.
came
Just let him
here to
deal with
me.
his wife
I
real quick.
defended myself.
To
He
keep her
came
safe.
here. And I'm not
No,
a predator no
absolutely.
more. Am I, Locke? Oh, he's fucking calling the police, dude, after he
Let
comes
him
out.
him.
How
You
stupid
call
is
the
that gonna
cops
look?
too, because we just
no,
all sit here and watch this fucking happen.
If he's gonna,
I
if he's
guess my
gonna
shoulder
claim
works a little
assault,
better than I thought it did, didn't it? There, Locke, Locke.
Tommy,
Come to
you
my house.
have 4 witnesses
Can
here
you-
that will claim to what's going on.
He pulled up to your house with a fucking gun.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
What a coward.
I'm wearing, yeah, go ahead, bro. You came to my house. My house. Did you put the snake there, Locke?
After all the threats he made to
You-
you
yeah.
already?
No, we got a
Nah.
library. I just asked him to
Yeah.
have a soda. A soda.
Yeah, you did. That's
Come on.
wild. What
That's
a
this.
coward.
You don't
fucking
come on, baby. Come on.
degenerate
Okay.
piece of shit, man.
You guys
Record
go,
him, Tommy.
I don't know how to put my camera around, guys. Can you do it on me?
So maybe double tap. Try
You
that.
have to go to settings, camera.
It's in your
then
settings.
back.
Yeah, and back camera.
That's what Rochelle was stressing about. She was
Yes,
trying to
poor
do it
Rochelle.
all.
No, of
So
course.
Because you gotta imagine, like, her
Yeah,
adrenaline
right, and
is
it's-
going. Her husband's
Of
right
course,
there.
it's hard
I'm
to
just
like
recording.
fucking hold a
Poor thing.
camera forward while like your fucking husband is, potentially getting hit, dude.
What a,
You think we
okay,
have to
let's
lie?
try it. Let's
No.
listen.
Why? We're in Arizona, bro. Or Colorado, whatever it is. Why'd you come here? Why'd you come? Why don't you call me, bro? After you threaten me, you want to show up here, bro?
Mm.
all the shit you said, you think it was gonna be fucking kosher, and you called the police because the way you show up to my house, bro? My house. I assaulted you twice. Okay. Good. I hope you do. You came to my house. Did you put the snake there the other day too? Is it funny to you? Yeah, of course you didn't. Carry on, bro.
Yeah.
Carry on. I don't care what you got, bro. That's the bitchest move I've ever seen in my life. You. Why you here? Why you here? You just called me a bitch and you said, wait till I see you in real life. I told you it didn't have to be I got it all recorded. I got it all recorded. You were tough. I said, keep that same energy when we come in person. You called me a rapist, bro. A rapist. You did the other night. I said, am I a rapist? You said, I don't know, Tom. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I'm sorry, bro, but you know what? You know what? Edward's got one coming too. Come to my house. I don't care who it is, bro. I'm going to defend my fucking family. After you talk shit, why are you here?
Because you said you were going to come there.
I said, I told you to go to dinner, bro.
Let's go.
You just called the police. How are we going to go to dinner?
Jump in. Let's fucking go to dinner.
That's going to look real stupid, isn't it? Isn't that going to look real stupid? You just called the police on me. Now you want me to roll to dinner? You want me to jump in? We going to dinner? You better call the cops and tell them not to come here.
Tom, be careful going with him anywhere.
Yeah, you got a gun, bro. I'm not stupid.
no.
Don't play stupid, bro. Don't play stupid. I know you do. I'm not stupid. You know I do, right?
I honestly,
it's okay. You're allowed to. It's your right, right? But I don't want you to go around the corner and shoot me, bro. You promise? Can you unload it at least?
But Dan, can I show you what I?
Can you unload it? I don't have a gun, bro. I don't have a gun.
I think Ed and fucking
Yours, dude. You know you. Come on, man. I don't want to get shot, Locke. I'll go with you. We'll go have dinner. I will turn this on. We can go at Buffalo Wild Wings or whatever you want.
I think.
All right, guys. What?
Tommy,
All right.
don't cut
I'm
the
not worried about it. I'm gonna go.
Tommy, go do.
I'll be right back.
Don't cut the live.
I'm gonna eat dinner.
Yep.
Tommy, no.
Don't cut the live.
Well, you just called the
Don't
police.
do it.
You should have come to my house, bro.
Do
Don't
what
do
you
it,
have to
Tommy.
do, man.
Brandon, stop. No.
No, well, dude,
You got on the call like you were gonna do something, so I
just.
just.
Man, I mean,
So I got out.
Oh,
I might do the same shit. Like, to be honest.
Right, but you don't need to go with him.
It sucks, bro. This sucks.
This has been years of stuff. You don't
You
understand.
talked all that shit and you come to my house, bro. You understand why I'm a little fucking pissed? Where's Sabby at? I thought it was gonna be me, you, my wife, and her. You fuck Sabby, right?
Not what I said.
Yeah, I'm not going with you, bro. We'll wait for the police because you called. I have, dude, I'm gonna get arrested for fucking leaving the scene of it. You know how that
No,
works.
don't do it.
Fuck, man. But you showed up here, bro. You showed up here, and that's fine. I never said I was coming to you guys. Did I say I was coming to you guys? Or did I say, let's go to? Go ahead.
Hello. No, we're talking, man. I mean, you guys can cancel. It's fine. I don't want to.
That's fair.
That's fair.
We're gonna go eat dinner. Okay.
Yeah, this is what Dawson does.
Neighbors
Exactly.
probably called.
They have to, bro.
No,
Neighbors
Locke did.
probably called. I know, but neighbors at this point.
Yeah.
probably
No,
called.
they didn't. They didn't. No, they didn't. But it's every county, you guys. They have to come when there's a call because I could
yeah,
be
they
holding
have
them like
to.
at gunpoint and like tell them to say sorry. You know what I mean? Like it's fair.
Just for
That's
the
fair.
fact they said.
But be careful though.
Isn't it Colorado a state where if you both agree to a fist fight, you can fist fight?
That's what they said about Alex. But dude, I don't fist fight, bro. That's the first fist fight I've been in 12 years, guys.
But dude, he rolled up to your house and he's packing a gun. Like that's
Yeah, well, if he would have, again, I want to let it go. I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna get off. Yeah, I got to.
You showed up with cause. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to encourage you at all.
My phone's gonna die.
But
Hold
don't
on,
make me
nothing's
have to
gonna die.
fucking send you 100 to stay alive.
Oh shit! No, I can't. Don't send me no money, man. But my phone's gonna die. It literally just turned black.
Well, hey, don't forget.
I'm not going nowhere, babe. I listen to you. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. She is, and she deserves to have me calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
You guys,
So
I don't play gangster like
just
that.
know-
I don't plan on being a tough guy, but I'm just, so it is what it is. You guys, I got to deal with the police. I'll go live as soon as I get out, or tomorrow,
Be
or
safe.
tonight.
Yeah,
So
be safe.
see you guys.
Tell her to let us know if you need anything.